A very good morning from the Ageas Bowl. It's another sunny morning here. We'll have no interruptions. We will get once more a full day's play. So this is day two of this county championship match between Hampshire and Gloucestershire. A good day for Hampshire once more yesterday. Two sides here who come into this game with the only 100% records after two rounds of championship matches. Hampshire having the better of the first day, winning the toss and electing to bat first. 292 for 3. They will resume in around 10 minutes time. Tom Alsop will resume on 127 not out, his second 100 of the campaign, and night watchman Mason Crane yet to get off the mark. Faced a few balls last night after Gloucestershire picked up a couple of late wickets. Ian Holland was one of them. He made 114, his second century of the campaign. In fact, second is successive hundreds for him. And Sam Northeast falling near the end for 24. A wicket for Matt Taylor and also a wicket for Goodman as well. They are wicket takers along with Dan Worrell. Your commentary team this afternoon, a little later, you will hear from Hampshire historian Dave Allen. I'm Kevin James, and next to me, the Gloucestershire commentator Alex Winter. Alex, good morning.
Good morning, Kev. Morning, everybody. Beautiful day once again, isn't it? Still that chilly easterly breeze coming across the ground, but set fair once again. And Hants will be coming back here looking to build on a fine day yesterday. Power to add down the order and a chance to do what they did last week, really, and take the game completely away from their opposition and dictate terms from here on in. For the Gloucesters, they've simply got to try and strike in this first hour, really. They weren't quite as sharp as they could have been yesterday. Fairly benign conditions, but I think all things considered, they weren't quite at their best. They weren't helped by the some changes that were some enforced, some not, on their 11 that have won so handsomely a couple of times already this year. But of course, 4-day game and a chance to put things right.
That's for sure. A new day always brings different luck and different ways the game plays, and sometimes it's unfathomable from the day before, if I can say that word, which I can only half say. So yes, it is a big day for both sides. Gloucestershire certainly won't want Hampshire to have it all their own way again, otherwise they'll be so far behind in the game that they'll be too far behind really and be playing catch up. Hampshire, of course, will be wanting to build on that 292 for 3. If you go to the Hampshire Cricket website or on the Hampshire Cricket App, which is free to download, you will see reaction last night, which has been posted from Ian Holland, talking about the state of the game and also his fine form opening the batting alongside Joe Weatherly. So have a look out for that if you haven't already. We will be broadcasting, of course, via the Hampshire Cricket website and via the Hampshire Cricket app and that live stream. You can watch the pictures. Yeah, many of you have and many of you do. That will also be relayed via the Gloucestershire Cricket website as well. You can get in touch with us, and many of you did yesterday, and it was great fun. We've been chatting about that this morning, last night, and when there's breaks in play, about how many of you have been in touch. That's both from a Hampshire point of view and from a Gloucestershire point of view. And of course, you're very welcome to get involved again today on any subject you wish to bring up, or any that we discuss and you pick up on, and we might help things along the way as well. solentcricket@gmail.com is the email throughout the day and throughout the rest of this game, and also you can tweet us at Solent Sport. I've already had a few actually ahead of play, so we'll go through some of those as we go along. Overall, Alex, from a Gloucestershire point of view yesterday, it's not a bad wicket, there's no doubt about it. It's drier than the one here against Middlesex last week. Started a little greener than what we've seen here. I don't know. I think Gloucestershire did okay. There were little moments during the day when perhaps Hampshire was scoring a little freer than Gloucestershire would have won. But I think you'd have that anyway when you're in the field for 96 overs. It's very difficult to say, well, actually, for the whole 96 overs, we were in control, even though we weren't taking many wickets. Yeah,
very much so. They plugged away reasonably well, but as I said before, they just weren't collectively at their sharpest. There was a few. Obviously, the drop catch in the first over by James Bracey downloading help. There was the drop catch from Brathwaite. There were a couple of slips in the outfield. There was a late boundary down at long leg that went straight through a fieldsman's hands. Just collectively, they just weren't quite as sharp as they might have been. There were a couple of half run-out chances where we were thinking, oh, had a better throw there, might have been interesting, could have put the batsman under a little bit more pressure, but they generally had control of the run rate quite well until maybe that period just after tea, when Alsop and Hovland just accelerated a little bit. But they came back, they got this couple of wickets, a little fortunate perhaps to get northeast so late, but they have got a point on the board, and their task, as I say, this morning is to use this first hour, the remaining period we have in bonus point territory, to try and get another 3 wickets, because that bonus point period is the sort of the subplot of the morning, really, isn't it? Hampshire trying to score another 58 runs in 14 overs, possibly unlikely with a night watchman there.
Well, it'd be interesting, wouldn't it? Nick Jenkins, who's already tweeted this morning at Solent Sports, says 108 in 14 overs would make a fun morning for the bonus points. Well, you never know. I mean, listen, in the ideal world, and with no sort of malice towards Mason Crane, it would be ideal if he was out in the first over. James Vince comes in, and let's be honest, if he bats the 14 overs and the form he's in, although he didn't get too many last week against Middlesex, then it's very much on. But I wouldn't wish that on anybody. I think at the end of the day, if I was Hampshire, yes, definitely, as you say, Alex, be mindful of another bonus point at the very least, maybe 2. But well, they should, probably should get another 2, of course. But I think now, having had a day like they did yesterday, I think it's very much that Hampshire need to get 500 plus. I think that's the bigger picture. Yeah, definitely. If they know this morning, if they bat another 2 sessions, they almost certainly are not going to lose this game. So that is the bigger picture. You're coming here against a side who are also started very well. Your nearest rivals at the moment in the table, so looking to take complete control of the game and ensure that Gloucestershire can't win it, and obviously be able to bowl after tea and into tomorrow with a huge weight of scoreboard pressure as well. There'll be a huge boost for them, but a huge chance to try and take control of the game today. It's sent the players to do it, but a new day brings new challenges. And we'll see how the Gloucesters go here, though the early signs aren't good. If that throwdown I've just seen that a coach has given to James Bracey is anything to go by, it's gone flying straight over his head. Yeah, it was a tough time for Bracey behind the stumps, wasn't it, really? I mean, some of the balls weren't quite carrying to him. Worrell's getting the ball nicely through to him around about chest height at times, off a length. He certainly hits the deck quite nicely. I love watching him bowl. That's for sure. Yeah, there was a few balls down the leg side as well, which he was sort of scrambling across, had to dive a long way. There was at times where it actually looked quite hard work for him. Yeah, very much so. There were a few byes yesterday. I didn't think the carry was altogether totally consistent. There were a few balls that died on him, particularly from this pavilion end. Actually, we saw the odd one leap and the odd one just sort of skid through a little bit. And like you say, when you keeping to Worrell at one end and Higgins at the other end, 2 vastly contrasting styles of bowlers. Higgins is going to skid it through, and Worrell, like you say, is very much a hit the pitch type bowler, having played his cricket down in Adelaide over the winter. A difficult day for Bracey it was yesterday. But here come the teams. The umpires, Ben Debenham and David Milnes, leading out the players. Our batsman Alsop, the left-hander, coming back here. 1-2-7 not out. And Crane, who did his job getting through 7 balls last night. And the Gloucesters led by Chris Dent, who behind the shades last night when I spoke to him was naturally a bit disappointed. They had a big debrief. I say big, it was a brief debrief on the outfield with all the staff. I think it was a chance to catch a bit of sunshine, to be honest with you. Having a little sit on the outfield there, but yeah, disappointed that they couldn't get further into this Hampshire order, but mindful of the conditions and the hand they were dealt a bit as well. Yeah, well, the second new ball's only 16 overs old, so I should imagine it'll be fairly shiny, pretty shiny, and still fairly hard, so lots to be positive about from a Gloucestershire point of view. Let me read out some of the emails I've already got this morning, if I may. David Joyce has already been in touch, solentcricket@gmail.com. He lives in Gloucestershire. He said, yesterday one of your correspondents asked if it was still possible to listen to your commentary by radio. You were correct in advising they could not listen by radio, but the person can listen if they have a smartphone by going to the BBC Sport pages ease of online selecting cricket, there will be an option to select live cricket. That's right. Here are the options to listen to all the BBC local radio feeds. That's right, it's all around the country, and all the counties, of course, are doing their own live streams as well, so there's plenty of ways you can watch and listen. Therefore, either by using earbuds, or if in the car, using Bluetooth to connect to the car's audio system, your correspondent will be able to listen to the commentary. I would suggest to anyone doing this to make sure their mobile phone plan has enough data to allow this streaming. Of course, when stationary with the engine switched off, you can also watch the YouTube stream in your car. Oh dear, not recommended by the BBC, I shouldn't think. Also, anywhere where quality, safe, free Wi-Fi is available, then you can also watch on your phone. Today I'll be out and about listening to this commentary, and will also be listening to you all when I go for a walk along the Cotswold Way in the county. Sounds wonderful. Here's Worrell from the hotel end to Alsop, and he leaves that alone outside the off stump, and Bracey takes that low down to his left. So thank you very much for that one. Got actually one for you here, Alex. From Don Starr, solentcricket@gmail.com. He says, do Gloucestershire produce an annual handbook?
I think they stopped doing a handbook, actually. Or am I getting muddled up with Northants? Northants certainly stopped their handbook.
Here's Worrell, and again it's outside the off stump, although a little closer, and again Alsop leaves alone.
There was definitely a commemorative 150th year handbook last year. Obviously couldn't be distributed too far because no one was able to come to the grounds. I don't know offhand. There was certainly a commemorative one last year.
Okay. Worrell again then. Shortish run up. Still hitting the deck though, as that's straighter, and it wraps Alsop on the front pad, and there's a big shout mainly from Worrell. Not out, says umpire David Milnes at the far end.
Pitched outside leg? Yeah.
Yep. Good decision by the umpire. Worth a shout though. If you're watching the live stream, I'm sure you agree with us. So 3 slips and a gully for Worrell. Turns and bowls to Alsop once more. Comes in now and bowls, and that's short down the leg side, and a half one-handed stop by Bracey, diving to his right. That was just what we were talking about a few minutes ago, and that is a bye. Alex has already signalled it before David Milnes.
Yeah, he's standing there. Look at him, the poor chap. Shoulders slumped. Not a good start of his day. He's had a throw down from Ian Harvey over his head, and now a bye down the leg side. 3rd ball of the morning.
Yep. Don Starr has been in touch again, and he's got some cricketing questions. I'll just wait for Dave to come back in because he loves this as well. And as I read it out to everybody watching and listening, Dave can take note, as I know he'll be want to be part of this as well. Here's Worrell again. He's bowling to the night watchman Mason Crane, who's beaten outside the off stump. Forward prod, plays inside the line. Didn't quite get it right there. Just watch that on the replay. We're not quite in line with the play, and well, it's not done a lot really. I think Crane just played slightly down the wrong line. He's faced 8 balls, just came in late on after the fall of Sam North-East's wicket last night. Facing Worrell again once more. Comes in and bowls, and Crane just dabs that behind square on the offside. He'll get a single, and that's fielded by Tom Lace.
Sorry. 6th bye of the innings, that from Bracey.
That is the end of the over. 294 for 3. Hampshire have added 2 this morning.
Cracking the flags again. Not a cloud in the sky here at the Ageas Bowl, in the curiously named west end of Southampton, because it's actually east of Southampton. ever considered that?
I haven't actually, Alex. No, I've never given it a moment's thought until you just mentioned that. Is it really east of? Yes, it is.
It is, yeah.
Yes, of course it is.
Southampton is, as we look here towards the north, to our left, our west. So Ryan Higgins is going to open up from the pavilion end. Plugged away yesterday without reward. Goes into Crane, the right-hander, who defends back and across the off-stump, pushing away out towards cover. 19 overs of work for Higgins yesterday. 7 maidens, 0 for 35. So he was his usual disciplined self, without carrying too much threat. He's got 3 slips first thing here. Point extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a deep backward square. Goes away from us. And Crane forward, thick inside edge here. Get a single back at a square. Have a run away. Out towards, well, in the direction of the nursery ground, away to our right. And Crane gets his second run of the morning. Goes to 2.95 for 3. So around about 4.5 and over is the ask for Hampshire to bring up this 4th batting bonus point. 3rd will obviously be a formality in a short while. Field has stayed the same for the left-handed Alsop. Just waiting for umpire Milnes to get in position at the far end. And Higgins is on his way, staying over the wicket here. And Alsop in his crease, defending, angling one down to Dent at 3rd slip. Brathwaite was in situ at 1st slip throughout the day yesterday. Spilt that chance off Holland on 77. A real sitter. Straight in, straight out. It was a shocker.
I asked Ian Holland last night in that interview, what did he think? He said, I can't believe he dropped that.
Yeah. Higgins goes in again, a little straight, well, by his reaction maybe not too straight. It's been whipped to deep backward square nonetheless, but hands to his head, suggesting that Alsop had a little jump across his crease there to work that one away. Picks up a run in the direction of the Health Club, which again this morning was very busy with cars coming and going.
Still not a lot else to do, is there, quite yet? So
2.96 for 3.
Nice to know it's busy over that end of the ground.
Higgins to Crane, the right-hander, who's pushing at this, getting it just past, not quite past mid-off actually. It was well-timed push.
Was.
But it was a good save from Goodman, the tall figure, going to his left-hand side and sliding down. It's an interesting time for gyms and fitness centres and the like, with everybody doing their exercise from home and getting out and about a bit more.
If you're in Wales, it's either is it today or very shortly, isn't it? They're opening it all up, aren't they?
Are they really?
Yeah, I thought I read something last night.
Higgins goes in once again. He goes past the outside edge here, with Crane slightly fending for one, stuck in his crease. Over comes to an end. Couple gone this morning. 2.96 for 3, Hampshire.
Yeah, just left Mason Crane on the pitch a little bit, just straightened. Nice delivery to finish off that over. Right, Dave's back in the room. Here we go. Don Starr has set some questions here, Dave. And for those of you, of course, listening and watching. Don says, what extremely rare cricketing feat have these 4 Gloucester cricketers performed? They are George Dennett, as Worrell comes in, and bowls to Alsop, and legs ball, which Alsop is nicely in behind, pushes out to mid-off. Dave mentioned him yesterday, did he? Right, okay. Well, hang on. I've got the answers here as well, actually, but that wasn't the answer.
Oh, right.
Right, George Dennett, Charlie Parker, Tom Goddard, and Ken Graveney. And as a footnote to that, as Worrell comes in, and Alsop pushes out square on the offside this time. Don says, Hampshire's Alec Kennedy also performed this feat, but not for Hampshire. I
would suggest hat-tricks.
No, not according to the answers that Don has supplied me with. Dave got it already. So if you want to join in, silentcricket@gmail.com, as Alsop gets one down the leg side, well taken by Bracey. Silentcricket@gmail.com if you know what extremely rare cricketing feat have these 4 Gloucestershire cricketers performed. George Dennett, Charlie Parker, Tom Goddard and Ken Graveney. Or you can tweet us at Silent Sport. Alex hasn't got it yet.
Something like 100 in a match and a fifer?
No. That's all right, we'll just keep it going for a little while as Worrell comes in and bowls, and Alsop pushes that up towards mid-on, playing with a nice straight bat as he did for 99% of his innings yesterday. Probably 100% actually.
1,000 runs and 100 wickets in a season.
Nope. So here's Worrell again. Alsop in behind that one and pushing that up to mid-off. All the defensive shots that Alsop is playing, mainly going up towards mid-on and mid-off, which is showing a lovely straight bat to the bowler. 2.96 for 3. We are in the 99th over. Hampshire falls short of another bonus point as Worrell comes in and bowls. It's Fuller, and Allsop drives, gets it square, and it's fielded. No gap there for Allsop, and that is the end of the over. Allsop has added 1 to his overnight total. He's 128. Mason Crane has gone on to 2. He was not out overnight. Mark Halliwell has got the answer right. Congratulations to you, Mark. I shall just... he's the sub-editor at the Gloucestershire Echo. Well done, Mark. You've beaten Alex to it.
I might need a clue here.
You might what?
I said I might need a clue.
Ooh. He says he's a vague relation of Alec Kennedy, by the way, he says. He was my mum's cousin's grandfather. There you go.
Here's Higgins to Crane, running away from us, and Crane is defending from his crease, down towards Goodman at mid-off, and there is no run. Goodman in his splendid proper cable knit sweater, which is jolly good to see. They have both in use, Gloucestershire, the good old-fashioned cable knit sweaters and the fleecy style sweaters as well. Players can pick and choose, and there's a bit of a hybrid out there. Captain yesterday was resplendent in his proper cable knit. Nothing like it as Higgins goes in again and beats Crane outside the off stump, pushing a long way forward there. Bit of a lunge from the crease from the night watchman.
It was.
And Higgins beats him for the second time.
Congratulations, Kev007 on the tweets at Sonat Sport. You've got the answer right as well. Come on, Alex. I'll give you a little clue in a minute.
I'm going to need one. Higgins goes up again, past umpire Debenham. And Crane, with a bend of the front knee, defends back up towards the bowler's left hand. And there's no run. 2, 9, 6 for 3 here, Hans, on the verge of a third batting bonus point. Tell me the names again. Dennett, Parker.
Yeah, Tom Goddard and Ken Graveney. And Hampshire's Alec Kennedy also performed this feat, but not for Hampshire.
10 in a match. Higgins past the stumps, well outside. Crane's off stump, he lets it go.
You are very, very close. It's got 10 in it. Shall I put you out of your misery, shall I?
Pray, do.
Each player has taken all 10 wickets in an innings. I was going to give you a clue. The clue was Kyle Abbott nearly did it.
Isn't that what I said?
You said 10 wickets in the match.
Oh, in the match. Sorry. I did mean, I meant all 10 in the innings. Sorry. Yes. Yeah, the full 10. Here is Higgins again, and Crane forward in half of the bat. You know, when your mind is working in one direction and your eyes working in another. Defended up towards mid-on. So 10 in an innings. That makes perfect sense. Thank you.
That's all right. I'll read out when and where they did it at the end of the over, shall I?
Yes, please do.
Okay.
That is, yeah, extremely rare, isn't it? Here is Higgins again from the pavilion end, and Crane having a flash and a miss outside the off stump to a ball offering a bit of width and a bit of length, and he had the dart at it and he missed. Yeah, we were getting very excited when Abbott was on his way, and Abbas last week likewise was.
Yeah, the clue in that actually was, which Abbott nearly did it last September against Somerset in 2019.
Higgins once more, and Crane is back and across in careful defence. A lot of time to play that back up towards the bowler, and the fourth over of the day is done. 298 for 3. Allsop is 128 not out, and Crane is with him on 2.
So Dennett took 10 for 40 against Essex in August 1906 at Bristol. Parker 10 for 79 against Somerset in July 1921, also at Bristol. Goddard 10 for 113 against Worcestershire in 1937, that was at Cheltenham. And Graveney 10 for 66 against Derbyshire in 1949 at Chesterfield. So there we go. Here's Worrell switching round the wicket now to Allsop. He's coming in from the hotel end, and Allsop pushes that out to extra cover.
So does that... Who was the fourth chap, sorry?
Graveney, that was Ken Graveney.
Who didn't do it for Hampshire?
Oh, sorry, right, now, Alec Kennedy achieved the feat not playing for Hampshire, and the answer to that one is he was playing for the Players versus the Gentlemen at the Oval in 1927 when he took 10 for 37. And as Dave shouted out earlier, oh, it's outside the off stump, and again it's good carry from a length, but no shot offered by Alsop. He took 10 for 37 in that game, and he says as a footnote, no Hampshire player has taken all 10 for Hampshire.
Ah, there we go. Yeah.
Abbott was the closest in that game. Funny enough, we were talking about that, weren't we?
Indeed.
Just before we came on air.
Yeah.
September 2019 here. So thank you, Don, for that.
Yes, that magical feat. There was. Most counties have had one down the years. Only one for Northants has done it. Valence Jubb in something like 1913, and I think.
Here's Worrell. Alsop gets a straighter delivery, which he pushes up towards mid-on.
It was actually a game they lost at Tunbridge Wells, I think. And the great Kent spinner, whose name is, well, I've lost, took something ridiculous, like 15 in the match. Something really silly.
They're still on the losing side. Here's Worrell to Alsop. Alsop back in his crease and just prods that out on the offside. Well done to David Macy, also got the answer right. That came in just as I was reading them out. 10 wickets in innings, well done David. Tony Press, who lives in Bristol, taken 9 wickets in innings. Have they all taken 9 wickets? Well, they did, but they went one better. So there you go. You were almost there. Here's Worrell, and there's a drive by Alsop wide of mid-off, and it's well fielded. And there'll only be a single there, where perhaps Alsop might have expected a few more. Yes, David Mace's emailed back saying all 10 wickets. He emailed that twice. Congratulations also to Roger Gibbons, who also got that right. Congratulations to you all. Field changes. It's been a lot of field changes for the right and left-handed combination. Of course, we had that quite a bit with Holland and Alsop yesterday, as Crane pushes forward, plays that late, opens the face, runs that down towards third man, all along the ground. They'll pick up 2. It's fielded by Lace once more, and that's the 300 up for Hampshire, and that has come up in the 101st over. 401 minutes in total the innings has lasted, and just 3 wickets lost in the process. Point for Hampshire takes them on to 3 bonus points. Gloucestershire have 1. Phil Beadle on that. You mentioned earlier, Alex, about West End here actually being to the east side of Southampton. Phil Beadle looks at it a different way. Cricket@gmail.com. He says it is, of course, to the west end of Portsmouth. Keep up the fine work. You please Dave Allen with that, Phil. Dave just passed me a note saying Ken Graveney, of course, brother of Tom and father of David. Thank you very much.
Here is Higgins, 6th over of the morning, 301 for 3. Round the wicket he comes and bowls much too straight, and it's whipped away the deep backward square. It'll be collected in down by the big screen, and they take just a single. So Alsop goes to 130. 302 for 3. With after this another 8 overs in bonus point period for the Gloucesters to try and find 3 more wickets, and Hampshire to try and get 350. Looks unlikely for the moment, either of those circumstances. Higgins to the right-handed Crane, who's edging behind. So there's one of the wickets Gloucestershire needed. He'd beaten him a couple of times previously in the day, and Higgins finally finds the edge of Mason Crane. He's gone for 4. Bracey with a comfortable catch just outside his right hip. And Gloucestershire strike in the 6th over of the morning, and Hampshire 302 for 4.
Beautiful delivery. Exactly the right line, and just pitched and just left Mason Crane a little bit. Crane drawing to the shot. Sort of a classic dismissal just outside off stump, really. I'm not sure sort of Higgins got a load of balls like that yesterday. I think there was a lot of deliveries that pitched on and around there that didn't really sort of do too much. They didn't do loads, it did just enough, but I'm not sure Higgins really got into that sort of rhythm that allowed him to sort of keep putting that ball there and allowing the ball just to leave the right-hander. But that was a good delivery. Be interesting if he bowls one up like that to James Vince early on.
Indeed, yes. Yeah. But certainly the batting yesterday was very disciplined, and there were almost no flirts outside the off stump, were there?
No, I have to say.
There was one drive from Holland, I can think, early on, but he generally put that away and was only inclined to play if it was really sort of within his wheelhouse, as it were, and that sort of off stump, full stump line. But anything a bit wider, it was generally let him go all day and make the bowlers bowl to you. And Hampshire scored an awful lot of runs off their legs, didn't they?
Yes. Because
it is, from what we've seen, slightly on the slow side, this pitch, not rattling through. Wasn't easy to time, and it was that type of batting that was necessary. Patience and allowing the ball to come to you and working it around. We saw very little of that, but Crane just having a feel for one, as is the lower orders won't, and he's gone for 4. So James Vince strides to the wicket, with his side in a tremendous position here, 302 for 4, and a chance, if they play well in the next couple of sessions, to take complete control of the game. But with Vince, it can generally go one of two ways, can't it?
It certainly can. Well, it was interesting. I mean, Leicestershire, he took them apart, absolutely. And if you think of James Vince in the most positive way, that was exactly where he was at Leicestershire. It was just, you couldn't take your eyes off him. And in a way, that's also can be his downfall, because against Middlesex last week, I think he was done a little bit in the second innings. I'm not sure the LBW was out. Some of the replays, I think it's fair to say it might have been missing next time. But he got 9-0 in the game, and I think his shot in the first innings suggested that he walked in thinking he could play the same way that he left off at Grace Road. So this will be interesting to see what he does here.
3 slips have got in, and Higgins is on his way to Vince, and he gets a straight ball first up to nudge down to mid-on. He was keen to set off for a single there that was never available, and Allsop rightly sends him back. He's got his long sleeve shirt on, taking a walk away to square leg, and straight away here Bracey's going to stand up to the stumps to just try and probably make Vince feel a little uncomfortable.
That's an interesting move. I mean, if I'm honest, yeah, I can see why Gloucestershire have done it, to try and keep Vince back on the crease, but Vince isn't somebody that sort of falls forward too much.
Higgins goes in, and Vince in his ground here, pushing back up towards the bowler's left hand.
That's a good line.
And there's no run.
That's a really good line.
Yeah,
that just leaves Vince a little bit.
Don't change that all day, yeah.
No, that's the right line. The first one I think was a bit too straight.
But he's a busy player, Vince, isn't he? And he's going to have to be rooted to his popping crease with Bracey up to the stumps. Higgins is in once more, and Vince is forward in defence, playing with the inner half of the bat here out to mid-wicket.
I think what Higgins has noticed, and I think many sort of Hampshire followers have sort of picked up on, is that Vince now sort of bats on sort of off stump, middle and off, and I think Higgins can see that, and I think with bringing the keeper up, he thinks that if he can bowl straight and Vince misses one, then he's plumb in front. I think that's why he's done.
Higgins on his way again, and Vince calmly in his crease is nudging one down to mid-off, where Goodman collects, and the over comes to an end. So Vince survives the first 4 balls of his innings, with Gloucestershire having made the breakthrough. Crane gone for 4, and Hampshire 302 for 4, with 8 more overs to go in bonus point period. So you can probably write off the 350 now. Just a question of whether Gloucestershire can try and get a couple of quick wickets.
Yeah, definitely. Definitely. Neil and Andy in Romsey, morning to you. silentcricket@gmail.com. They've emailed, looking forward to another day of cracking cricket and commentary. Thank you. As Worrell comes in from the hotel end, I'll come back to that in a moment. Worrell bowls, and Allsop gets one that's fairly straight, nudges that away on the leg side, and that's, who's fielded that there? That's Cobain there, isn't it? On the leg side there. Can I just ask, what is the cut-off for the first innings batting points? Well, 110 overs, as Alex just mentioned, as in Hampshire need to get to 350 by the 120th. It's not 120 anymore, is it? It's definitely 110. Yeah, it is, yeah. Yeah, that's right, Alex was saying. outside the off stump, and that's left alone by Allsop. It was 120 up until
reasonably recently.
Yeah, it was, wasn't it?
Yeah, I'd still. It might be at least 10 years, maybe that changed, perhaps.
Yeah.
It's been a while, the 110.
There's always these little tweaks, isn't there? Which catch me out, that's for sure. As Moral bowls, it's slightly fuller, driven into the ground by Allsop and fielded. And the bowlers follow through. That's why I'm fortunate to have people like you two around, because I don't have to worry about not getting it right all the time. Oh dear. This is from Ian Murter, this email, as Worrell comes in. And Allsop gets another good length ball, which he prods out into the offside. Morning to you, Ian, suncricket@gmail.com. He says, morning guys, I've listened to your excellent commentary for the past couple of years as a long-standing member of the Newcastle branch of the Hampshire Supporters Club. I never knew there was one, and nor does Dave Allen, and he knows absolutely everything about Hampshire, and especially about supporters clubs. As Worrell comes in, and Allsop nudges that to Cobain at mid-wicket. The Hampshire's, wow, Newcastle branch of the Hampshire Supporters Club. Love that. Why, you may well ask, do I support Hampshire? Well, it all goes back to the days when, as a small boy, I studied cricket scoreboards and noticed a certain Andy Murter in their ranks back in the mid-70s. Although he was not a regular in the side, as Worrell comes in once more, bowls to Allsop. Allsop's on the back foot. Steers that out into the covers. Accurate stuff from Gloucestershire this morning. 302 for 4 at Hampshire. They've added just the 10 runs and the loss of Crane. More to come. Although he was not a regular on the side, I soon became attached to the county, and the likes of Barry Richards, Gordon Greenidge, Trevor Jesty became early heroes. I vividly recall Andy Murter having that lovely habit of picking up high-profile wickets whenever Hampshire were in John Player League action on BBC Two. Gosh, those were the days. Imagine my joy when he bowled the likes of John Edrich and Tony Gregg live on telly. I've continued to follow Hampshire over the years. I remember seeing Chris Smith score a century against Yorkshire in a blazing summer day at Acklam.
Here is Higgins, 8th over of the morning, going into Vince, and Vince is defending from the off stump down towards mid-on, no run.
I must admit, I've never heard of Acklam, but anyway. Since Durham became a first-class county, as well as at Chesterler Street. My late father did some family research. Come back to that in a moment.
Higgins on his way again. Past the umpire he goes, and Vince is coming well forward again, this time blocking out to mid-off.
He's bowling very straight at him, isn't he? My late father did some family research and discovered that although our family came from Belfast and Andy Murter's from Dublin, he believed that he was a second cousin of Andy's father, making us very distantly related.
Here's Higgins once again, past the stumps he goes, and Vince is working this towards mid-wicket. Considered a single again, but quickly decided against it, rightly so, because Cobain was on the scene very quickly, going to his right-hand side, and it remains 302 for 4.
Now, there's some more of this email. There is a modern twist to this story. I became a sports journalist and covered Durham as a minor county in the late 80s. I had the good fortune of exclusively breaking the story in the Northern Echo that Durham were applying for first-class status in 1989.
Here is Higgins again, short crop tear, and Vince in his crease, defending another very straight ball here, down towards mid-on. And there is no run once more. Great
line from Higgins, isn't it? No one knew my mole was John Hampshire, who was working with Matty Rosebery at the McEwen's Cricket Centre in Houghton-le-Spring. I only revealed his role in my exclusive to fellow journalists after his death a few years ago.
Higgins is rolling in again, and Vince is pushing out to mid-wicket again. Straight to Cobain again. There is no run. Vince here, 9 balls without getting off the mark so far.
Ian goes on, he says, one more story. I am now a football journalist, and 2 years ago was involved in 2 back pages which will live with me forever. Come to that in a moment.
Higgins to complete the over. And Vince is off the mark here, working one through square leg. Higgins just straying a little too straight and getting worked away out towards the nursery ground to our right-hand side. So to his 10th ball, Vince is away. And Hampshire moved to 303 for 4 after 104 overs. So just the 6 more remaining now in bonus point territory.
That's right. It was the day after Andy's son Tim ripped through the England batting, playing in the first ever test between England and Ireland. Murtagh terrorises England was the splash in both the Mirror and the Express. 2 football stories also appeared on those back pages by a certain Ian Murtagh. It was a day the Murtaghs ruled the world. Hopefully this will be the season Hampshire win the county championship for the first time since I first started following the county's fortunes. All the best, Ian. Love that one. Worrell continues. He's into his 24th over now, or about to. 1 for 42. And he's going to be bowling to James Vince. Now this will be slightly different. I would have thought Worrell will attack more just outside off stump to Vince, whereas Higgins, of course, was bowling very straight. Here's Worrell, bowls, and Vince pushes forward. Didn't quite know where that was gone as it went out on the leg side, hit him quite high up the bat. Bernie Holland has emailed as well, sonatcricket@gmail.com. Just wanted to thank you for your live stream. Loved watching my boy reach his 100. Ah, of course, yeah, Bernie, how are you? Just wished he had scored faster so I could get to bed earlier. It was his mum and dad watching and listening in Australia last night. I did actually mention it to Ian last night that his parents were up again as Vince works that towards mid-wicket. They're never going to get in. They're never going to get to bed before about 2 o'clock in the morning these days, the way he's scoring runs. Just wish he scored faster. Give a shout out to his grandma Reenie, who watches every ball in the USA. Keep up your awesome work. Hope to see you in 2022. Bernie, good to hear from you. Wish you well. Maybe we've had an early night tonight as Worrell bowls and Vince pushes that out square on the offside. There's no reason to stay up late today, is it? Because his son isn't batting. Oh, he got wickets, of course, yes, of course. How can I forget? He's an all-rounder, how can I forget? We think of him as a batting all-rounder, don't we?
Yeah, came on loan to Northants a couple of seasons ago, very much as an all-rounder. Played majority of his cricket there in the 50-over format.
Of course, you would have commentated on, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
Here's Worrell to Vince. Gets a straight delivery, which he works up to mid-on.
He took one of the best catches I've seen. It was against Yorkshire at Wantage Road. And he was bowling and had to turn and race back about a good 30 yards and put in a full dive and took this tremendous catch. Still couldn't defend a decent number off the final over though.
Here's Worrell again, then right arm over, bowls to Vince. Again, that's straight. And Vince pushes that up towards extra cover. They bowl well at Vince so far, haven't they? 15 deliveries that Vince has faced, and they've all been probing, haven't they, sort of on, or maybe just a fraction outside of stump, but mainly sort of on the stumps.
Well, generally the pressure was held pretty well by this pair yesterday, Worrell and Higgins. It was the change bowlers of Shaw and Taylor in particular, the pressure just eased a bit.
Vince pushing forward again. It's a good length ball. Vince can not do much more with it than just prod that out towards extra cover. 303 for 4. That's a maiden over from Worrell, his 10th out of 24 overs bowled. Got another email here from Eddie Lawrence. Oh, I've got an update to do for Sonat listeners. I'll come back to that after I've done this. Quick resume of the day. I think it's Higgins going to continue? I think he is. Here we go. Here's the update. Here we go. And we've had half an hour's play this morning. Hampshire resuming on 292 for 3, or 303 for 4 in their first innings. Just the one wicket that has fallen. That was night watchman Mason Crane, who was caught behind off Ryan Higgins for 4. But Tom Alsop is still there, 127, not out overnight. He's 130. James Vince has joined him now. He's on just 1, but the Gloucestershire bowlers have bowled very straight at James Vince. He's not able to play his trademark cover drive as yet. Live commentary right now via the BBC Sport website and app.
Josh Shaw into the attack for the first time, first change of the morning. Goes away to bowl to Alsop outside his off stump. And the left-hander leaves it alone. He's got 130 here, Alsop. Shaw yesterday was expensive, 16 overs, 0 for 75. It was a real outlier in what generally was a fairly disciplined performance by Gloucestershire. But Shaw was expensive on his return, missed the game at Somerset with a groin problem, only able to bowl 1 over in the second innings against Surrey in the first game of the season. He's going round the wicket almost straight away here, and Alsop in his ground is just waiting for one that might have just popped, and he dabs it down out to mid-wicket, and there's no run. He's got a couple of slips in place. Point, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, square leg and long leg. So very conventional here for sure. Higgins probed away for 4 overs this morning from this pavilion end. Got the wicket, the night watchman Mason Crane. Gloucestershire need a couple more wickets here in quick succession for another point. Shaw is on his way, bowling full to Alsop, and Alsop is a long way forward, playing down out towards mid-off, and there's no run. And success in the first innings against Surrey. And Surrey were whistled out fairly quickly. Picked up 4 for 48, did Shaw, in that first innings of the season. Some overs for the second 11 on Monday, proving his fitness, and back here, bowling to Alsop just outside his off stump on a fullish length, and Alsop is content to allow it to pass through to Bracey, taking it down low again, just outside his left boot. Worrell's been the only one with his slightly more aggressive style. Big shoulders hitting the pitch to get the ball to really go through consistently. The rest of the attack had Bracey down around his knees most of the time. Shaw is in again and bowling a touch too straight, but being whipped under the square leg. Protection on the leg side there for Shaw. It remains 303 for 4. A couple of members of the Hampshire staff making their way towards the nets, it looks like, to our right. Nursery ground to our right-hand side.
It's Joe Weatherly. I think it's Jimmy Adams, second team coach, walking with him.
Shaw up again, and Alsop across the off stump, dabbing away from his crease out to extra cover, and the over comes to an end. So Shaw opens up with a maiden, and Hampshire 303 for 4. And I think the last time that I covered a game on this ground, quite a few years ago now, Jimmy Adams would have been playing.
He probably would have been. Yeah, actually, it's Tony Middleton. Apologies, but yeah, he probably would have. Yeah, Jimmy Adams retired 2 years ago?
Yeah, definitely would have been. I think it would have been about 2014 the last time I was here. Before he retired for a life of playing golf at South Winchester and the like.
Here's Worrell, 303 for 4. Bowling to Vince. Vince gets another length ball and steers that up to mid-on, and there is no run. Eddie Lawrence, silentcricket@gmail.com, says, good morning and a happy Friday to you all. Great coverage and a fantastic start to the Hampshire innings yesterday. I was working in Battersea yesterday and then travelling back down the M3 to Romsey, listening to your commentary and Dave's stories. Today I'm in Bracknell. That's what Worrell comes in and bowls, and Vince drives through extra cover, but not through, actually straight to the man there. That's Ian Cobain. Today I'm in Bracknell and I'm loving the weather and cricket and the current batting performance. 450 plus today, question mark. Have a great day. Come on, New Hampshire. So 450 I would have thought in this situation would be a minimum. But they're bowling nice and tight at James Vince here, one off just 18 deliveries. As Worrell comes in and Vince drives, again he finds Cobain at extra cover. I hope he doesn't get too itchy here, James Vince. This is where you get a little bit worried for him sometimes, that hasn't quite got away to the start that he would like. But he's still there, that's the important thing. Runs will come, as we've seen from the patient batting of the top order yesterday, as Worrell comes in and bowls, and Vince again gets another good delivery and just plays that out quietly on the offside. Don't get too impatient, Mr. Vince. Just keep your composure.
He's got all the time in the world there, hasn't he? A couple of sessions, build the total up.
I just think Gloucestershire have done really well this morning, haven't they? Really, they've been really. For me, they've actually bowled tighter than probably yesterday in this little session. Anyway, Vince gets one that's fuller. He drives. You could hear the Nice sound of ball on willow there, but he's found mid-on this time. 3 slips for Vince, but a ring of fielders on the offside, and there's a mid-wicket and mid-on. Fairly standard fill with fine leg as well. Morrell's in again from that hotel end. Bowls to Vince. Vince cracks it away on the offside, but finds point this time. Tom Lace not finding the gaps. James Vince, 303 for 4. Alex Winter will take half hour's break, and Dave Allen, Hampshire's historian, comes in next to me. Thank you, Alex. Mike Day has emailed silentcricket@gmail.com. Mike Day, who's in Chester. He says, hi guys, he says, thoroughly enjoying Hampshire's performances since the season start, but not getting carried away yet, as the opponents were all in Division 2 in 2019. We'll start to get excited when we give Surrey and Somerset a good hiding. Have vivid memories of our last championship in 1973. It was the year when my football team, Aldershot, got a rare promotion and I got married. Here's Shaw round the wicket, right arm over, and Alsop allows himself a free flow of the arms, and he's got that away. Thick outside edge as it goes down towards third man. It was wide, it was fullish, and Alsop went after it, but perfectly safe. It was along the ground, and he moves on to 130, 307 for 4. Morning, Dave Allen.
Good morning. And good morning to everybody else as well. Lots of messages coming in.
It's great fun, isn't it? Sorry, excuse me. Mike Day goes on. Rare promotion and got married. I mentioned those 3 things in that order.
Yeah, I would too.
In my wedding speech to wind up my Yorkshire father-in-law. I succeeded. Still married after 48 years though. Thank you, Mike. There's another wide one, and Alsop gets it in front of square this time. Again, he's reaching for it, but perfectly safe, all along the ground. And a couple of wide, very wide deliveries there from Shaw. And Hampshire just enjoying a little spurt of runs here. It's been some good accurate bowling here this morning from the away side. 311 for 4.
I think that Hampshire have made their intentions pretty clear today by not chasing that bonus point. They seem unconcerned about that. I think their interest is in a big score.
Yes. Excuse me, as Shaw comes in again and bowls, and a little bit straighter, and also drives that through extra cover this time. It won't go all the way to the rope. More of a classic drive, that one. And they will pick up 3 though. Quite a big boundary away to our right here. And Alsop enjoying a little flurry of runs here. Moves on to 141, having resumed this morning on 127. Hampshire 314 for 4 in the 108th. I don't think they're going to get to 350 here, Dave, before 110.
No.
But the bigger picture is Hampshire need to make good from the perfect base which they started from this morning.
I think Vince has started in resolute manner. He's not piercing the field as you said, and he probably will if he hangs about a bit. But
yeah,
I think his intentions are pretty clear.
That's right. He's Shaw again. He's over the wicket to Vince. Gets a thick inside edge as it goes out towards mid-wicket. There's a fielder there, so there's no run. Martin Sampson also emailed me at the start of play. I've missed this one earlier. Sorry, Martin. He's the Brockenhurst Cricket Club honorary secretary and youth team coach. He's emailed us, silentcricket@gmail.com. Hi team, no wonder we're doing so well. The Hampshire batting averages are Dawson 183, Holland 111, Alsop 88, Vince 80 and North East 56. Makes good reading, that's for sure. Shaw's over the wicket to Vince. Foolish, and Vince drives but finds mid-off this time. Not having much luck with the gaps. Loving being able to listen to the commentary on the radio and then open the laptop to see the wickets or when a batter reaches a milestone. Also, quick shout out to Simon Jones, Rob Pfeiffer and the team at the Hampshire Cricket Board for all their support and guidance to help local clubs to grow their youth divisions as well as run All-Stars and Dynamos. Exactly right, Martin. I've spoken a lot to the Hampshire Cricket Board guys. Simon and Rob there do a great job. Thanks for endorsing that as well. That's down the leg side, well taken by Bracey, diving low to his left, and he takes it one-handed as well. And that is the end of the over. 314 for 4, also up 141. Vince, 1 not out.
And we're going to have a little break, so I've got 1 or 2 stories to add. the Murtagh stories, I enjoyed the Murtagh stories very much, and I remember Andy very well. Andy was effectively the 13th man in the 1973 championship winning side. We had a basic 12. Richard Lewis batted for the first half of the season, and then David O'Sullivan came in and bowled slow left arm, took wickets through August. If there was a gap anywhere, if there was an injury anywhere, Andy was the only other man who played. There were only 13 who played, so he was a member of the championship winning side. One story about his bowling he was a very effective limited overs cricketer. He's an all-rounder, and another man that he dismissed in a John Player League game was Jeff Boycott. And my final story about him, I know him pretty well now, he comes to all the players' reunions, is that he became a schoolmaster in Malvern, and also now he writes biographies of all kinds of people, cricketers, including John Holder and Barry Richards. He played with Barry, of course, and also for Gloucestershire people, you may well have read it, Tom Graveney. So he's a prolific author these days, and delightful man, really nice. So there's my Murtagh story. I've got a longer story about averages, which we might get to at some point. There was just a little lead in on that last message, which was rather nice.
Thank you, Dave. So that quick break in play looks like it's just about coming to an end. Worrell spell this morning has come to an end, and who's coming on at that far end? I'll get confirmation. It looks like Ryan Higgins has switched ends. Now, that was my other point this morning before we came on air, and I haven't made it quite yet, that it was quite interesting because all the bowlers bowled the same ends yesterday. Nobody bowled a spell from one end and switched to another, or vice versa, and which I thought was a bit odd. But Higgins, for the first time, is coming from the hotel end now and bowls to Allsop. Good length delivery, good line, and Allsop pushes that up towards extra cover. We had the question, didn't we, earlier about the 4 Gloucestershire cricketers, and the one thing they had in common was they'd all taken 10 wickets in an innings. Richard Shelley has tweeted at Solent Sport. Tom Goddard was one of those. He says, amazing that in addition to taking 10 wickets in an innings, Tom Goddard took 9 wickets in an innings on 8 occasions. He must have been half a decent bowler.
Yeah,
he certainly must have been. I think a couple of you actually did email in, and there's also drives, and not quite where he was aiming. He was aiming it towards mid-on. It's gone out towards extra cover. Foolish delivery in there from Higgins. Some of you actually did say, oh, it was 9 wickets the common denominator, but it was actually 10. But I can understand now why some people may have thought 9, because Tom took 9 quite a few times. Bazza has also tweeted at Solent Sport as Higgins comes in again and bowls to Allsop, who works that to mid-wicket. Struggling to find the gaps at times, Hampshire. Given the early start to the season, it's possible someone might score 1,000 runs before the end of May. I think that's very possible. I think at one stage a few might have said they might have done it by the end of April. Can you name the 8 players that have managed it? 2 of them are Gloucestershire players. Before the end of May. Wasn't that done by... Who was the guy that played at Middlesex, went to Somerset, played for England up until, oh gosh, I don't know, 7 or 8 years ago?
No. Sorry.
You can't, can you?
Whoever that was.
I'm trying to think of his name. He did it. That's wrapped Allsop on the thigh pad. What's that? What do you mean no? What?
I mean, no, he didn't, whoever he was, because the last one to do it was Graham Hick.
Oh, right. Oh, okay. Oh, so he missed out.
I won't give them all. I think I can do them all.
So Hick was one.
The man who did it twice, somebody could check this for me. The man who did it twice did it in the 1930s, and at least once at Northlands Road, and possibly on both occasions at Northlands Road. And again, I won't give you his name, but if somebody out there knows that, you might like to check. I think 1930 and 1938.
Okay.
Okay.
Right, so that'll be a recurring thing throughout the day. Then so 2 Gloucestershire players out of 8. Higgins has the keeper stand up on Rats. Vince is wrapped on the pad. Big shout from Higgins. Not out, says umpire David Milnes. Came across that one slightly. James Vince, who's batting certainly on off stump, and maybe just going down the leg side.
I got another obscure hint about this, which was going to be one of my fun little quiz questions today, so I'll include it. One of the Gloucestershire batsmen who achieved that has a Hampshire link.
Ooh. Higgins again, and now Vince steps away outside leg stump and finds room, and he's hit that through the covers. Hasn't been perfectly timed, but it may just beat the fielder, and it does. It goes over the rope, and James Vince there quite deliberately going outside leg stump that to crack that away through the covers. He moves on to 5, 319 for 4.
I wonder if there are people out there who remember a famous innings by Barry Richards on a Sunday afternoon, a John Player League innings, when he batted against Leicestershire. Would have been 75, 76, something like that. And he did that to Ray Illingworth time and time again. Illingworth was exasperated. He was trying to fire it in at or just outside leg stump, and with a packed leg side field, and Richards was having none of it, and he kept stepping away and whacking him through the covers. It was a most extraordinary performance. I reckon some people might remember that one. Yeah, but anyway, 1,000 runs before the end of May.
Yeah, 8 players, 2 of them Gloucestershire.
Yeah.
Right, okay, you mentioned Hicks, so that's one of those 8.
There were 2 Worcestershire players, but one of them wasn't playing for Worcestershire when he did it.
Okay. Right, so that's.
I'll stop now.
Okay, thanks, Bazza, for that one. Stewie Neal at Silent Sports says, "Morning all, listening again at work. Any one bowler taken all 20 wickets in a match?"
No.
Love stat. No, it's never happened.
Jim Laker, 1956.
In that test at Oval.
In that test against Australia. Yeah.
So that's the bit. Nobody else has ever taken 19.
I'll say that. I mean, it's entirely possible that somebody will come up with an answer a bit like your 4 in 400, you know, where there was somebody overseas who nobody'd ever heard of, and it might well have happened in a game in India.
Sure.
But as far as I'm aware, no.
Okay. Just waiting for a slight change in the field. Josh Shaw's ready. He comes in and bowls to Alsop. Again, it's wide of off stump, and also cracks that into the covers. They'll get a single actually because Lace is quite deep. There is a man, that's a Dent, who's short extra cover, allowing Lace to go quite deep. And even though Alsop timed that quite nicely, they were still able to come through for a single. Richard Shelley at Sonar Sports says, following up on the 10 wickets in an innings, only Headley Verity twice and Titch Freeman 3 times have achieved the feat more than once. Also, Hampshire, along with Worcester, are the only counties not to have a 10-footer in an innings.
Yeah, we're odd like that because neither do we have anybody who's made 100 on first-class debut batting for Hampshire.
Shaw's over the wicket to Vince, and Vince works that straight delivery to mid-wicket, no run.
I was burbling a bit there. What I mean by that is nobody who was scoring a century on debut for Hampshire and was also making his first-class debut. So 7 men have scored it in their first inning or first match for Hampshire. The last one was Rahane on the Isle of Wight 2 years ago. But in each case, those 7 men had all played first-class cricket somewhere else first. So we haven't got a 100 centurion and we haven't got a 10-fer.
Okay. Shaw to Vince and bowls, and Vince drives on the up, but up towards mid-off. I have to say, I'm quite impressed the way Gloucestershire are bowling at Vince at the moment. Ross E on that subject at Solent Sports says, what do you make of the trend of standing on off-stump? Assume it's because the modern player is so strong off the pads. Yes, that's exactly what James Vince is doing at the moment. Well, I've never actually talked to Vincey about it yet. I suppose there will be at a point at some point in the season where I will, and we'll put that on the feed. But I presume, I mean, certainly outside of stump where we know he's very strong, I suppose he knows he can leave balls a little bit easier if it's just outside the line of sight. As Shaw comes in and bowls to Vince. Vince walks into that one and works that to mid-on. Good diving stop. But Vince will pick up a single, moves on to 6, 321 for 4. The only problem is, of course, and as you found out last week, and you can debate whether it was actually out LBW in the second innings or not, but of course if you do end up playing slightly across your pad, and your pads are actually in line with the stumps, then of course you run that risk of being LBW, whereas if you took a middle and leg guard, which used to be a tradition really, didn't it, with a lot of batsmen, then you knew that if the ball was on your pad it was going down the leg side, so you were quite happy to play across the line and work it on the leg side. When you're standing on off stump, you kind of have to play balls on your pads a little straighter up towards mid-on. Shaw's round the wicket, and he has a waft outside the off stump there, Tom Alsop, and to his credit, it's probably the first time in his innings, it's certainly the first time this morning and the first time for quite a while that he's gone for one outside the off stump and actually played and missed.
one of the few characteristics that Kevin James and I share as cricketers, because I was fairly ordinary to say the least, is that we're both left-handed batsmen. I wonder whether the current trend is a right-handed batsman's approach.
True. Short, and Allsop drives on the up, and that's gone down towards third man, thickish outside edge. Shaw's deliberately bowling outside off stump, which again was a feature of the Gloucestershire bowling attack at times yesterday, where the line definitely was one that was well outside off stump. 322 for 4, not all the time, but there were periods. Vince has 6, and Allsop has moved on to 143.
I'm to pass a message to a man who will be very keen to watch James Vince bat this morning, and that's Paul. This is a message from your mate Jim, who I'm sure you recognise, and Jim says he's very much looking forward to meeting up fairly soon and looking forward to you buying the first round. So, there you are, Paul. And I've been chatting with Paul overnight on email actually, and he's good fun. So here we are.
So 55 minutes of play this morning. Hampshire have gone from 292 for 3 as Higgins comes in and bowls to Allsop, and they move on to 323 for 4. Allsop moves on to 144, I think that'll be. I think the scoreboard's just a little bit slow on this occasion, having resumed on 127. Mason Crane, the night watchman, lasted 18 minutes when he was caught behind from the man we're watching bowl now, Ryan Higgins, for 4. Beauty of a delivery from Higgins, wasn't it? Sort of bowled, sort of on the line of off stump, just outside, and just pitched and just left Crane and the edge through to the keeper. Higgins bowls with the keeper standing up. Vince flicks that away through with the leg side square, and that's beaten 2 fielders, and that's gone for 4. Sweetly timed by James Vince. This time he has found the gap, but rather than off the offside, it's actually on the leg side.
I think that's where his fairly cautious approach this morning might pay off, actually.
Yeah.
He'll suddenly get going. I did promise an update on something to do with 100 scoring and averages, so I better squeeze that in a minute.
Sure. Vince drives that straight delivery up to mid-on.
Well, Tigger and I, funnily enough, have been doing the same work and came up with the same conclusion this morning. Tigger emailed Kevin and I stuck something on my blog, and what we did was to go back to that question of, was it a record that 5 different batsmen had scored centuries in the first 2 games, and Tigger quite rightly last weekend said no.
Here's Higgins. Vince drives on the up to extra cover, Cobain Fields.
But what we decided to do, independently of each other, but just great minds thinking alike, I think, is that we decided to exclude the Oxford University games and thought, let's just look at the Championship. And it's interesting that in the Championship in 1990, there were actually 5 different players who scored centuries in the first 2 games, one of them KD James.
Here's Higgins. And Vince just plays that quietly to Gully off the face of the bat, no run.
But in 1990, the 3rd game, there was a centurion, Robin Smith, who'd already made one in the 2nd game. So in the first 3 matches in 1990, there were 6 centuries scored for Hampshire, and already we've had 7. So this bit of it is a record. That's Championship only, and 6 again in 1992.
Higgins again, and Vince drives strongly but up to mid-off, and that's the end of the over. Higgins has completed 25 overs now in this innings, 1 for 50. Hampshire 327 for 4. 111 overs completed now, so no more bonus points on offer in this innings. And of course that was completed an over ago. Hampshire have 3, Gloucestershire 1.
And incidentally, in both, they were both mad years in terms of batting. I've got some more stats which I might share at some point with you, a comparative thing. In 1990, having made 6 in the first 3 matches, we then made 2 in the next, 1 in the next, and 1 in the one after that. Somebody mentioned that on a message last night. It was when Malcolm Marshall got hundreds. And in 1992, there was another one in the 4th game against Lancashire. So, and also, sadly, in that 4th game against Lancashire, which was Tony Middleton, a certain other batsman scored 98. And it was you.
Up at Lancashire?
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember that. There's Shaw round the wicket, bowls to Allsop. Again, that's way outside the off stump, and well, in a one-day game that would be a wide, but here in 4-day cricket, he'll get away with that. And I think it's quite deliberate here from Shaw. He's got a man out on the sweeper on the cover boundary, and a ring of 3 men on the offside as well, but quite deliberately bowling well outside Tom Alsop's off stump. Got some answers on the 8 players to have scored 1,000 runs before the end of May. 2 of them Gloucestershire players, as Shaw bowls again. It's way outside the off stump, and well, okay, that's the line he wants to bowl. So I guess if he's bowling to a plan, then he's doing it quite well.
I think take off stump guard now.
I think you're right. I think it'll be interesting to see
actually,
where
he's just changed it.
Yes, he has.
Yeah.
We'll have a look at that on the live stream, because we're just slightly to the right of play, so we can't see exactly right down stump to stump. But Josh Shaw now is moving slip away, or is he? Or is he just changing the field? I think he is. It's a change of personnel. It's just a straight swap, 3rd man for slip. Otherwise, the field's the same. Roger Gibbons, soniccricket@gmail.com. Gloucestershire players W.G. Grace and Walter Hammond.
Yep.
Both right?
Yep. Oh, yeah.
So they are the 2 Gloucestershire players. Grace the first to do it, and the Hampshire connection.
Yep.
It's a bonus answer here.
Yep.
Here's, you know it, Dave, but I'll reveal it to everybody else. Shaw's over the wicket to Alsop, who cuts that away. Again, the line is wide of off stump. Now, that's going for 4 because it's gone to point. And there isn't a deep point. There is certainly a deep cover, but Alsop hit that well. And he moves on to 148 in the Hampshire total to 331 for 4. The Hampshire connection is that Hammond went to Portsmouth Grammar School.
Yep.
There we go. And I was lucky enough to see Hick complete his 1,000 at Worcester.
That's great. That's really good. I went to Portsmouth Grammar School as well, and in fact we celebrated the centenary of his birth back in, I don't know, 2000. Somebody will tell me 2004 perhaps. We had a big event at the Hillsey, which Raj Maru was involved in. An old England 11 came and played
Hampshire
the
left
school.
arm spinner and Middlesex. That's right. Shaw bowls, and again it's wide of off stump, and that's cracked away through the covers. They may look for 2. No, they don't. Lace does really well running in off the cover boundary, keeps it down to a single, and Alsop is on 149, but he's on the 9 strikers end. Very wide of off stump now, Shaw. It's very obvious the line that he's bowling.
Be interesting to see what he does to the right-hander now. There is a wonderful photograph of Wally Hammond at the Portsmouth Grammar School playing fields at Hillsey when he's about 13, and he looks a right scruff, but he's in his whites, which are fairly grey, and he's got a bat at the wicket.
Okay.
Yeah.
Vince on 10 faces Shaw, who's over the wicket, and bowls. It's down way outside leg stump. And, Vince couldn't quite flick that away, couldn't reach it.
It's the same line, but he's a right-hander now.
Yes, I was going to say, yeah. Right hand. Tony Press from Bristol has emailed soniccricket@gmail.com. He says, dear team, on the subject of 1,000 runs by the 31st of May, one must be Zaheer Abbas.
I don't think so.
I don't think it was.
No,
Plus
no.
Dennis Compton.
No, I don't think so.
No.
Again, no. I'm now actually thinking, can I, off the top of my head, remember all 8? And I'll probably forget somebody, but
I think Don Starr's given me the answers now. Vince is trying to whip that away through the leg side, coming down the wicket. Bracey doesn't take it cleanly. He also was thinking about a single sent back by Vince.
No, Zaheer Abbas would have had to do it for Pakistan, because he's not one of the. We know he's not one of the Gloucestershire men.
Okay.
So I think not for him for sure. And
I've got the answers here.
you'd think Compton would have done it in 1947, but I don't think he did. You know.
That's the end of the over, by the way. 332 for 4. Now I've got the names here.
Okay.
So we've said Grace, haven't we? We've said Hammond.
Yep.
We've also said Graham Hick.
Yep.
Right, okay. There's one man that's done it twice here, according to this.
Yeah, that's the one at Southampton. Well, at least once at Southampton, and I'm trying to remember. I can't. I could check.
Okay.
I think it was both times. I think it was 1930 and 1938. Because in 1934, when he played at Southampton, this ought to be giving you a hint. Somebody who played at Southampton in 1930, 1934, and 1938, but not other seasons between. So who would he have played for? That's a hint. And I think in 1934 he made naught.
Here's Higgins from the hotel end. Alsop gets a straight delivery, which is an inside edge onto the pad as it goes out on the leg side, which created a little bit of excitement. Bill Seeger at sunnycricket@gmail.com says this is a really good watch. This was a few minutes ago, actually. Nothing loose from the bowlers and the batsmen watchful and mindful not to give the opposition another bonus point. Chisel out those runs, he says.
It is. It's good stuff again. Yeah.
Here's Higgins again then, and bowls, and it's just beaten Alsop just outside the off stump. Good delivery. It's quite interesting, isn't it? Shaw's bowling to Alsop at least a foot and a half, maybe a bit more outside off stump, whereas Higgins is going for the straight attack, and that just left Alsop off the pitch. That was a great delivery. It just makes you wonder sometimes. Listen, Shaw's obviously bowling to a plan. Fine, that's if that's what it is. But when you see Higgins bowl the ball like that, and you think, well, actually, if you keep bowling the ball straight, there is still a little bit there. Higgins bowls, and that's way down the leg side. Is he touched that one? I think he might have done, and he's given out. And Alsop looks down at the ground. He can't quite believe what has happened. And that is the second Hampshire batsman that has been caught behind down the leg side. Northeast last night, Alsop this morning, and he goes for 149, one short of his highest first-class career best score. 290 deliveries, 19 fours in that 149, and Alsop trudges off. Big disappointment for the left-hander.
It is a big disappointment, but I think there's also a lesson in that. I don't see the point really of trying to strangle run scoring unless it leads to a wicket. When you're bowling at 332 for 4, the best way to strangle run scoring in this situation is to get through one more wicket, and you have a hope there, because from that point onwards you've got keeper McManus and the bowlers, and there's no reason why Gloucestershire can't aim to bowl Hampshire out for under 400. Hampshire, by contrast, will want to get 450 plus. But the trick for Gloucestershire, if they want to contain Hampshire's scoring, is to bowl them out. So they've done them well there, I think.
So 2 wickets have fallen this morning, and the same combination for Gloucestershire has done both James Bracey and Ryan Higgins. Conventional dismissal to get rid of Mason Crane, slightly unconventional that Alsop has fallen for. New batsman in for Hampshire is Liam Dawson. He has a 150 to his name already this season. Scored up at Grace Road. Bob Murrell, morning to you. Oh, it's actually afternoon now, of course, isn't it? Bob Murrell, sunnycricket@gmail.com. He says 1,000 runs in May on the subject of. He says, thanks again for the great commentary. I can confirm that the man mentioned by Dave, in brackets a certain Mr. D.G. Bradman, did complete the feat at Northlands Road on both occasions. In 1930, end of May, 31st of May, when he reached 46, and in 1938 on the 27th of May, when he reached 146. In the first match, the Aussies won by an innings and 8. The second match was drawn with no play on the first day.
Well done, Bob. Thank you very much.
We there. Yeah, one more over, Dave.
One more,
and then we'll let Alex come in.
That was good. Yeah. And in 1934, he was dismissed for naught by a man called A.E.G. Baring, who was an amateur fast bowler. Huge promise at one point, and then had a car crash, dislocated both kneecaps, and never quite bowled fast again.
Okay.
I think Australia was something like 4 for 3. I can't quite remember, but again, it's the sort of thing somebody would enjoy checking out.
We're still 2 or 3 names short at the moment, but we've got the rest.
Well, there's a Worcestershire man who didn't score them for Worcestershire.
Here's Higgins to Dawson. Dawson gets a good length ball, which he pushes out into the covers off the front foot.
We mentioned Hick, and he was before Hick, but not that much before Hick, so fairly recent. A player that people will remember.
Richard Shelley says in 1934, Bradman caught Mead bowled Baring for naught at Northlands Road.
Thank you, Richard. Well done.
Ground.
Yeah. God.
And on the subject of of Ian Murtaugh's email earlier, which we enjoyed, he's back to because he mentioned Acklam, and I'd never heard of that ground, Acklam, and he's back on the emails, and he says, for your information, Acklam was the most northern ground Yorkshire played at. Perhaps the reason you were unaware of the name is because it probably went down in the scorecard as Middlesbrough. Yeah. Funny enough, I did play there. I played a Sunday League game there, actually, at Middlesbrough. I didn't realise it was called Acklam. There is a conference going on there in the middle at the moment. Not quite sure what. Both the umpires are in their normal positions, so it's nothing to do with umpires. Oh, there's a change of bat here.
Dawson's waiting
for Liam Dawson. He's faced one ball and he's changing his bat.
Now, there is an important...
it was a picturesque town, about 4 miles from Middlesbrough on the way to Redcar. Acklam. There we go.
I've got an important story to tell you about Middlesbrough. which is that in 1965, Hampshire dismissed Yorkshire in Middlesbrough for 23, which is the lowest score Yorkshire have ever made in the county championship.
Really?
Butch White took 6 for 10. Yeah.
The late Butch White, yes.
And they told me stories about the, I think they came back by train and they celebrated somewhat.
Ryan Higgins bowling to Liam Dawson, who's got a different bat in his hands now, and that's another leg ball. He's beaten outside the off stump. Wow, that was a beauty of a delivery. Straight, pitched, left Liam Dawson. And Dawson prodding at thin air there.
This is the way to bowl.
Delivery.
Absolutely. He's bowled a really good over.
He's bowled some decent balls this morning, as Ryan Higgins. Almost too good a delivery, that one, to catch the edge.
It'll encourage the Hampshire bowlers in the
certainly will.
Pavilion.
Again, it makes you wonder why Josh Shaw's bowling so wide of the off stump, but maybe that will change now with Alsop gone, as Dawson gets a wideish one, which he steers out into the covers, doesn't quite get hold of that. Lacey's quickly around, prevents a single being taken. Dave, thank you very much. He's back in 20 minutes. And Alex Winter will come in alongside me. Ray Glover on the email, suncricket@gmail.com. He says, loving the coverage. Nice to see matches as well as listen to the commentary. Not sure it's anything significant or unusual, but noticed yesterday that in the 87th over, Alsop was on 111 of 222 balls, and North East was on 11 of 22. One of those statistical quirks, but thanks for pointing it out. 332 for 5. With Vince on at 10, Dawson yet to get off the mark, and Alex Winter is back after probably doing another lap, because when he's off commentary he loves walking around the ground.
I slightly overdid it at breakfast, so there's a few calories to burn off this morning.
How was it?
And it is a beautiful day, of course, so no excuse not to be out and about, and it's always really nice to try and watch the game from different angles and different perspectives. Had a little sit down in front of the scorers to our left hand side and watched a few overs down there. This gets you a bit close to the action and a bit more of a sense of what's going on. Shaw's going to continue here from the pavilion end. Hampshire 3-2-2 for 5, and he's going away to bowl to Vince, who whips one away down to long leg and picks up a single, but he was very nearly out in that previous Shaw over when he had a charge and a waft and an edge. And did you think it carried to Bracey?
I didn't realise he'd edged it, had he?
Definite nick,
Had he?
yeah.
Really?
Definite nick. Yeah. Audible nick from pitch side. Couldn't quite tell whether it did just get to Bracey down low. But it was a moment of out of nothing, wasn't it? He was 10 off 37 balls at the time, or 36 balls at the time. Couple of steps down, a real waft. Almost paid the price. Dawson on strike here, looking to get off the mark, and he works Shaw out to mid-wicket. Dent is across there, down with the right hand to collect, and there's no run. But a chance here for Vincent Hampshire to bat deep into the afternoon and be in a complete position of dominance as this game moves forward in the next couple of days. Couple of strikes for the Gloucesters this morning, but weren't able to add an additional bonus point to their haul as Shaw goes in, and one just bounces from that spot that we've seen a couple of times in this match so far. Dawson rides it well and plays out towards point for no run, but from this pavilion end, a couple of occasions we have just seen the odd ball bounce a little bit outside the right-hander's off stump. There were 3 examples yesterday where balls just got up a wee bit. Dawson rode that one well. Triple Nelson is up, 5 down Hampshire as Shaw goes in. This is edged away past second slip. It'll run away for 4 down to the hotel. He was playing a little across it, Dawson. Thick outside edge, not at catchable height, but well wide of second slip. And it whistles away down towards the western half of the hotel for a boundary. So Dawson is away, but in streaky fashion. He was just looking to touch one leg side. He got his angles a little askew there. And it was a genuine outside edge, thick outside edge, but down and away past second slip for a boundary. 3-3-7 for 5.
Surprised Goodman hasn't been on this end.
Shaw goes up with a short mid-wicket now, and Dawson is playing towards that short mid-wicket. Then takes a stride to his left, and there is no run. Yes, I think on yesterday's figures, certainly, Goodman probably deserved his chance here this morning, but they've gone with maybe a slight bit of extra pace, perhaps, with Shaw.
Well, I mean, I'm just looking at his stats at the moment. He's going for nearly 5 and over.
Yeah, he hasn't been good, definitely.
Wide at Tom Alsop. When you see balls like that, you think, why didn't you bowl a bit straighter at Alsop this morning?
Yeah, very much so. He's in again now, and Dawson is defending around the off stump, back up towards the bowler. And there is no run to end the over. Hampshire 3-3-7 for 5. With Dawson off the mark there with that edged boundary. And Vince with him on 11. A couple of wickets for the Gloucesters this morning. They got rid of the night watchman Mason Crane pretty early in the piece, falling to Higgins for 4, and then Alsop's final innings coming to an end on 149. Caught at the wicket off Higgins, giving Higgins another success on the day.
Yeah. See, for me, that was Shaw's best over in the game. And it was.
You could well be right.
But you know, it's a standard line and length.
Yeah,
and
he just failed to find that control yesterday, definitely. And yet Goodman was very good.
Well, he's a bit taller as well, isn't he? So if there is a little bit of extra bounce from time to time, which we see off a length, which you've quite rightly pointed out, then of course being slightly taller.
Sorry, 15 overs, 7 maidens, 1 with 29 yesterday for Goodman.
Yeah, maybe he's feeling a bit stiff this morning. Maybe he's got a little niggle. I don't know. Maybe Shaw's the more senior bowler, which he is, of course. Here's Higgins, bowls, and Vince driving on the up. Just finds Cobain at extra cover. Jeremy Moore at Solent Sport has tweeted on the 1,000 runs before the end of May. Says the guy who achieved it twice in 1930 and 38 must have been Bradman. That's right, you got that right as well. Bazza, thank you for helping me out. You're thinking of Nick Compton, Kev. He did it on June the 1st. That's right, because I know there was a big hoo-ha a few years ago about how he was going to do it, and then he obviously missed out by a day. Thanks, Bazza, for reminding me. Jeremy Moore, you've got another player. Thank you very much. As Vince drives Higgins up to mid-off, he's been very accurate this morning. Ryan Higgins deserves his 2 wickets. Jeremy Moore says Glenn Turner got to 1,000 before the end of May too, I think. That's right. Yep, that's another name. Dave's giving it the thumbs up as well. Mark Fletcher, you got that right as well. Glenn Turner for Worcestershire. I think we're still about 1 name short, I think, maybe even 2. David Ackland says Bradman as well. Thank you for that. And Steve Robinson got Glenn Turner as well. Thank you for joining in, guys and ladies. And as Vince drives, and that's into the gap in the covers, there is a man out deep, so Vince moves on to 12, 338 for 5. Yeah. Touring with New Zealand, that's right. Yeah, a couple of people on the tweet said that, that's right. Also, Kenny Gibson as well has got that right. Glenn Turner playing for New Zealand, 73, he was touring, that's right. Dave Allen's just said that in the background. Nicholas Slinger has emailed as well, solentcricket@gmail.com. Watching the live stream, enjoying it very much. Happy memories of Dean Park in Bournemouth, the county ground and the Ageas Bowl, as Higgins comes in again from the hotel end. He's bowling to Liam Dawson this time. Dawson prods forward, gets a long stride in and works that up to mid-on. My best cricket day was the Gillette Cup match against Glamorgan at the county ground, when Greenwich and Richards put them to the sword before lunch. When driving to the Oval for the Surrey game, consider yourself more time than usual. That's what I'm doing next week. London roads are very busy, as many people are driving rather than taking the train or the bus. That's exactly what I'm doing, for the very same reason, he says. Thank you, Nick. I will bear that in mind. As Higgins comes in and bowls, and Dawson pushes that up towards extra cover.
I think London roads are busy enough when everyone was taking the tube and the bus and the train.
Everybody's frightened to get on the train, apart from Alex.
It's a ghastly place to drive. It used to take me 45 minutes to get from South Wimbledon to Hammersmith.
Did it really?
Yeah. As the crow flies, it was just over 8 miles.
Well, I lived in North London for 25 years, so yeah, I get it as well. And it's just nice being down here, where it's not quite as bad, although it's got worse. As Dawson pushes that up towards extra cover, end of the over. Yeah. Higgins, 27 overs completed, 2 for 51. He started this morning with figures of none for 35 off 19. For me, I think he's been more accurate and has probably looked a bit more of a threat this morning than he did yesterday.
Yeah, he's just held that sort of 4th stump line a little better than yesterday. He was still very economical yesterday, but has just been, like you say, a little more threat about him this morning. It's going to be sure to continue. Goodwin is now limbering up actually at mid-off. We can see this to our left-hand side. Maybe it was a bit of a psychological ploy from Chris Dent to get Shaw into the action perhaps earlier than perhaps his figures deserved, and a bit of a G-up for the lad and say, here's your chance. Wasn't your day yesterday, but come back and prove what you got today. But hasn't quite had it so far today either. 21 overs for 99, so he's on the verge of going for a gallon, as they used to say. He's got protection out both sides here, deep point and deep square both out. Unusual for a chap who's only on 12. Slip in a gully also in, and Vince is working to that deep square. He comes around to his right, they push back for 2, as sent back here is Vince, and rightly so, because the fieldsman coming in from the nursery ground was on the scene pretty quickly. They probably might have got back had they gone straight away. I wasn't entirely sure that Vince grounded his bat actually at the non-striker's end, and umpire Debenham has just had a little word to him, either for that or maybe just running a little too close to the middle of the pitch.
Dawson took charge there, didn't he?
Yeah, rightly so. I think it was a safe call. You don't want an unnecessary run out in such circumstances, where Hampshire have just been pegged back slightly this morning with a loss of a couple of wickets. 3-3-9 for 5, and Shaw is in and Dawson is forward, working down towards mid-on. Fieldsman to his right collects, and there's no run.
I'll have to say, I think Cobain was on that ball quicker than Vince realised, and I think actually that was a great call from Liam Dawson. It was Vince's call. He'd have been running to the danger end, but Dawson, no, just took complete control. I think, as you said, I think that was a great call.
For Dawson, it's back to 2 conventional slips, and deep square and deep point have both come up. Shaw is in over the wicket, and Dawson is working this just to the left of square leg, nicely placed. Should just be a single towards the edge of the square, out towards the Ingleby-Mackenzie stand to our right. Dawson goes to 5, and Hampshire to 340 for 5.
He's quick in the field, Cobain, isn't he?
Yeah, generally Gloucestershire pretty good in the field. Young side, athletic side, very good at the shortest format the past few years. Fielding, well, in the game generally, but acutely so more in the shorter formats. Crucial element as Vince drives away for 4. There's one for the notebook. A Vince cover drive that finds the extra cover boundary to our left-hand side. Overpitched by Shaw. It was a bit of a throwdown, it must be said, but when Vince puts them away, he does so very pleasurably indeed.
Well, we waited an hour 3 minutes for that.
That's a tick in the box for the trip this week. Vince to 17, 344 for 5. Vince waits again and flicks one through square leg. A little walk at Shaw there. He took a ball, might have been quite straight, out towards deep square to our right hand side for a single. He goes to 18, 345 for 5. I think Marcus Droskothic is on the ground, who's full-time part of the England setup now.
Who's he going to be looking at then?
I think Vince will be the #1 candidate, you would say. Up there to our left-hand side, the top of the worn stand. Shaw is into Dawson, who's driving thick inside edge. Was reaching really hard for that. It squirts away down towards long leg, and he gets a single for his troubles. He's taking a big stride forward there with hard hands, and it was a thick inside edge that ran away in the end in the direction of the hotel. Single to end the over. Another fairly expensive one from Shaw. Dawson has 6, Vince has 18, and Hampshire 346 for 5.
Bracey, he's got to be looking at him, isn't he?
Yep. Didn't notice him yesterday, but just when I had a wander around the worn stand earlier on, I glanced up and saw an England tracksuit. Do you reckon it's written into the contract that you have to wear the tracksuit? Because they always do, don't they? When you see James Taylor about, or Chris Silverwood. Not that he gets to too many games, but the likes of Taylor and other scouts do, and they're always in kit. They're never in sort of casual clothes or anything. They're always in their England tracksuits.
You thought they want to go around incognito, really?
Indeed, yes. Yeah. I probably wouldn't have noticed him otherwise if I didn't see the flash of blue and purple.
Change of bowling at the hotel, and then we're going to have some of Matt Taylor, left arm seamer. who's starting today with 1 for 66 from his 20 overs. He's going to be bowling to Liam Dawson with 2 slips. Comes in again now and bowls, and Dawson gets one that's just short of a length, which he works to mid-wicket, and there's no run. Richard emails silentcricket@gmail.com about the 1,000 runs before the end of May. Bill Edrich made all his 1,000 runs at Lord's in 1938. Interestingly, he was dismissed by the previously mentioned Tom Goddard for Gloucestershire for 181. It's the missing name if you want to hold fire until somebody answers. Too late, I've read it out. I only saw that last line. I'm sure there was one more actually. I'll have to double check. He's Matty Taylor again. It's another good length and good line from him, and Dawson just plays it back to the bowler. Dave Allen's got something. Yeah, Dick Compton, that's right. He needed 59 for 1,000 on the 31st of May. He was 9 not out when it rained, so he got there on the 1st of June. Thank you very much, Dave. Great stuff from you, yes. Nick Compton. 346 for 5 as Taylor comes in again. Bowls to Dawson. Dawson works it up to mid-on, thinks about a single, but not one there.
Nick Compton spent the most torturous spell in the 90s I've ever come across.
Did he?
Test match in New Zealand. Can't quite remember where, but he got into the 90s and Alistair Cook was on about 73 at the time. And Cook had sailed to about 110, playing wonderfully fluently. And Compton was there. Oh goodness, it was torturous. But he got there, all credit to him.
Here's Taylor. Dawson flicks that away on the leg side behind square for a single. Moves on to 7, 347 for 5.
An awful number of England openers that came and went. Michael Carberry not too long after Compton got his chance. Adam Lyth. Sam Robson, got a few runs so far this season. A lot of players given a go, and the question is whether Rory Burns might be the latest to be discarded after his form so far this year. Another failure yesterday.
Taylor to Vince. Vince drives up to mid-off. Yeah, he hasn't exactly set the world alight, has he, Burns?
So there might be a window there for a Bracey perhaps in those early test matches against New Zealand in June.
So Vince has 18 off 45. We're in the 117th over here of the Hampshire innings. Bonus points in this innings have already been awarded. Hampshire have 3 of them, Gloucestershire 1. No more, of course, now. Second new ball was taken in the 86th over last night. So this is 30 overs old. Matty Taylor's round the wicket now to James Vince, and Vince tries find the gap through extra cover and mid-off. My word, that's just about going to make it to the boundary, or is it? It's not. It's going to be pulled up just inches inside. They've run 3. They may run 4 here. Dawson's running to the danger end, but it's a comfortable 4. Big boundary down that far side of the ground away to our right. And Vince gets 4 for that shot anyway. Moves on to 18. The 350 runs comes up for Hampshire in this innings for the loss of 5 wickets. It's come up at the end of the 117th.
Around the country, along the south coast at Hove, Yorkshire bundled out for 150 yesterday. Sussex are 180 for 6 in reply. So a little lead and work to do to turn that into a really strong position. Worcestershire off the back of more runs for Jake Libby yesterday. Have made 3, 6, 8 for 9 against Notts, Libby's former county. At Newra, that'll be resplendent in the sunshine, no doubt. Essex made 295 yesterday at Edgbaston, and Warwickshire are 48 for 2 in reply. No Dom Sibley there, having injured his finger against Notts last week, but is expected to return in May, so it won't be too long out of the game for Sibley, it is hoped. Change here, Dom Goodman's going to replace Shaw. Wantage Road, Glamorgan have made 407. Good runs for them there, haven't been sent in. And Northampton in the first over of their reply. Here's Goodman then, 2 slips, going away to Dawson. And Dawson is forward and playing gently down towards mid-on for no run. At Canterbury, Lancashire 330 for 7 against Kent. Did struggle earlier on, Lancashire, but they're making a good fist of that first innings there, as they tend to do. They tend to be led exceptionally well by Dane Villas, who made runs against Northants last week. Goodman is in just outside the off stump of Dawson, who lets one go. Another half century for the Lancashire captain yesterday. Durham 3-5-7-4-5 against Derbyshire up at Chestler Street. It was a good day's batting for them yesterday. Davy Beddingham getting a big score there as Goodman goes in once more. And Dawson is well forward in studious defence, playing down towards mid-on for no run. So Durham going well up in the northeast. Surrey 154 yesterday at Lords. Middlesex 158 for 4. So in a really good spot there. Pushed themselves into the lead. They have lost a wicket there this morning, but they have edged themselves ahead and a chance to build their lead up. Here's Goodman again, short sleeve shirt. Slightly straighter and dabbed him at wicket. Sharp single attempted, and there was a fumble by Dent. Had he gathered, there was a good chance of a run out, because it was a poor call really. Dawson dabbed and went. It was all his own call, but it was a poor one. Dent in quite tight there at mid-wicket. And again, it's just a little moment that Gloucestershire haven't been able to grasp in this game so far. It was a difficult chance because he was diving to try and gather and throw at the stumps underhand, all in one movement, and he would have had 1.5 stumps at best to aim at, but it was just another little half chance. But Dawson gets a single and goes to 6-3-5-2 for 5. Goodman to Vince now, and Vince is dabbing away to mid-wicket for no run. And just to complete the boards, Somerset 119 for 4, replying to Leicestershire's 2-3-3, so they have also lost a wicket this morning. Those boundary riders have retreated again here for Vince. They've got that man in the gully, which is always a good position for Vince. He goes very hard at the ball quite often. Goodman goes in and bowls just outside his off stump, and Vince leans forward, shoulders arms, and it's through to Bracey behind the stumps. End of the over. Hampshire 3-5-2 for 5, but another little moment there, Kev, where had a slightly sharper Gloucestershire fieldsman been able to grasp the chance, it would have been a little moment for them perhaps.
It was a bit of a worry, wasn't it, for a little while there? Dave Allen's just pointed out to me that this now is Hampshire's highest innings total against Gloucestershire on this ground. And Tom Alsop's highest individual innings against Gloucestershire. He's obviously got another 100 against him, has he, somewhere along the line? And he's only got 4 in total. 352 for 5 then the total. Again, about the 1,000 runs before the end of May. Andrew Cattle, you got the answer right as well. One of the answers right anyway. Bill Edrich. Thank you, Andrew. And it's going to be Taylor who's staying round the wicket with his left arm paces from that hotel end. It's going to be bowling to Liam Dawson then, who's on 8 not out, 2 slips, a wait, and Dawson drives up to mid-on quite strongly, but straight to the fielder. Hour and a half's play this morning. Hampshire resuming on 292 for 3. Soon be lunch. Ish. Taylor again then. Comes into Dawson once more. Bowls, and Dawson gets a length ball, which he pushes up to mid-off. Taylor's wicket yesterday was Sam Northeast. Around 6:15 last night. Down the leg side. Good catch from James Bracey for 24. Tom Alsop going the same way, but off Ryan Higgins. Caught down the leg side. It's a dangerous way to get out if you're a Hampshire batsman in this game. Another update for Solent listeners coming up right now. Here's Taylor. And Hampshire have moved their first innings on to 352 for 5 out there in the middle. James Vince, who's been subdued somewhat by some accurate bowling, he's 22, and Liam Dawson is 8 not out. The 2 wickets that have fallen this morning, first of all, Mason Crane, after 20 minutes of play, the night watchman, he was out for 4. And then Tom Alsop, agonisingly 1 short of a career best. He was out for 149, caught down the leg side off the bowling of Ryan Higgins, who's taken both wickets this morning. Live commentary right now via the BBC Sport website and app. I'll do this over, and then Dave Allen will come in alongside Alex as Taylor comes in once more. Bowls to Dawson. Dawson gets another length ball. He's obviously looking to sort of keep the scoreboard ticking along. I'm just wondering, what are we now on 35 into this morning's play? Hampshire have added 60 exactly. I think Gloucestershire will be reasonably happy with that, Alex, won't they?
Yep, we have kept a lid on the scoring rate once again, as they did yesterday morning. A couple of wickets for them here as well. Got rid of the set batsman overnight in Alsop. So yeah, fairly content with their morning's work.
Yeah, Taylor again, and Dawson drives, push drive there. Slightly uppish as it left the bat, but safe by the time it reached Cobain at extra cover.
Yeah, a couple of times he's had a bit of a lunge as Dawson. But definitely looking to be busy, isn't he? You can see there's a bit of intent there.
Yeah.
Seen a couple of darts from Vince as well, one which almost cost him his wicket.
Last ball of Taylor's 22nd over here. And he's bowling to Dawson once more, comes in and bowls. It's another length ball, and Dawson again can't find the gap, but this time it's on the leg side. He looks a little bit peeved off, does Liam Dawson. Maiden over to Matty Taylor, 6 of them in these 22 overs to date. And Hampshire 352 for 5. Alex Winter will continue, and then alongside him will be Dave Allen.
Cheers, Kev. Beautiful day once again at the Ageas Bowl here in the West End. Clear blue skies as far as the eye can see, and I do hope you've got a nice watching spot today. If you're on the live stream or you're following us on the BBC website and app. Squawk of a few gulls flying over the hotel across from us, and the golf course behind it very busy again once again this morning when I was out for my walk just after 8 o'clock. Again, another chilly one with this easterly breeze. It was hats and jumper weather, but beautiful in the sunshine, and certainly a slop of factor 30 needed, because when the wind does die it's very, very warm indeed. And I'm sure later on we'll get 1 or 2 out on the balconies when the sun comes around the ground, the earth tilts, and those balconies become real sun traps. Hello again, Dave.
Hi, nice to see you, Alex. I would have thought both teams are reasonably satisfied with the way things have gone this morning.
Here is Dom Goodman going into Vince on 22, and Vince is in his crease and pushing away towards mid-off for no run. Again we're back to slip in a gully, and boundary riders on either fence. So deep point, deep square both out. There's a long leg out towards the eastern portion of the hotel. Mid-wicket in fairly tight, extra cover more orthodox, and then a fairly orthodox mid-off and mid-on. Goodman, who struck with his first ball yesterday, getting rid of Joe Weatherly. It was Gloucestershire's only success for a long time. Goodman is in again, bowling full and being whipped away by Vince towards mid-on. A hint of a leading edge there. It was safely along the ground, out towards Taylor, going to his left-hand side to collect. And there is no run. A lot of noise around the ground, isn't there? Obviously the motorway not too far away, but otherwise there's plenty of noise and sound of building work going on. Here is Goodman once more, and Vince pushing quite hard at this. The ball didn't quite get to him in time, and he has to just take the bottom hand off the bat and dabbing it back up towards the bowler for no run, and it remains 3-5-2 for 5.
The sound of the motorway always gives away the prevailing wind, which is certainly coming from the northeast today. It can be quieter on lighter days. So.
Prevailing weather would normally come from behind us, wouldn't it? Here is Goodman again, past the umpire he goes. And Vince waits for this on a length and dabs down towards square leg. The fieldsman back on the fence there. So just a single. Vince to 23. 353 for 5. And just spoils the idyll, really, doesn't it? The sound of the motorway. As you look at the scene in front of us, this beautiful cricket ground, the sunshine and the hills beyond us and the trees around the ground.
You don't notice it anything like as much if you're down in the bowl, which is where most of the spectators are.
Goodman past the stumps again, and Dawson, not for the first time, having a little walk out of his crease here, and he takes one with the angle out towards Dent at mid-wicket, and Dent is going to his left-hand side to collect in there, and there's no run. Square leg had come up for Dawson, now he's going back away to our right-hand side. Point is staying up to save the single there, Tom Lace. Looks like Dan Worrell in the covers is limbering up for another blast before the luncheon interval. As Goodman goes away from us again and bowls quite full, and Dawson comes quite forward and plays back up towards the bowler's left hand. End of the over. Tidy stuff from Goodman, who's very, very tidy yesterday. 353 for 5.
I'd like to give a quick mention to Angela, who is on the Isle, I'm pretty sure she's on Isle of Wight, who emailed me this morning just to tell me something about an article that looks really interesting. She sent me a PDF and I've had a quick look. It's in a magazine called Hampshire Life, and it is all about what we were talking about yesterday. It's all about Hambledon and the origins of cricket and where it might have started. And they quite correctly say, you know, let's look at the Weald and Kent, Surrey, Sussex, and that's really where it was. But if you're near a newsagent that sells Hampshire Life and you're interested in the topic, then you might like to read that.
Matt Taylor at the hotel end, coming into bowl to Vince, and Vince standing tall and flicking down towards mid-on for no run. These men back square of the wicket at deep point and deep square here for Vince. Trying to starve him of boundaries, I would imagine, is the idea here. Prevent his usual flowing scoring rate and try and frustrate him. Extra cover is quite straight here. The try and cut off his favoured extra cover drive as Taylor goes in, and he's driving past that man at extra cover to his left hand side, and we'll get probably 3 runs here out towards the very edge of the hotel. A deep point has come a long way around to collect, and they do indeed go through for 3 runs. Vince was considering an all-run 4, which was probably possible, but they erred on the side of caution, and Vince goes to 26, 356 for 5.
I've had a feeling over this game, even more than last week, that there has been some discussion in the Hampshire side about quick running, because they have scampered. Alsop was terrific, he ran really quickly, and these guys are pushing it now as well.
Yeah, but it costs nothing. Good running, just fitness and game awareness.
Yep.
And a determination. It's amazing how many runs you can steal. Taylor into Dawson, 2 orthodox slips for he, and he pulls a short ball out towards deep square. Fine shot, and it's gone all the way out towards the edge of the worn stand to our left-hand side. Taylor dropping short, and Dawson back in a flash to pull handsomely over square leg and clearing the short boundary out towards the Health Club to our left-hand side. Picked up really well, goes to 14, Liam Dawson into double figures, 362 for 5.
That's the first one in the match, I think, isn't it? Yeah.
Really quick hands from Dawson through the shot there.
He was worried at the beginning of the season, having had a difficult winter getting back to fitness from a really nasty injury, and wasn't sure about whether he'd be, you know, match fit and in best form, but he's started very nicely with bat and ball.
Yeah, looks in decent fettle. Looks confident, that's the impression I've got so far. Facing Taylor again, playing off the back foot this time out to extra cover. And there is no run as far as Ian Cobain in there.
I can't help thinking about both these guys as youngsters, you know, because I've seen them all the way through from the second 11, but they're not. They're really mature county cricketers now with international experience, and even though in neither case did that particularly work out for them, I think it pays off at the county level.
Yeah, very much so. They both remain senior pros and among the better crop of county cricketers around. As you say, all that experience now. Vital cogs in this Hampshire dressing room. delay here in getting the ball back to Taylor at the far end. One or two curious looks at the ball, but Taylor coming in again now at 3.62 for 5. Past umpire Milnes he goes, and a little too straight and clipped down the leg side for 4. It'll touch on its way to fine leg. Much too straight from Matt Taylor. It was a little expensive yesterday, and once again today has just failed to find that control that his captain has been looking for. Might not have played this game had David Payne been available, the left arm option in the Gloucestershire squad. Payne away with his partner due to give birth very shortly. So Shaw playing and Taylor keeping his place. You can see that his runs at 3.7 and over. 3.66 for 5 now. Dawson is up to 18. And he's getting one that comes back at him here, and it's got away from Bracey. Not enough for more extras against his name, but hint of a little seat movement perhaps. Whether it was a cutter, dragged his fingers across it or something, but it did come back.
Yeah.
Not sure whether there was an edge or not, but Bracey diving away to his left couldn't take it.
Don't think there was. Just looking at that replay, it looks to me it went through slightly above waist high. But I did make the comment earlier that there will be Hampshire bowlers in the dressing room who won't mind seeing 1 or 2 balls lifting like that, and there is still a bit. It's not a.
No,
you wouldn't. It's not a pitch they're going to roll up and take round with them, the bowlers. But
no,
there's a bit in it.
Yeah, just occasionally you've gone.
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
Definitely. 3.66 for 5 then, and Goodman to continue from this pavilion end. Away he goes. Very tall figure, bowling full to Vince. He's playing with soft hands. They dash through for a sharp single, very well taken. It'll drop and run. Only a yard or so out on the onside, and it was a sharp single before Goodman and his follow-through could get through. Vince to 27, 3.67 for 5.
That'll be another characteristic, of course, which is more than 10 years now these guys have been batting together. And you know, when you were a school kid, you were always told if the ball went in front, it was the striker's call. But Dawson called that quite clearly. He just said, "Come on, Jones, on we go."
Yeah, plenty of space with deep square back on the fence. Both square and point are now up for Dawson. Settles over his bat in a short sleeve shirt and comes forward. Slightly on the walk, playing it back up towards the bowler for no run. Now, Ivo Tellent has been in touch with me, Dave, who
has he?
I'm sure you'll know very well.
Oh, I know him very well. Morning, Ivo. Or afternoon, sorry.
Feature of Hampshire cricket for a long while. And he mentions the media centre across from us and doesn't believe it's yet to be named, and suggests it could be named after a former player, and has mentioned Mark Nicholas as a candidate. Here comes Goodman. And Dawson is driving down to mid-on for no run.
I'd always assumed, Ivo, that it would be called the KD James end, but I mean, I think he's an obvious candidate for it, of course. I can't pinch John Arlott again because I did quite a lot of work to make sure that we called the atrium after John Arlott. And that was partly alliteration, to be honest. But yeah, I think Mark
Nicholas Media Centre.
Yeah, I think Mark would be chuffed with that.
It's got a nice ring to it.
Yeah.
Here is Goodman going in and bowling on a length outside the off stump, and Dawson is leaning forward and shouldering arms, and it's through to Bracey. What other candidates we've got?
Well, I could share a joke with Ivo that I'm not sure that you'd get this, Alex, but I'll
go ahead.
We could
go ahead.
We could call it the Mike Vimpany Media Centre. That's really a joke. That's a kind of joke to those of us that work in the media. And I don't know if Vince is listening, but he might well be. Not seen him at the game in this game, but he's a stalwart of local cricket. Really, he's the man who knows everything about local club cricket and league cricket and so on. And he's often here reporting.
3.67 for 5, Hampshire. Goodman in again, and Dawson is working one to square leg. Good save from Cobain down low to his right hand side.
I think Mark would be an obvious candidate. I mean, if you were to look around the media and say who else from Hampshire, well, David Gower, but you know, it's he wasn't here for that long, or he wasn't with Hampshire for that long. Rather, he's really
more associated with Leicestershire, isn't he? Yeah.
So, and Mark had a big part to play in the ground here.
Goodman to complete the over, and Dawson is trying to drop one out on the offside for a single here, but can't do so because Higgins is up from gully to field in time, and the over comes to an end. 12 minutes until luncheon here on day 2 of the Ageas Bowl. Hampshire continuing their first innings at 3-6-7 for 5.
Yeah, the story is told that the whole idea was hatched over dinner, I think, when Hampshire were playing away, and certainly Bill Hughes, who was a committee man for a long time, was involved in that. Wilfred Weld, who was the patron president at one time. Tony Baker would have been involved at some point, Brian Ford, the chairman. But there was a dinner somewhere, I think, and they just started drawing things on the back of the menu or whatever. And eventually, this is what appeared many years later. But yeah, so Mark has a real claim on this place, and in the media generally, of course.
3-6-7 for 5, and Taylor is round the wicket to Vince, and Vince is dropping a single to Point. Point is back on the fence, away to our right-hand side, out towards the nursery ground. So it's a leisurely one, and Vincent got a 28, 3-6-8 for 5.
We've talked a lot about naming this ground and Hampshire people and so on, but what about Bristol? Because there's been lots of developments at Bristol, so have you got lots of bits named? You've got Hammond End and Grace Gates, or
the Grace Gates, yeah, they've been there for a very long time. The Hammond Room has been the main members' facility as Taylor bowls to Dawson, who flicks to mid-wicket. And there's no run, and there's various suites named after Gloucestershire greats down the years.
Yeah.
Here is Phil Mead honoured?
Not here, really. No. If you were to go from where we are now down in the lift, which we're not allowed to at the moment, as you came out of the lift, there were one or two things there on a wall, but it's hardly anybody ever sees it, sadly. He was at the old ground at Northlands Road.
Okay.
There was a new stand which was called the Mead Stand, which was for the executive club. But no, it's sort of forgotten a bit here.
Taylor is in and bowling full outside the off stump, and Dawson pays no attention. It does seem a slight omission for one of the very best in first-class history not to have a really prominent place on this ground.
Yeah, I agree with you, really. I mean, for many, many years, I've just been keeping my fingers crossed, hoping that there might be some sort of museum, because, of course, we don't have a museum here either. What I say is that we have history here which is peripatetic. As you walk round, you see things that I've stuck up on walls and other people have and so on, but he's not, no.
Taylor is in, Dawson is forward, trying to drop a single out on the offside. It was never there, it was much too close to extra cover. Cobain was swooping in to collect, and it remains 3-6-8 for 5. Well, there's certainly the space here, isn't there?
Yeah.
You can pick your spot where you could build a little museum. It would be a very nice touch.
Yeah, I'd love it. Yeah. We talked yesterday about how you commemorate great players of the past on a ground that none of them ever played on, which is a kind of an issue of some sorts here, because of course nobody played here before 2000.
Taylor once more, and Dawson again is looking to dab and go out on the offside, but again much too close to both Lace and Cobain, are in quite tight there at point and extra cover respectively.
But we don't have anything marked or named here that commemorates anybody before the Second World War. Everything is post 1946 here, and pretty much actually post. I think the furthest back is Roy Marshall on the Marshall Drive as you come up, and that's 1950, well, 55 really.
Taylor past the umpire, ball's very full. Dawson is driving down to mid-on, but again much too close to the fieldsman for a single. End of the over, 8 minutes to go until lunch. Hampshire 3-6-8 for 5 here, so it's been hard work again in the morning session on day 2, as it was on day 1. And Gloucestershire have been pretty disciplined. So how much, in terms of sort of naming and commemoration and various bits, transferred over from the old ground, if at all?
That's a good question, and I mean, I think the simple, apart from that stuff I just mentioned with Phil Mead, very little actually. Most of it we've created here, so we've got large perspex photographic displays, for instance, all of which we've created since we came.
Goodman to Vince, and Vince is driving firmly on the bounce back to the bowler for no run.
which is partly to do with trying to create and design things that are more in keeping with a modern ground. So we've tried to do away with old brown wooden frames, for example.
Sure.
And done quite a lot of that. Now there is an archive which is not very far away from here, which is absolutely jammed full of old brown frames, old bats, old balls, shirts, books, a library, you know, you name it, scorecards, everything really, but it's hidden.
Goodman once more just rolls his fingers across one here, but gets driven away by Vince for 4 runs out towards the Warren stand. Just dragged his fingers across it there, Goodman, but he got the length wrong. It was too full, and Vince spotted it and pulled it away pleasantly between extra cover and mid-off, and it runs away out towards the scorers to our left-hand side, to which umpire Debenham turns and signals, and the board flicks over to 3-7-2 for 5, and Vince is now up to 32.
It's some years since I've been to Bristol. I mean, we haven't played championship cricket, which is what I tend to travel to watch. But you have a museum there, don't you?
Yes, indeed. Yeah. There's a little area that's commemorated with, like you say, all the old archives and bits and pieces.
I'd love it.
Very important to keep that history going.
Yeah.
Goodman looking for a riposte. And it's pushed to extra cover from the crease by Vince. Worrell is there and there is no run. One or two counties nowadays have started halls of fame.
Yeah, well, we're talking about
that.
Yeah.
Northants got theirs going a few years ago now, and they've got an area of the old pavilion with pictures of the greats from down the years.
Right. Well, we planned to launch that last year, and then of course COVID.
Oh, okay, sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a really nice touch. Goodman again, and this has worked just past mid-wicket by Vince. Just be a single as Dent goes across the square to collect to his right. Vince will go to 33, 3-7-3 for 5.
The other thing that's happened as a consequence of COVID, and particularly through the winter, is that I've spent a lot of time creating material for the website. And I think that's going to become increasingly one of the ways in which we do commemorate great players, great achievements, etc., etc.
Goodman to Dawson again, and Dawson is pushing firmly at this one, out to extra cover. Straight to Worrell though.
So we got Phil Mead into that because during the winter I was doing On This Day, Born on This Day features. So Phil Mead got into that one. So we're not doing it during the summer because there's so much stuff to put up about current games and so on now. But
is he the 3rd highest run getter in first class history?
Possibly. What he is the greatest run getter in first class for any single side. Nobody scored more than the runs he scored for Hampshire for any single side.
Okay. Goodman is in, and Dawson is again looking to drop and go on the offside, but it's much too close to the bowler's follow through, and the over comes to an end. It may sneak in another couple before lunch. Hampshire 3-7-3 for 5 here. They have lost a couple of wickets this morning. They resumed in a very good spot at 2-9-2 for 3, but they lost the night watchman Mason Crane for 4 to Higgins, and Higgins also removed Tom Alsop for 149. But Dawson here on 18 and Vince on 33 have taken Hampshire a little further along, and they'll look to kick on in the afternoon and make it a really big total. Yes, because obviously, for instance, Hobbs's runs would have come for Surrey and England.
That's the point. And Mead only played 17 Test matches. In fact, the last Test match he played in England, he scored 181, 2, can't remember. Oval, Australia, 1921. Never played for England again.
Taylor is in, and Vince is driving out to mid-off for no run.
Sorry, never played for England in England again.
Okay.
And he played another 15 years after that. So that was pretty odd. But the reason he didn't get in more than any other was Frank Woolley, because they were both left-handed, and Woolley was the beautiful batsman, the batsman everybody loved looking at, and Mead was very much the pragmatist. He was just, but he just scored and scored and scored.
Taylor left arm round. Vince carefully forward, playing under his nose, in front of Gully for a quick single. Goes to 34, 374 for 5.
He scored 138 centuries. That could be the afternoon quiz we had. This morning was 1,000 before the end of May. So how many people have scored 100 centuries? Mead's 138. So he's not the highest first-class scorer, and probably third is about right now. I can't quite remember, but
yeah, I want to say it's Hobbs 1,
Yeah.
Woolley 2.
yeah, I think it's Hobbs. Yeah,
Woolley has that mighty stand at Canterbury named after him.
Yep.
Dawson back on strike, and defending Taylor back up towards the bowler's left hand for no run.
Mead is not thought of as he's thought of just as a batsman, but in fact he took about 260 wickets as well. Bowled slow left arm.
A little like Wally Hammond in that regard, actually. He was obviously one of the greatest players of all time with the bat, but it was also extremely capable with the ball.
I reckon he
And
would
it
have
was-
taken more wickets than that, though, wouldn't he? He was a good bowler.
It
I
was
think.
often considered that he, particularly when he was captain, he never used himself enough as Taylor goes in and Dawson is defending down towards mid-on. And there are a few theorists that like to think that had Hammond bowled himself a bit more, then Gloucestershire may have won a championship.
Yep.
An official championship, of course, since
Yes,
they did win a few back
they did.
before it was
Yes.
officially constituted.
The early 30s, they finished second in 31, 32, something like that, I think, and been a few times they've been unlucky. 59, they finished second to Yorkshire.
3-7-4 for 5, and Dawson is pushing keenly here through the covers. He'll get at least a couple. The ball running across the square out towards the nursery ground. Cobain is going across to collect, and they do get a couple. 3-7-6 for 5, and the clock has ticked to 1 o'clock. So this will be the last over before lunch. It's been another good session for Hampshire. Not quite the progress perhaps they were hoping for in terms of kicking on to more batting bonus points, although that did seem unlikely with the task they needed to bring up 4 points. But 3 batting points and a chance to build a mammoth total. Still a tremendous position in the game. Taylor is over the wicket for the last ball of the session, and Dawson is clipping out to mid-wicket, where Worrell does the fielding, and the over and the session comes to an end. So lunch here on day 2, and Hampshire have taken their overnight 292 for 3 to 376 for 5. Crane for 4, and Alsop for 149, the men out this morning. Both wickets to the persistent and deserving Higgins. But Gloucestershire have had to plug away on a fairly benign surface under this warm sunshine. Still a cooling easterly breeze coming across the ground, but decent batting conditions, and Hampshire looking to make the most of it. 3-7-6 for 5 they are then at lunch, with Dawson on 20 and Vince on 34. Your thoughts on the session, Dave?
Well, I think neither side will be unhappy with what's happened, but what I would say is that Hampshire are poised at the moment to put a big total together, but Gloucestershire have contained them very well and bowled, on the whole, a pretty disciplined spell for 2 hours. I think they've done quite well, Gloucestershire, and they need another wicket really, because there is a bit of a well, I say there's a bit of a tail. Of course, I'm forgetting that one of the 5 wickets is Crane, so we need to bear that in mind. They've really only lost 4 of the batsmen, but yeah, there's a bit of a tail at Hampshire, although it's a tail that wagged very well last week. So we shall see really whether Hampshire do. I think Hampshire will just push on and push on, and Vince in particular looks like he might have a big score in him.
Indeed. Cheers, Dave. We'll see you after lunch. And Kevin James and myself, Alex Winter, will also return in around 35 minutes' time.
in their first innings, so they added 84 short of a career best, strangled down the leg side. Ryan Higgins taking both Hampshire wickets this morning. James Vince is 34 not out. Liam Dawson is 20 not out. When play gets underway in about 5 minutes' time, we'll have live commentary via the BBC Sport website and app. A warm welcome back to the Ageas Bowl, where in a couple of minutes' time or so we'll be getting underway the afternoon session on day 2 of this county championship match between Hampshire and Gloucestershire. The state of play going into this second session is Hampshire in their first innings, 376 for 5. 125 overs have been bowled by Gloucestershire so far. James Vince is 34 not out. Liam Dawson is 20 not out. 2 wickets claimed this morning by the visitors. Hampshire adding 84 runs to their overnight total of 292 for 3. Mason Crane, the night watchman, first out this morning after 18 minutes of play. He was caught behind off Higgins for 4, added 4 to his overnight total. And Tom Alsop, one short of a career best, was out for 149 just after the hour mark. Just after midday. He was caught down the leg side by Bracey off Higgins. Those wickets fell at 3:02 and 3:32. James Vince took a little while going. Gloucestershire bowled quite tightly this morning, especially Higgins, who had 2 spells totalling 8 overs, 2 for 16. Good return from him this morning. Obviously not feeling too much the effects of spending a whole day yesterday in the field. Your commentary team this afternoon. A little later you'll hear from Dave Allen, Hampshire's historian. Alex Winter from Gloucestershire is not quite here yet. He'll be here shortly. I'm Kevin James. We'll take you throughout the day. Alex has just moved the door back. I could hear it in the background. As always, you can get in touch with us, silentcricket@gmail.com, @silentsport on the tweets. Here's the first over after lunch. It is a new over from, I'll just work out who that was, half shout for an LBW as the ball goes. It's Ryan Higgins again, actually. This ball went out on the leg side. Leg by is signalled by umpire Ben Debenham. So 376 for 5. Welcome back, Alex.
Afternoon all. Gorgeous day in the hotel side of the ground, certainly. Out of the breeze.
Gets all the sun.
That's the place to be, definitely. If you're looking to buy a ticket for a international here, I can certainly recommend that side of the ground.
You're loving it over there, aren't you?
It's a fantastic spot.
Higgins runs away from us and bowls, and Dawson pushes forward up to mid-on. I was just saying, Ryan Higgins, good from him this morning. 2 spells, totalling 8 overs, 2 for 16.
Yep, pretty good again. Kept things tight. Not a lot happening for the bowlers, but certainly 3 of them, Worrell, Higgins and Goodman, have been very disciplined. Taylor a little expensive, gone at 3.5s, and Shaw has been poor really, all things considered.
Wide of off-stump line, particularly to Alsop, as Dawson works that away square on the leg side, but no gap there.
And as much as it would be nice to be able to walk from a bedroom to a media centre, you are looking into the sun over there, aren't you, actually, on that side of the ground? So maybe we are.
Yeah.
Spared that by being this side of the ground.
We're on the coldest part.
Yes, but it could get pretty sweaty in one of those commentary boxes, couldn't it?
Yeah, that's for sure. Higgins again, keeper standing back. Bowls, and Dawson dabs that away square on the offside. Wants a single, looks busy as he always does, but no, says James Vince.
There's a few commentary boxes where you're looking into the sun, the Lords and the Oval now. You're staring back into the sunshine.
I'll take that at the moment, though. This is, I have to say though, I know it still feels pretty cold here, but believe me, it's about 20 degrees higher than it was last week. As Dawson works that away on the offside. Good stop from Lace, diving to his right, low down at point. Good stop from him.
Yeah, there were a couple of days early part of last week that were particularly chilly.
Woo.
Very, very cold. There was a bit of ice on the ground in the mornings. When things warmed up, it really is beautiful out in the sunshine.
Higgins again then. Balls and another length ball, which Dawson just prods forward at towards extra cover. 377 for 5 then. Hampshire have added 1 to their lunchtime score, but as it was a leg bye, it's a maiden over to Ryan Higgins. 9 he's bowled out of his 28 overs. He's put in a good shift in this innings, 2 for 51.
Yeah, a lot of work put in by the Gloucestershire bowlers so far, and another session similar to what they've produced in the game so far. By keeping things tight and ensuring the game doesn't get away from them, they'll be content with Not a great deal happening for the seamers. We've seen almost 0 swing throughout the game so far. There's been the odd delivery. Emphasis on the odd, off the pitch itself. But discipline has been with bat and ball, as is generally the case, to be fair, but certainly not the type of conditions where you can expect a ball to do something for you from nothing. You really have to earn your wickets, and it hasn't been easy for the batsmen either. You look at this sort of score, you think, oh, it's obviously been a batting paradise, but far from it. It's been hard work, difficult to time, slightly sluggish pitch, and still work to do here for Hampshire, despite their excellent position to ensure that they ram it home. It's Worrell from the pavilion end coming in towards us, and Vince driving lazily outside the off stump and playing a missing with his feet rooted to the wicket. Went nowhere.
Something he wasn't doing before lunch.
Yeah, there was that curious charge at Shaw and an attempted waft which drew an edge that first instinct landed short of Bracey. He had 10 at the time and filled a couple of flowing drives since. He flicks one to leg here out to deep square to our left hand side. He'll get a run, goes to 35. 3-7-8 for 5, and what they've done, Gloucestershire, is that they've posted those boundary riders, and they've tried to ensure that he's only dealing in singles and sort of playing on his patience that way. That man from deep square now comes up for Dawson, who has 20. Also slipping the gully for he, as Worrell is right arm over, and Dawson, as he's looked to do throughout his innings so far, looking to dab and go and steal runs in front of the wicket on either side, but this is too close to extra cover, and no run.
Just the slip and gully for Worrell, making Dawson work for his runs here. Ring of fielders on both sides of the wicket.
And it's sort of that type of pitch, isn't it, that I mentioned it yesterday. If you maintain that discipline, there's not a lot you can do. No pace to work with, as Worrell goes very full here, pushed up to mid-on, sharp single attempted, throw misses, and Dawson is home comfortably. I think he may have been okay even with a direct hit, but it was a sharp one. Nudge and go out in the direction of mid-on. It was almost straight to the fieldsman, Taylor out there, but left hand having to run around the ball bought Dawson a yard or two, and he's home for the single. Goes to 21. 379 for 5. As Worrell moves in again, deep square is back for Vince, and Vince is forward, punching. No timing, low on the bat, out to extra cover. Ian Cobain is there, down to his right-hand side to collect.
Where are Gloucestershire going to bowl Hampshire out here then, Alex? How are they going to do it with this field?
They are going to have to try and keep plugging away at as straight a line as they dare. As Worrell comes in again, and Vince, oh, it's another waft outside the off stump and a lazy play and a miss, and he leans on his bat in frustration because that was very loose indeed, but he survives and he gets through the over. He's on 35, Dawson is 21, 379 for 5. Yeah, I mentioned it yesterday a little bit, didn't we, about how I thought yesterday morning they could have perhaps bowled a little bit straighter. And they tried to do that a bit in the afternoon, but they started leaking runs, and so they sort of switched back a bit more this morning to a tighter fourth stump line, and tried to bowl as dry as possible. And to an extent it has worked, because we're now 127 overs deep into the innings, and Hampshire have only gone along at 3s, so they've just about kept themselves in the game.
Higgins to Dawson from our commentary in the pavilion end, and Dawson just gets squared up there a little bit, trying to nudge that away on the leg side, gets a leading edge back to the bowler. Earlier this morning we, or Don Starr on the emails set the question, the men who have scored 1,000 runs before May. I think we were still 1 or 2 names short. Raymond Taylor, sonatcricket@gmail.com, says, I think Charlie Hallows scored 1,000 in May 1928. Yes, that's a new name. You are correct. Charlie Hallows. Higgins full, and let's work to mid-wicket, but it's a no ball. Signalled by Ben Debenham.
I reckon it's the third one from Higgins, and all from this end.
Yeah. 381 for 5, Hampshire. Your missing man, I think, is Tom Hayward in 1900, says Simon Sweetman. Can't remember if we've mentioned him already, but Tom Hayward is another correct answer. I think we just might be missing one more. As Higgins bowls, and again that's worked to mid-wicket, and there is no run.
How many have there been in total?
There was, just bear with me, Alex. I can find the email from Don Starr. There were 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. It's about 10, but it was done twice by Donald Bradman. We had him. We had Bill Edbridge. We've had Glenn Turner. We've had Graham Hick. Charlie Hallows joins that list. Oh, actually, I think we've had the lot, actually. W.G. Grace, of course, was the other Gloucestershire, along with Willie Hammond. So we've got the lot now. That's right. We've got a break in play. Are they having a look at the ball?
Looks like it, yeah. Chris Tender's gone across to have an official inquiry. Umpire Debenham seems satisfied, and on we go.
I'm just being picked up on something I said this morning. I'm always being picked up on things that I don't necessarily worry too much these days. Here's Higgins again, and Dawson pods forward out towards extra cover, and there's no run. Michael Orpen Palmer, who lives in Hove, emailed silentcricket@gmail.com. He says, I did actually say morning when it was just about the afternoon when somebody emailed in. Please don't apologise for saying good morning when it's later than midday. Morning is also a verb and applies until the time when you have taken your lunch. Samuel Pepys in his diary writes, we morninged until 3 and then took luncheon. As Dawson works that away, I love these emails. Throw at the stumps at the keeper's end. I think it hits Vince as he completes the single, 382 for 5. Good morning, if you so choose, he says, applies until whenever you take lunch. Well, we've just taken lunch, so it is now afternoon officially.
I quite agree. I'll say good morning throughout the first session of the day, even if it is after 12.
I thought you'd like that one, Alex.
Thank you very much.
Vince is back on strike. Bracey has decided to come up to the stumps once more. He's done that before. In fact, when Vince first walked to the crease, stood up when Higgins was bowling. He's doing so once more as Higgins comes in again, and Vince drives. It's outside off stump, but there is a man out at deep point, so it'll only be a single. And Vince moves on to 36 now, 383 for 5.
On only a weekend Saturday, I've been known to brunch quite late and then not have anything until tea time. So technically, I'm morninged until quite deep in the day.
I think you do that quite regularly, Alex, don't you? Higgins again then to Dawson. Dawson flicks that away down towards fine leg. They may look for 2. Fielder has the throw coming in now. Dawson dives in. Oh my word, what a dive that was in the end. I thought he was going to make it comfortably, and then right at the last minute Dawson decides to throw himself at the stumps, and I wouldn't want to be washing that shirt at the end of the day. 385 for 5, assuming of course he takes it home.
Yeah, big boundary out there towards the hotel. Fieldsman was on the scene pretty quickly down there, Worrell, but big old boundary and well taken. So we have morninged, we have luncheoned, and it is now indeed afternoon.
When does it become the evening then, Alex?
I think we would have to use the clock for that one. Past 6 it's evening. So 385 for 5, Hampshire here. Vince on 36, Dawson 24, and Worrell into his 27th over. Bowling to Vince and getting an outside edge. It's dropped away between slip and gully and will run down beneath us for 4 runs. Looking to drop it down, but maybe got it a little finer than he was anticipating.
Kept low as well, didn't it?
Just skidded through a little bit, didn't it? Yep. No chance for Hankins in the gully, diving to his left, and the ball trickles down towards the dressing rooms underneath this mighty pavilion, and Vince goes to 40, 389 for 5.
Do you know what? Ordinarily, a side in this position, you know, having batted for, we're not getting far off a day and a half in not a very long space of time. But I think Hampshire, the scoring rate, they're going to have to bat for a while here.
Worrell goes in again, and Vince again is steering runs out on the offside, and this time very deliberately to the right of Gully, and it should be 4 more towards the Ingleby-Mackenzie stand that is away to our right-hand side. Just a hint of width from Worrell. It was slightly wider than the previous ball, and again the pace of this pitch, allowing Vince to wait and wait and wait, open the blade and steer one away, this time to the right of Hankins, down towards the hover cover beneath us. So back-to-back boundaries, one off a thick outside edge, one deliberately played. And Vince down to 44, 393 for 5, and it prompts the Gully to come out and go down to third man. Worrell steps in again and gets one to climb on Vince this time, and I think takes the glove actually. It's down in front of first slip, and real effort ball that from Worrell, no doubt frustrated at having gone for back-to-back boundaries. And he's just found a spot there, and it's caught Vince, possibly on the forearm actually. He did climb. Fortunately for Vince, he negotiated it well by luck or judgment in front of first slip. But another moment just to raise the eyebrows as Worrell steps in again, and Vince is this time defending a ball that behaves itself around the off stump out to extra cover.
I think another reason why Hampshire will probably... I could see Hampshire batting after tea here, assuming we don't see too many balls like that. This pitch has started dry, or drier than last week, that's for sure. And with sunshine out, even though it's not particularly hot, Hampshire bat for a while here. We've seen some balls that are starting to keep low a bit more, starting to jump a bit more.
Worrell again, Vince off the back foot playing out towards point for no run.
It's not lots, but I would say, I mean, Higgins bowled a couple of lovely beauty balls this morning that just bounced a bit. He doesn't hit the deck either, kisses the deck, and they just bounced a bit. And we saw a couple yesterday, we've seen a few more today generally that have kept low. Not many, but more than yesterday. And I think with this pitch dryish, I would be a little bit worried about if I was Gloucestershire.
Worrell once more, and down the leg side, Vince having a flick and missing. A brief polite inquiry from the bowler, nothing coming from umpire Milnes as Bracey takes it to his left, and the over comes to an end. 393 for 5 Hampshire, Dawson there on 24, Vince on 44.
I think batting time here is as important as you know, just obviously knocking up the runs and keeping the runs flowing.
Well, as ever, you may as well get them while you're out there. And they're well set here. They've got first use of a good batting surface, and they can make the most of it and go on. And like you say, it may take the majority of the day perhaps to reach 550 plus, but if they get there and the Gloucesters are in for half an hour before the close tonight, that'll be a jolly good position to be in.
Yeah.
Gloucestershire, of course, will be hoping to make inroads this afternoon, but inroads have been difficult to come by in the cricket we've seen so far.
Yeah, assuming of course they bat that long. I mean, it's a couple more sort of bounce a bit off a length and a couple keep low, you never know. Here's Goodman then, bowls, and that's a length ball. Dawson steers that up to mid-off. Scoring a on 393 for 5. Don't have to worry about bonus points, they've long gone. We're in the 130th over here.
It has been slow, that's the problem.
Yeah, it has.
That one that's bounced from Worrell there and taken Vince on the glove or the arm, it was just died on the slip's cordon. And apart from that one to Brathwaite, there's been nothing. It's gone fine towards the cordon. There have been thick edges, generally down and away from the fieldsman.
Goodman bowls on the line of leg stump, and that's turned to square leg. Dawson looked like he was off straight away, but Vince said no, just as well. Goodman's into his 20th over here. He's got good figures, hasn't he? Great. Well, in fact, both Worrell and Goodman, who are on at the moment, under 2 and over, both of them. So you would think that even now the scoring rate isn't going to quicken up too much, Alex.
Yeah, for this volume of work, it's very impressive.
Yeah.
27 overs for Worrell, and Goodman now into his 20th.
Yeah, 20-year-old in again. As Dawson just walks down the wicket a little bit. He does that from time to time, but I think Goodman just dropped it slightly shorter, and Dawson, unable to get on top of the bounce, steers it to mid-wicket.
Again, a sign of the pace of the wicket. Dawson's keen to get at it and try and force the pace himself.
Yeah. It's Goodman again. Slipping a gully in for him as the It's just short of a length, but Dawson again just works that to mid-wicket. And there is no run. Ian Russell has emailed silentcricket@gmail.com. He's a Hampshire Life member living in Westbourne in West Sussex. About the Hambledon end. Oh, Dave's just gone out. He won't be able to hear it. Oh, perhaps I'll come back to that. We'll come back to that again, shall we? Lots of discussion about that over the last few days. As Dawson gets one on leg stump and steers that down to a fine leg. They won't get any more than one. Dawson ran the first one quickly, but there was little chance of two there, as in off that fine leg boundary came Worrell. 394 for 5. Yeah, I think I don't know, I think with Vince, apart from that waft that you mentioned before lunch, which was uncharacteristic in lots of ways, but I do get the impression that Vince is sort of looking to bat long here as he just push drives that out to extra cover. I've seen him try and bang those away on many occasions. Perhaps that's an indication that Vince wants to get a sizable score under his belt here to go with his double 100 at Leicester a couple of weeks ago. 394 for 5 at the end of that over.
Well, to be honest, I think it probably is the only way to play on this pitch. It doesn't strike me as a service where you can come out and force the pace and try and really get after the bowling, because it is sluggish.
Line and length is ideal, isn't it?
Generally the case, but particularly here, when you can really tie the batsman down with no pace to work with. It's been just gentle progress at around that sort of 2.5 to 3 runs per over for most of the game. Here's Worrell at the far end, running away from the hotel, bowling too straight to Dawson, who's flicked into long leg. Just be a single, I fancy. Dawson, as ever, scampering through on his marks to come back for the second, but not available. The return from Goodman is in time. 395 for 5. Dawson to 26. As the breeze continues to blow across the ground. Blowing with it the noise of the motorway towards us as Worrell is in again, and a flashing edge from Vince. Fine of third man, goes for 4. Bit of whip from Worrell again to Vince. Going to chop it away again. It wasn't quite the intended stroke. Thickish outside edge through where maybe a third slip would have been. Just the one catcher in place now. And it whistled away, very fine indeed. Fine of Hankins at third man down to our right hand side. For a badge to take Vince to 48 now. And Hampshire to 399 for 5. Worrell moves in once more past umpire Milnes, and Vince is driving out through the covers. Hasn't got all of it, but may have enough to find the boundary towards the nursery ground, and does so. And that raises 50 for James Vince. Not quite at his fluent best here, but still another milestone and more runs in this wonderful career of his. And brings the 400 up for Hampshire as well. 52 to Vince in 77 balls, with that his 8th boundary played away through the covers. A polite raise of the bat to the dressing rooms down beneath us. And the applause you can hear from the Hampshire balcony. They've been inside most of the time because of the breeze directly blowing on the pavilion. They were out there to greet Vince's 50. And he's beaten by one here. Is there an edge? There is! He's gone! A feather edge behind, and Worrell has struck. So he goes to 50 and he nicks one behind, and Vince has gone for 52. He has a little lingering look behind there, as if Worrell or somebody has just mentioned something there to Vince on his way off. Maybe perhaps not enamoured with a couple of Vince's wafts earlier on, but he's gone now. A thin edge to Bracey, and Worrell has another wicket, and the Gloucesters have struck. Hampshire 403 for 6.
Turn myself on again. Only because Adi Birrell had just walked into the commentary box just before Vince's wicket. Yeah, a little bit disappointing. I missed the replay actually on the live feed. Perhaps somebody can confirm it. That may just have nipped back a fraction actually.
It does look like he was feeling for one. He's gone quite hard with the ball outside the off stump in the previous few overs, and I think he was just trying to run one down again, or trying to angle one down to that third man region, but has nicked one behind. Very thin edge, low to Bracey again. It was very low to the keeper, but it did carry mercifully for Gloucestershire. And Vince is on his way.
Eventful over?
Indeed, yes. Yeah, Vince reaching another milestone, having played okay for his standards, I reckon, Kev.
Well, I couldn't believe that we had to wait 63 minutes for a Vince extra cover drive this morning. One came along every 3 minutes up at Leicester. But a 50's a 50.
Yes, they're all in the book. But no, Vince. Show this afternoon. Gone for 52. It brings Lewis McManus to the crease here at number 8, a place lower because the night watchman last night. And Worrell now with a 2 for 61 on his return for Gloucestershire. Having completed his quarantine period. Back injury ruled him out of much of the summer of 2019 when he was supposed to join the county. And a second slip goes in here. Third man has stayed down for McManus. Worrell from the far end moves past the umpire, edged and caught. Is it caught at first slip? They're all appealing. Worrell's up for it. Umpires are going to confer here. It was a very full delivery outside the off stump, and McManus has tried to chop down onto it and appeared to steer it to first slip, where Brathwaite has gone down to claim the catch to his left. Gloucestershire are convinced here. McManus has gone nowhere. The umpires Milnes and Debenham are conferring here. It can only be whether this is carried to first slip, and he's gone. McManus is out first ball, and Worrell is suddenly on a hat-trick. Well, he's disappointed there, McManus, but he steered it away to first slip. The catch was claimed, and it would have been possibly umpire Debenham with the best view looking across from square leg maybe as to whether that carried. Catch was certainly claimed, well, and McManus is out first ball, and suddenly it is 403 for 7.
Yeah, it's difficult to tell on the replay. As most replays, difficult to tell if the ball ever carries. You have to take the fielder's word for it sometimes, and of course if you're not sure then you wait for the umpire's call, and there's quite a long chat between the two, wasn't there?
Yeah, I think the soft signal to the third umpire would have been out, and that's probably why they've sent McManus on his way first ball. It was very full outside the off stump, and he slightly lazily just reached for it and ended up steering an edge to first slip, and it was well claimed down low to the left hand side of it. Was possibly Dent actually there.
It was
at
Dent,
first slip, yeah. His Brathwaite just popped off the field momentarily then, perhaps, because he's been at first slip throughout the game so far. I think he might have just gone for a little break. Brathwaite, so it was the captain Dent who took the catch nicely low to his left hand side. He was convinced, Gloucestershire were convinced. Certainly an edge, there's no debate about that. Little chat between the umpires, and McManus sent on his way. So all of a sudden, Worrell here is on a hat-trick for Gloucestershire, and Hampshire, their position has just slipped a little at 403 for 7. And as ever, if you do keep yourself in the game by containing the scoring rate, a couple of wickets can change things around very quickly, and that's just what Worrell's produced here. It's Kyle Abbott coming out here at number 9. And how attacking is Dent going to go here? Surely it has to be 3 slips, you would think. Only 2 for the moment. A leg slip is actually going in, curiously. It's going to be 2 slips. Third man has stayed down. Surely bring him up for the hat-trick ball. Surely. Doesn't look likely, though. It's just going to be 2 slips and a leg slip.
Can't be defensive for this one.
And that is all that Worrell's going to get here on a hat-trick. 2 slips, third man, point, mid-off, mid-on, a square mid-wicket, leg slip and deep backward square. Here comes Dan Worrell on a hat-trick into Kyle Abbott, and it's just outside the off-stump and let go. Rather anticlimactic, really. Not the best hat-trick ball, but a double strike for Worrell to just pep up Gloucestershire here. with Hampshire now 403 for 7.
Oh yes, well, let's set the cat abundant. Well, not quite that bad, but I think Hampshire 403 for 7. Yeah, it's a decent total. It's okay. You off? You off? Okay. Okay. 403 for 7. As Goodman comes in. And it's Dawson to face. That's turned away on the leg side. They'll come through for a single. 27 Dawson moves on to 404 for 7. I'm just trying to get on the ECB video page for the live match feed and try and get a replay of that Lewis McManus dismissal. I don't think it'll probably tell me much more really. Yeah, it definitely carried. Actually, I have to say, watching the close-up, that's definitely carried. I'm not saying it didn't, not for one moment. But I think Lewis McManus probably didn't get as good a view as we have on the video there. That's worked to mid-wicket, and there is no run. Got 1 or 2 emails and tweets to get through there, David, as he gets mic'd up. And that brings Abbott back on strike. Afternoon, Dave.
Hello. I'm all over the place. Sorry.
That's all right. So, mate, take your time. Abbott steers that down towards the final leg. It's gone quite fine. Worrell's got a bit of work to do here. It should be 2. I'll take the total on to 406 for 7. A little bit of a setback, Dave. What's happened? Oh, the old internet's gone funny. Oh, don't worry.
AD Birrell came up with a specific question to ask me about Liam Dawson, which point Wi-Fi decided to stop, so I've been faffing about doing the Wi-Fi, so I've missed both dismissals. I didn't see either of them. I haven't got a clue what the excitement was about McManus.
Yeah, he did carry to first slip. It shows clearly on the video. Yeah, it's difficult to tell where we are. It's difficult to tell, but Abbott's pushing forward out there on the offside, and there is no run. Nick Powell emailed a little bit earlier, and I didn't want to mention it because James Vince needed 68 today to reach 10,000 first-class runs, but unfortunately he has fallen 16 runs short, so we'll have to wait until second innings, maybe next game, who knows.
And I think they will just 1 or 2 runs short of record partnership against Gloucestershire for that wicket here, but as I say, I got a bit lost in the end.
Goodman bowls and Abbott pushes forward back to the bowler. Mike Vokes, silentcricket@gmail.com. He says, no need to be checking the rainfall radar today. Interesting that you've just mentioned the scoring rate. I quite agree, and I've been of that opinion for a while. Hampshire need another explosive afternoon like Vince provided at Leicester. Unfortunately, that won't happen. The wicket's playing a little bit too slow, isn't it, really, for that? It's not easy to get full value for your shots at times. Here's Goodman. Bowls, and if you just bowl line and length on this, there's a nice drive by Abbott, but stopped in the covers. It is of a pitch which it's not like Leicester. Leicester came on a lot quicker, so that was made things a lot easier. By the way, where are you broadcasting from this year? Well, we're at the pavilion end at the moment. Are you back in your old haunts, which you vacated? No, we're actually at the top of the pavilion. Well, we're sort of mid-square, but where they're playing is slightly to the left towards the west side of the ground, so we're not quite stump to stump, but we're right at the top of the pavilion. Enjoying very much the cricket coverage this year, but it does not help to do the gardening or allotment. Dave Saunders, silentcricket@gmail.com. Hampshire Cricketer launched my career is the heading of this email. Dave says, good morning from New Jersey. Definitely still morning here, he says. Worrell, who's got 3 for 61, starts his 29th over, comes in and bowls to Dawson. Dawson pushes that back to the bowler and there's no run. Fantastic that I can watch live cricket from Southampton, and the ability to directly interact with the commentators is amazing. I'm really enjoying your commentaries and loving the discussions about the history. In 1965, I was completing my maths degree at Leicester University, and I had no clue what career to pursue. Come back to that in a moment. There's Worrell from the hotel end bowls, and Dawson pushes that up to mid-off. A chess-playing friend suggested computer programming, so I met with a recruiter from a North London computer company. My resume was rather slim, so I had padded it out with a mention of my love for cricket. Particular statistics, in brackets I was a big Derek Shackleton fan. The recruiter noted my interest and that I came from Hampshire. Worrell bowls and Dawson drives into the gap through the covers, but there is a man out deep, so it'll just be a single. Dawson moves on to 28, 407 for 7. I came from Southampton. I'm Southampton born. Oh no, Southampton, although born in Bournemouth. He said he had been stationed at Portsmouth after the war, and a Hampshire cricketer had coached his unit. He couldn't remember his name and mused that he was a South African. Neil McCorkle, I offered. That's right, he exclaimed, and I was practically hired on the spot. I was born in 43, so I was not old enough to have seen McCorkle in action. He played only until 1951, and my interest in cricket started later in life. But all that time spent buried in my wisdoms paid off big that day. Oddly, according to Wikipedia, McCorkle was born in Portsmouth and had emigrated to South Africa after retiring. Here's Worrell. Bowls to Abbott. Abbott gets one off the back foot, which he steers behind point. And he'll move on to 3, 408 for 7. Had emigrated to South Africa after retiring, so a South African connection, but not actually a South African. I wonder if I got my job under false pretenses. Sounds like it.
Yeah, Neil McCorkle was indeed born in Portsmouth. I once had corresponded with him by letter.
Here's Worrell again, and Dawson driving into the covers once more.
And I wrote to him about this and that, and he wrote a lovely letter back to me. And at that point, I lived in Broad Street, Old Portsmouth, which is the street that if you walk right down the end of it, you get to the Still and West and look up the harbour, and you can see the Victoria Cross and so on. And he wrote back and said that he was born and grew up just round the corner in White Hart Lane in Old Portsmouth, and he learned to play in a church side and came into the Hampshire team in the very early 1930s.
Worrell to Dawson once more. Short, and Dawson tries to hook that from about 2 feet above his head, and it's called a no ball. That's a real balloon bouncer, that one. Very high. It's almost like a tennis serve, that, the way Dawson was trying to play that.
One of the reasons, this isn't why I wrote to him, because it happened a couple of years later, but he was one of the few Hampshire cricketers to have reached his own personal century.
Worrell again. That's a slower bouncer, which only got up around about chest height, and Dawson helped it along down to fine leg. We'll pick up a single. And that is the end of the over. Yeah. 410 for 7.
A few years back, he reached the age of 100 out in South Africa, and in fact there are relatives of his who are quite keen Hampshire fans who are often here when fans are allowed in, and often chat to them about him. He died not that long afterwards, maybe 101, 102, but yeah, Portsmouth man, and actually the last, this is a bit of a sad story when you think he started almost 90 years ago. The last Portsmouth-born Hampshire cricketer to win a cap who came up through state school education. All the ones since then have been privately educated.
Goodman comes in, and Dawson pushes that back to the bowler. Another length ball.
Which I think for a city of that size is a bit sad, really, that we haven't managed to produce many cricketers since. But he was a very good cricketer. He was one of that early breed of wicket keepers who opened the batting. And in fact, in his last season, 51 or 52, he scored a double century, and nobody did that again for about 10 years until Roy Marshall did for Hampshire.
Goodman runs away from us again, and a little bit straighter this time, and Dawson works that fine. Worrell's got a bit of a work to do. He'll pick it up just inside the rope, up at the hotel end of the ground. Dawson will pick up 2 and moves on to 31 for 13 for 7.
And A.D. Birrell, when he was up here, asking me a question about Liam Dawson's first-class career, which I had missed, I have to confess. I don't know whether everybody else missed it. This is his 150th first-class match for Hampshire.
I had missed that. Thank you very much. Outside the off stump, and Dawson leaves alone.
So well done, Adi Burrell. I'm quite surprised that he's only played 100. Well, this is 156th first-class match and 150 on Hampshire. I'd have put money on him playing more first-class cricket elsewhere than that, because he's played Test match.
Well, he missed a lot 2019, didn't he? Because he was with the England.
But what about Essex?
World Cup
He
team,
played for
even
Essex.
went on loan there for a little while, didn't he?
So
On the line of leg stump again, and Dawson tucks it away square on the leg side. Only a single, 414 for 7.
I'd like to hope that maybe Tigger's listening to this, or maybe Richard Shelley. He's very good with all this stuff. So it definitely says first-class career 155. It doesn't count this game, okay? I'm on Cricket Archive. 155 first-class matches.
Debut in 2007.
But first-class record for each team. Okay.
Here's Goodman, bowls. But works that away behind square on the leg side. There'll be a couple probably. No, not on this occasion. 415 for 7.
It works. 3 first-class matches for England. A couple of Test matches, of course. 2 first-class matches for Essex. I didn't realise. I thought he'd played more than that.
He came back early. You got recalled early.
1 for the Mountaineers when he was overseas. 1 first-class game.
That was out in Zimbabwe. Yeah.
149 for Hampshire before today.
Goodman again. And Dawson strokes that away off the back foot. It's found the gap. Won't go all the way to the rope. They pick up 2. Picked up just inside the extra cover boundary. They'll come back for 3 as the throw comes in from Lace. And Dawson moves on to 35 now. 418 for 7. Michael was emailed silentcricket@gmail.com. He says, this morning you were wondering why the area was called West End. That's the area just beyond the ground away behind the hotel, when it is east of Southampton. Alex brought that one up. I believe the answer to be that it was something to do with it being to the west of Netley Parish, in brackets Shamblehurst, question mark.
Shamblehurst, that's a lovely name.
Yeah, there's a Shamblehurst pub, isn't there, sort of Shamblehurst barn or whatever. Some of these ancient names defy description. How about Lower Upham, for instance? I didn't know there was a Lower Upham.
Sounds like something from Dad's Army, don't it?
Keep them coming, silentcricket@gmail.com, and of course you can tweet us at Silent Sport.
I needed to say something about Tom Alsop.
Oh, right, okay.
Which I'll do.
Worrell comes in again from that hotel end, and Dawson just strokes that into the gap, square on the offside. Moves on to 36 now, 419 for 7. We're in the 135th over.
There are times when Kevin is scrolling through all kinds of emails and texts and commentating and keeping up ball by ball, and I'm standing somewhere over in the corner shouting things at him while he's got headphones on about how this is the first time that anything like this has ever happened on a Tuesday afternoon near Christmas. and so the thing about Tom Alsop, which I wasn't clear enough about.
Here's Worrell again, and Abbott's beaten now. Is he LBW? Yes, he is. That's kept a little bit low as well. Abbott stuck on the crease, just hurried him a little bit. The ball just came back at him a fraction, kept low, and I have to say that looked pretty plumb there. Abbott departs for 4. Worrell picks up his 4th wicket. Hampshire of 419 now for 8.
Yes, I've got a feeling that the innings might just be subsiding slightly here. It's that may not be the worst thing in the world in terms of moving the game forward, on the other hand, but I think it depends a great deal on Liam Dawson in his 150th match for Hampshire, whether he can make 150 to celebrate it. He's waving furiously at the dressing room, which is not paying any attention to him. Tom Alsop. I shouted this information at Kevin, and then somebody did tweet in and say this wasn't right because
Tom Alsop hadn't played against Gloucester before, and I got it wrong.
And the point was that he made 149, which is the highest score by any Hampshire batsman on this ground against Gloucestershire. Beat 131 by Derek Kenway, so it wasn't his highest score against Gloucestershire. It was any Hampshire batsman's highest score against Gloucestershire.
Okay, thank you very much. Brad Wheel strolls to the crease. Hampshire have lost 3 wickets for 16 runs since lunch. Vince, McManus and now Abbott, and Worrell was on a hat-trick after dismissing Vince and McManus in successive deliveries. David Mace has emailed silentcricket@gmail.com. I'm painting the Inglenook at the moment.
Quite right too.
Very nice. Wickets means wonky lines, he says. Enjoying the live stream and great commentary here in sunny Snowdonia.
Ah.
Lovely. Chris Colburn also has emailed silentcricket@gmail.com. I think my eyes must be going. It looked like McManus hit the ball on the full just before the ball bounced. Perhaps McManus thought the same. Enjoying the commentary and Dave's history as well, Chris. I'll have a re-look at that then. I must admit, I wasn't looking out for that. I was just looking for the catch. So, unless I've missed something as well, we'll have another look at that as we await Wheel to face his first delivery, and here comes Worrell. Oh, I see what you mean. His Wheel stokes that out to point. Now I have to say that is quite interesting because it was very full, and McManus clearly thought he'd hit that into the ground first. I hadn't looked at that. I just looked at the catch. Well, I don't know. Let us know what you think. If you have a look, go to the ECB website, click on the live domestic messages. Matches, and you can go onto the videos and it shows you the wickets there, and just keep replaying and have a look. silentcricket@gmail.com, @silentsport on the tweets. Here's Worrell to Wheel, and always kept low as well, and somehow Wheel kept that out. I don't know, he had to stab down on that and it's come right off the bottom of the bat. So this is definitely a bit up and down here now, Dave.
I'm quite enjoying this pitch today. Yesterday I was just thinking people are going to bat on this, but actually today Vince got one that kept very low, squirted it away to third man. That one kept very low. There have been some that have bounced, and don't mind that from a Hampshire point of view.
So Wheel steers that out past the diving gully. He'll pick up 2. Don't think there'll be 3. Dawson might be looking for 3 here. Throw comes in from Higgins, and they'll keep it down to 2. 4:21 for 8. Adrian Thomas has tweeted at Silent Sports. He says Neil McCorkle, that you were speaking about, made 203 for Hampshire against Gloucester in 1951.
Yeah, that was the one I was talking
at Gloucester
about. Yeah.
TA. Whatever that is, as a wicket keeper. Only Leslie Ames 295 for Kent at Folkestone in 1933, as that's outside the off-stumper. Wheel leaves alone, has a larger score against Gloucestershire as a wicket keeper.
Now,
thank you, Adrian.
I will just make one observation about that, and I'm not in any sense disputing what you found, but there were strange times in the late 40s and early 50s in terms of Hampshire's scorecards, because towards the end of his career Neil McCorkle often played as a batsman with either Leo Harrison or Ralph Proughton, who we mentioned last week among the professional footballers at Hampshire. Sometimes they kept wicket, and sometimes you find a scorecard that suggests that McCorkle kept wicket when he didn't. So I haven't got that scorecard in front of me, so I can't remember who it was that sent that message, but thank you for that message. I wonder if you could just, if you've still got that scorecard in front of you, if you could just look and see whether Leo Harrison or Ralph Proughton played. It doesn't necessarily mean if they played that they played as a wicket keeper, because sometimes they played as batsmen as well, but just interested in that.
Here's Goodman. Dawson steers that up towards mid-wicket.
If we could be sure that McCorkle kept wicket, that's a great record. I like that record a lot.
Adrian Thomas, that was.
Didn't know it. Adrian, thank you.
He's tweeted, yeah, he tweeted you as well in that tweet, okay. So hopefully he'll get in touch. Ryan May at Silent Sports says, I'm 100% sure it was a bump ball. Having watched it 4 or 5 times, I feel sorry for McManus. There is a little bit of a doubt there. I have to say I need to watch it a few more times to be totally sure. Obviously the umpires had a better look at it. They were a lot closer to the action and decided it was okay. Here's Goodman again. That's steered out on the offside. Throw comes in at Wheel's end. He's home. And throw goes out towards deep backward square leg, but the batsman can't take advantage. So a single it is. 422 for 8. Dawson has 37 now. Wheel has 2. So we thought it was whether the catch had carried, which it clearly did, to Chris Dent. But maybe the doubt and maybe the chat out there in the middle was whether Lewis McManus edged it at the same time as he played it into the ground and what have you. And I have to say I certainly need to watch it a couple of more times.
I think it's
to make a definitive answer.
What one of the
Here's Goodman into his 23rd over here. Bowls and was playing a missing outside the off stump there. Brad Wheel coming forward.
I'd be interested to know what other people think, because we're getting great communications. One of the very slight anxieties I have about live streaming and replaying and so on, and it's not the first time it's involved Lewis McManus this season, is that suddenly every decision is up for reconsideration and discussion, and are we sure, which never happened in the good old days.
And it will move on in the next few years, where we'll be having it sort of trial by video, won't we?
Yeah.
As that's a push square on the offside by Brad Wheel. No run there. Thank you, Carl Senior at Solent Sport. He says Gloucester TA is Tuffley Avenue. Thank you very much. I'm sure Alex is familiar with that. I've never heard of that before.
No.
Tuffley Avenue. And Mark Halliwell says Dan Worrell is now on 199 first-class wickets. Thank you very much, Mark.
Great, thank you.
Goodman comes in and bowls, and it's fullish, it's driven, it's a thick outside edge, it goes to backward a point. Lace fields, but we will pick up a single, moves on to 3, 423 for 8. Hampshire will try and eke out now as many runs as they can. They've definitely been pegged back here with the loss of those 3 quick wickets.
I would say one other thing about moving images of cricket matches. I'm a big fan of DRS. I think DRS has corrected a lot of stuff, and I think it's helped umpires on the whole. For instance, to give LBW decisions, so on, and no balls and so on. I'm a fan of that, but I'm just a bit concerned about.
Goodman bowls. Down the wicket comes Dawson and sort of cross bats that up towards mid-on. Wild throw comes in. Way past Bracey, who doesn't even move from the stumps. I don't blame him. That was, never would have got anywhere near that. But fortunately, one of the Gloucestershire fielders was backing up, was alert to it. End of the over. And that's 424 for 8. Brian Budd emails sunandcricket@gmail.com. He says, enjoying the live stream, and just above the screen is my framed cigarette cards of 1938 cricketers collected by my father as a boy. Neil McCorkle is the only Hampshire player in the set.
Yep.
But others you have mentioned in the earlier commentaries are there. Tom Goddard, Dennis Compton, Wally Hammond and Don Bradman.
Do you know, I've got that set, and I've got it in one of those booklets that they used to publish, where you actually stick it into the booklet, so it's not framed, but they also have that frame set at the Bat and Ball on Broad Halfpenny Down in Hambledon.
Here's at Worrell then on 5 wickets and on 199 career, as that's driven up to mid-off by Dawson.
I haven't mentioned Hambledon today, have I?
No, somebody else mentioned it earlier. Actually, I was going to. Oh, actually, you just reminded me, because there was an email about it and you weren't in the room.
Okay.
So I thought I would just save it if I can find it. I mean, we've been very lucky. We've had so many messages. Thank you. We love it. We speak about it in the breaks and at the start of play and at the end of play, just how many people have been messaging, and it's been great fun. As Dawson whips that away high over mid-on, just clears the head of the fielder, and it's bouncing away, and that'll be 4 runs. Slightly over pitch from Worrell, slightly straight, and Dawson certainly made the most of that. 42 he moves on to, and it's 428 for 8. I think, can I find it somewhere? In fact, there was a couple of emails which I was going to save for you, Dave. Oh yes, here it is. Ian Russell, who emailed during the lunch break, actually. Hambledon end. Fully support Dave Allen's proposal for designating the northern end of the ground the Hambledon end. Supports building, Dave. As Dawson drives, thick inside edge as it goes out to mid-wicket along the ground. I have a strong recollection that when the ground was still the Rose Bowl as it was then, and probably before. Oh, hang on. Have I already read this out?
You can keep reading out the support.
Oh, hang on. Yeah, hang on. Remind me if I've read this out. I haven't. Not during lunch. And probably before the completion of the hotel, the late Christopher Martin Jenkins, commentating what would probably have been on a one-day international, certainly made reference to Hambledon. Worrell bowls and Dawson drives on the up. It's gone out to deep backward point. There is a fielder out in the deep, but Dawson will pick up 2. Moves on to 44, 430 for 8. Certainly made reference to Hambledon as lying beyond the far side of the ground, beyond the pavilion. I think he also used the term Hambledon end when the bowling was from there. Not certain if his colleagues did the same. Enjoying the live stream.
I think what you did do was read one out yesterday which suggested Martin Jenkins at some point had talked about the Meon Valley end, so it was a similar email but not the same one, so yeah, that's good.
I think I'll be doing an update for Solent listeners shortly. Yes, I will. That's a short delivery which Dawson ducks underneath. Here's that quick resume for BBC Radio Solent listeners. Here we go. Well, Hampshire are still batting in their first innings. 137 overs now they've been batting since 11 o'clock yesterday. They're 430 for 8. They've been rocked a little bit this afternoon because James Vince went for 52 after lunch. Lewis McManus went the very next ball for no score, and Kyle Abbott has gone for 4 as well. Dan Worrell, the Australian, was actually on a hat-trick. But Liam Dawson is doing his best to keep the scoreboard ticking along. He's 44 not out. Brad Wheel is 3. Live commentary right now via the BBC Sport website and app.
Thank you very much indeed. Another update for you there in an hour. This is
Worrell again.
on BBC Radio.
Comes in and short, and Dawson tries to pull that away on the leg side, taken by Bracey. And the score remains 430 for 8. Sorry, Dave, you were going to say something.
Oh, sorry. Well, I've got a slightly quirky solution to this, so that the northern enders, like my pal Bob Murrell and others, can keep the northern end, and anybody who wants to call it the hotel end can call it the hotel end, because where we're sitting, what you have to do from the Rod Bransgrove Pavilion end is we're looking out towards Hambledon. You're looking out across Long Off. So what I'm thinking now is just to keep everybody content, but to please me and anybody who's supporting the Hambledon idea, is we could have a Hambledon corner.
Corner?
Between the scoreboard.
I do know of grounds that have corners named, yeah. Here's Goodman. It's bowling to Wheel. He's well forward. Pushes it out on the offside.
It would make the precise point about where it is from where we are.
Yeah. The corner, at 2 o'clock as we look, that's the Hambledon corner.
Alex likes it.
It's fine. It could be a designated part of the ground.
Yeah, it could. Yeah.
Actually, there was a very good emailer yesterday, actually, which I didn't get around to emailing, and I remember seeing it at a point when I wasn't on. But when we were saying about the debate about naming parts or the ends of the ground, Malcolm Marshall, but he'd never played here, so was that difficult? Yeah. As Goodman bowls, and Wheel again well forward, plays it back to the bowler. It was quite interesting because somebody said, well, why not sort of make them sort of sections of the ground? You know, so like a Marshall, well, like a corner, basically, as you just mentioned about Hambledon. I think that would actually work, wouldn't it? Rather than have proper ends named after players that actually didn't play here, though they're part of the club history. Which I thought was interesting. Yeah,
that's nice. I did press once to do something that Yorkshire have done very nicely at Headingley, which is to name all the rooms in the hotel after great players of Hampshire, because there are lots.
That's a good idea.
They wouldn't have it. They said it was something to do with marketing. I don't know.
Goodman bowls, Wheel drives again up towards the bowler.
Last time I was at Headingley working with you, actually, I stayed in the Norman Yardley room. Norman Yardley, who captained Yorkshire and England after the war. I was disappointed not to be in Fred's room, really, because I thought that might have been more exciting. Fiery Fred's. Stop there for the night. You wouldn't got much sleep in Fred Truman's room, would you?
The ghost of Fred Truman. About 3 o'clock in the morning when you wake up, that would fright the life out of me. Here's Goodman bowling, and Wheels on the back foot. Steers that up to mid-off.
I'd have woken up and said, I don't know what's going on in here.
Tony Skinner, silentcricket@gmail.com. The West End debate, he's carrying it on. He says, loving the commentary and nice to see Hampshire making such a strong start to the season. Re the ongoing debate about why West End is West End. I'm in my late 30s, and all my life I have to stop and think which way is west and which way is east. That's a bit of a worry, actually, as Goodman comes in again and bowls, and Wheels on the front foot, and again it's up towards mid-off. It's just dawned on me that having grown up in Southampton, maybe West End is to blame for this. That's Tony Skinner, who lives in Chippenham.
Oh, so Gloucestershire man then? No, Wiltshire. Sorry, but nearly Gloucestershire.
Yeah, it's must be close to the border there. Barry Richards, this heading on this email. Brian Crichton, afternoon to you. silentcricket@gmail.com. Keep them coming. Help me out. I have a memory.
You're lucky.
That's good. Well, I was going to say, just that was enough to raise the eyebrows, because one or two of us are failing already. Maiden over from Goodman, 24 overs, 1 for 51 with 8 of them. Help me out, he says. I have a memory that after Barry Richards retired, he said that he found county cricket too easy, and that the only innings he really enjoyed was when he carried his bat against Middlesex on a turner, when possibly Edmonds and Embry were causing all sorts of problems. Did that happen? Says Brian. Well, the only one that probably knows in this room would be you, Dave.
Well, the first bit I can verify, because he wrote an autobiography where he said how tired he was of all of that. Did he play? I don't believe that was the only innings he ever valued, because I would like to. I don't know how many people would remember this. 1973 August. He took on Bishon Beddy in a very low-scoring 2-day win when we were top and Northants was second, and we had to beat them really to be on course for the championship. And Beddy threatened to run through us after we'd run through them, and Richards played brilliantly against him in both innings. So I'm kind of buying myself a bit of space there because I can't remember the Middlesex one, to be perfectly honest.
Right, change of bowling now, and there's a little paddle sweep there by Dawson. It's in the air, going down towards fine leg on a good diving effort, but a ball goes over the line. Did it bounce pitch side of the rope or over the other side? It signalled 4. It was could have gone either way, but it's gone for 4. Dawson got right underneath that, didn't he? Who's that down there at fine leg? I think that might be Goodman, actually.
That's Goodman, yeah.
Good effort from him.
I'd have given that 4 just for the effort by the fieldsman, to be honest. That was terrific.
Well, even if it was 6?
Yeah. I would just reward
okay,
him.
good effort. Even though it was 6, we'll just call it 4. Call it quits.
Well, it's not on the telly, is it? Because we haven't got a camera on that bit.
Higgins again then, and Dawson just eases that into the gap in the covers, just gave himself a little bit of room. He wants 2, the throw comes in, it's going to Brad Wheels' end, he's home, he's okay.
50.
And that's 50 for Liam Dawson. 93 balls with 4 4s and a 6. Popular 50 to go with his 150 odd not out in the first week up at Leicester. David Ackland has tweeted, have to laugh, he says. Ageas Bowl have today announced a partnership with the Hambledon Vineyard. I don't know if that's true, David. Actually, I trust David's info more than 1 or 2 others that I get info from, as that's pushed out to the covers. Now, they could have taken a single, but Dawson declines.
Yeah, it probably is. It sounds like a good one, yeah.
Simon from Cage Cricket says, I'm going to campaign for the 4 in 4 corner. Thank you very much, Simon. I'll join that one, don't worry. Quite how much impetus that will get, I don't know. It'll probably fizzle out before it's even started, but anyway, I'm with you. It'll probably be a minute, it'll probably be about a slab. 1 slab stone in a corner, it'll be about to make it.
Is there not a blue plaque where Northlands Road once stood?
I don't think so. Higgins bowls, Dawson drives, but doesn't really time it as it goes up towards mid-on.
Dawson's intentions are entirely clear now, aren't they? He's just going for it now.
Tom Johnson at Sun Sports says, has the pitch done a bit more today? The game seems to be moving on a bit. Well, I think it's just the second day is always it never really mirrors what you expect it to, does it really? Because at some point even the longest innings, they're going to lose a flurry of wickets, which they had this afternoon. Gloucestershire have done quite well, actually, sort of hanging in there and keeping the scoring rate down to a manageable level. It's only a fraction over 3s. That's not bad over 139 overs or so. As Dawson drives. Now, there is no man out there in the deep in the covers this time. It's gone to backward point, and that will be 4. A little bit of width there from Ryan Higgins. The reason the scoreboard's moving along a little bit more now is that Liam Dawson has moved up a gear or 2 and really trying to take the game a little bit to Gloucestershire. Hampshire generally have been happy just to play at a normal pace and really only sort of hit what's there to be hit, whereas the pitch hasn't really helped, actually. The pitch is a little bit sluggish. It's a little bit, as Alex has mentioned a few times, it's not quite coming on as you would expect all the time. Difficult to get full value for your shots. Richard Kay has also watched the McManus replay at Sonnet Sports, and he thinks it hits into the ground. Here's Higgins, and Dawson tries to slog that away on the leg side, misses, and the ball misses the stumps, not by very much, I shouldn't think. And end of the over. This suggests that maybe the declaration might be coming soon. I don't know, or maybe they've just said, look, just get on with it and we'll keep going the way we're going. Yeah. Thanks, Dave. Alex is going to come back, have 20 minutes or so, and then take over from me, if that's all right. David Ackland says he's also looked at the Lewis McManus dismissal. On first viewing, I thought Lewis played it into the ground. The non-strikers umpire didn't give it out and only went to the square leg when Gloucestershire persisted with the appeal. Square leg might not have been able to see the bounce. I agree. Actually, the square leg umpire can only really give you his opinion whether the ball carried or not. Well, it certainly did. It would have been up to David Milnes, of course, to make the decision on the ball just striking the edge of the bat and going through to first slip. Welcome back, Alex.
Hello all. Here is Goodman at 4:40 for 8. Wheel on 3, taking strike with a couple of slips in place, and he pushes out towards cover, and Dawson, busy as ever, is seeing if there might be a sharp single involved there, but none forthcoming, much too close to the fieldsman. But Dawson in particular, a real injection of impetus here as he tries to push Hampshire along with just the tail end for company. We're just Abbas to come. Gloucestershire chipped away this afternoon. As Goodman goes in, past the umpire, bowling very full at the pads of the right-hander. A cry for LBW, quickly turned down. The ball runs in front of square leg for a leg by.
Well, we'll get a leg by out of that.
And the ball flicks to 4-4-1 for 8. Yeah, it was just between mid-wicket and square leg, and Dawson has been alive to any little opportunity to go through for runs throughout his innings so far. He's got 54. He's just trying to push things along a bit now, with not too much at the other end. 4 men on the fences here as Goodman's in, and this is pulled away out towards deep square, landing short of long leg, and they'll get back for a couple of runs. Happy to take on the short ball to the long part of the ground out towards the nursery ground, but well short of the fieldsman running around in the deep towards the eastern section of the hotel. A couple more to Dawson, goes to 56, 4-4-3 for 8. Do get a sense here that the flare may have gone up for a bit of a charge from Dawson. He waits for Goodman, and he goes back and works to mid-wicket. This will be a very tight single attempted or direct hit. I think he was gone, but Dent has missed from mid-wicket, running around his left hand, which bought the batsman a bit of time, but I'm certain that Wheel was struggling there with the direct hit at the striker's end.
He stopped as well, didn't he?
Yeah, it was a dab and go from Dawson. Wheel wasn't quite on the same wavelength. It was a very, very tight run had he gone straight the way anyway. But another little half moment for Gloucestershire they can't grasp. Had a good 2.5 stumps to aim at as well there, Dent. As Wheel drives out towards mid-off. Higgins is there, no run. 4-4-4 for 8. Quadruple Nelson on the board. Heaven knows what David Chipper would do at this juncture. Deep point drops back now for the last ball of the over. I think that Dawson would want as much bowling as possible at this stage. As Goodman goes in, and Wheel just covers up and plays back up towards the bowler for no run. So Dawson will keep the bowling. He is 57, Wheel is 3, and Hampshire are 4-4-4 for 8.
Yes, maybe much needed impetus actually to the innings as well. Just to, I mean, at the end of the day, even if you've got a biggish score on the board, and I'm sure Hampshire would want to be a little bit further forward than this at this stage, but I think Gloucestershire have done well overall here. That you want to end the innings on a high. You know what I mean? I think if you're sort of crawling along a little bit and then you go out to the field, you perhaps haven't got that same sort of burst of energy that you would have if you crashed it around for 600 and you go out there and you, come on lads, let's really get into it. You perhaps, you know, sort of 460, 470 all out, or maybe less. And having not had a sort of a flurry of runs at the end, you just sort of walk out and go, well, okay, now let's do our job. And it's a slightly different mindset. Here's Higgins again, and Dawson slapped that away on the leg side. He's picked up a good length ball and he's deposited that away over the deep mid-wicket boundary, and that is 6. Well, Higgins did nothing wrong there, and Dawson did everything right. Well, that's T20 at its best. 450 up for Hampshire, and that's coming up in the 141st.
Picked up very nicely indeed, wasn't it? Just a length delivery.
Dawson practicing early for the T20 competition. The ball's come back. Or has it? No, it hasn't. We're waiting. There's a couple of people gone off into the trees and the wooden fence that runs along the outside edge of the berm here, away to our left. So 450 for 8, then Hampshire. Dawson's beginning to play like he played towards the end of his 150 at Leicester, where he just had a little bit of fun. But Hampshire had about 600 at that stage.
Yeah, but I think now's the time to have a real dart here, and like you say, see if he can just pick up that momentum. But Gloucestershire were just threatening to wrestle back a little bit. There's obviously big runs on the board regardless of what happens here at the end of this innings, but Dawson has a chance to, as you say, Kev, send Hans into the field with a real spring in their step if he can get a few around the park here.
Higgins again then, bowls to Dawson. It's full, and that's driven by Dawson out into the covers. He's not going to take a single. He could have done it, went out to deep cover. Good bowling from Higgins there, just pushing it further up this time, making it difficult for Dawson to get underneath the bounce. Clever bowling. He's got mid on and mid off up, so he needs to get that right. He got it right on that occasion. Higgins again, no slip at all now, so completely defensive field and understandable with Dawson playing the way he is. Higgins bowls, it's outside off stump, but he's gone aerial, he's gone over the top of mid-off. That wasn't quite as full this time, and that is just about going to be pulled up in front of the rope. I was saying it was just about going to hit the rope, but it was a good contest. Worrell it is down there. Dawson got a little bit too much underneath it, picks up 2. And he moves on to 65, 452 for 8.
Yeah, it wasn't the cleanest of strikes because of this slightly sluggish nature of the pitch. It's been very difficult to hit through the line of the ball so far.
Yes.
But enough club to clear mid off.
Higgins again, he's got mid on and mid off, sort of about halfway back. Bowls and oh, he's dragged on there, Dawson. It was length ball outside off stump, and Dawson just came across that a little bit, and I'm not sure if Higgins has said something to Dawson there. I don't think they're having a laugh. Dawson's still looking back at Higgins as he makes his way back to the pavilion. He goes for 65, bowled off an inside edge, and Hampshire have lost their 9th wicket here now with the score. What's the score now? Because it's just disappeared off the board.
452.
452. I would wager a bet that something was said there.
Looked like it, didn't he? Had a little look round at him. But he was just through with the shot too soon, wasn't he? Again, the sluggish nature of the pitch. Dawson there too soon, drags it into his stump. So his little cameo has ended, but useful runs to push Hampshire along a little further. Past 450. It's not quite the big dominating match ending number that they were threatening just after lunch. And it has been Gloucestershire's session, you have to say. Resumed on 3.75 for 6, and they've just about prevented any real carnage.
So Mohammed Abbas, the number 11 for Hampshire, and it really is now just a case of eking out a few. But you're right, it's not quite the mega busting score that Hampshire would have hoped for. Certainly 500 plus they would have expected, I guess, at one stage, but 452 for 9, they'll probably be happy to get to 460, 465 perhaps. Still put Gloucestershire under a bit of pressure, but even so, it's certainly not out of sight. Abbas will face Higgins. Just taking a little while to get out there, Mohammed Abbas. We're into the 141st over. It's been a long stint in the field for Gloucestershire. They'll be glad to get back into the pavilion and settle down in that dressing room and begin their reply. So here's Higgins. He has 3 for 75 now. Taken 3 wickets today. Abbas drives on the up to mid-on. That wasn't a bad shot, actually. Half stopped at mid-on, but it's okay. Matty Taylor, I think it is there.
I'm sure he's been watching the videos of Babar Azam.
So Higgins now has 2 slips for the number 11 batsman. Comes in again then. And bowls. And it's a length ball, and Abbas slogs that away. He's got it over the infield on the offside, just. Beautiful sand wedge. And just over the head of the extra cover. That could have gone absolutely anywhere.
I don't know about beautiful sandwich, it was a bit of a shank, wasn't it? But it did the job over extra cover. Oh, that was tremendously ugly, but 2 more to the total. Such is the tail-ender's licence. And good to see as well. It's always a bit of fun when tail-enders play as tail-enders should. 4-5-4 for 9. And having kept themselves just about alive, wickets they've plucked out today have just about kept Gloucestershire in the contest. It has taken 141 overs of the game for Hampshire to get to this point, so you would anticipate a Gloucestershire number of similar breadth taking just as long and taking us very, very deep into the game, but for the moment they are just about still in it. Not have much work to do in reply to this total, but here's Taylor trying to finish things off, coming left arm round, and Wheel is forward, pushing it just wide of cover. Nicely steered there for a single. It's a wild throw actually, but Worrell goes around to back up at a backward square leg area. So Wheel goes to 455 for 9. Are you surprised that Wheel didn't fancy a bit more of the bowling?
I don't know, it's a difficult one, isn't it? I mean, yes, it would suggest in this situation that he probably should, but I think when Hampshire have been told just to sort of, you know, get a few runs now, just finish the innings off, keep the scoreboard ticking along, we don't want to see any maidens, and I suppose the temptation is then when you see it in the gap, you just go, it's automatic, isn't it? But yeah, maybe, but then that would put the pressure on him to play a big shot somewhere along the line. 2
slips for Abbas in a ring field. Taylor is in, and it's fended off down the leg side here. Well, they're going to go through for a sharp run again here, and Abbas was very nearly run out at the non-striker's end. And I think a direct hit would have done the job once more. Wheel called him through instantly before he'd even moved. Abbas looked up and saw Wheel almost next to him. Bracey went to his left-hand side, collected, shot at the non-striker's end, and a direct hit, and I think Abbas was done. But he survived, and the board goes to 456 for 9. And Wheel has the bowling back. The second slip goes to Gully, and Wheel is pushing down the ground. Man comes across from mid-on to collect. Higgins in there, and there's no run. It's been a ground-out effort here from Hampshire. At no point to... there's been the odd 20 minutes, hasn't there, where there has been some ground fluency to the innings, but they've largely been kept in check. A run rate of just above 3. They ground themselves out a good total as Taylor bowls a short ball, and it's pulled away through mid-wicket by Wheel. He's got hold of this quite well. It's running away towards the nursery ground boundary and finds it to our right-hand side. There's been no joy at all for anybody so far from the middle of this pitch, and it was banged in by Taylor, who isn't the quickest, and Wheel had time to go back and smartly pull that away in front of square. When you're pulling in front of square, that's also a sign that you've got plenty of time and able to negotiate that short ball where you like, and it was nicely steered. 460 for 9, and Taylor is off again, and going leg side again is Wheel with a bit of a slap this time, and finds Dent at mid-wicket for no run. Half a stride down the pitch and whipped it to leg, straight to the Gloucestershire skipper. He'll be thinking about trying to play the big innings for his side to get them back in the game here. It's been in good touch throughout the season so far, because of a number of Gloucestershire batsmen. Dent has led the line really well, and will need to do so again here. Work to do before that though, as Taylor gets flicked away past mid-on in the air, but finds the gap, and they'll get back for a couple. Not perfectly timed, little chip away past Higgins. And an expensive over there from Taylor. Hampshire move to 462 for 9. And Wheel goes to 10.
Yeah, I mean, Taylor and Shaw have been the two that have struggled to sort of keep the run rate down to a manageable level in terms of the overall run rate in the innings. Josh Shaw more so. But valuable runs. I can't believe I'm saying that after 142 overs of the Hampshire first innings. I'm still saying that every run is quite valuable here, because it then becomes all about, well, I don't think the follow-on will be even if Hampshire, everything goes Hampshire's way. I don't think even Gloucestershire don't make the follow-on. I don't think Hampshire will enforce it, but
I suppose it would depend on time, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
It's still going to have to get 320 probably to save the follow-on, and that'll take some time out of the game if they get there.
Yeah, I don't think we're going to see 5 and 6 and over scoring rates from here on in. In fact, we haven't. No. It's never going to be that pitch, as you say.
Definitely not.
So it's always going to be patience. Higgins just altering the field. He's got a deepish cover here. As he comes in and bowls to Abbas. It's gone for the Yorker outside off stump. Abbas swings and misses. 362 for 9. There are just under 50 overs left in the day. Higgins has one slip, although he's more sort of second slip really. That's Brathwaite. Here's Higgins, bowls, and it's another Yorker which Abbas digs out into the covers. I think Higgins knows that if he bowls in the length, Abbas is going to have a swing. Abbas might quite conceivably miss it, of course, but equally he might get hold of it. So Higgins is doing the right thing here, keeping it well up. Comes in and bowls again. To Abbas, and that's a length ball, and Abbas swings and misses. Ball goes through to Bracey.
Yeah, it's almost a better ball to Abbas, isn't it? Giving him a chance to swing, just there's a chance he could make an error. He just skied up in the air or miss it completely as he did there, but the Yorker almost isn't as valuable to a guy like Abbas, who is just going to try and squirt it out. That length ball almost brings more dismissals into play.
Higgins again. Bowls, and Abbas swings it away and doesn't really get hold of it. It goes to mid-wicket, they're running anyway, throw comes into Higgins, but Abbas somehow makes up his ground. It went straight to Dent, and I have to say I thought Abbas might be struggling there, but I don't think Dent picked it up cleanly. We may be surprised at how slowly the ball came off the bat with such a big swing that Abbas gave it. Sometimes you can be deceived thinking the ball's going to come at you quicker than it does. It can also go the other way as well. 463 for 9. In comes Higgins, and Wheel swings that away again. He doesn't really time it, and again it's gone to Dent. I think we know the order of the day here. If it's anywhere in a sort of an area, the numbers 10 and 11 will have a go, but difficult for them, of course, to always find the middle of the bat. One ball left of this Higgins over. We'll swap over at the end of this over. Dave Allen will come in alongside Alex. So Higgins comes in again then and bowls. It's a length ball outside off stump, and Wheel has a swing, misses, and that's the end of the over. 463 for 9. Wheel has 10 and Abbas has 3.
Elsewhere, Yorkshire are in their second innings at Hove. Sussex made 2-2-1, so a lead of 71 there is a useful number, but they might have hoped for a little more. Yorkshire 33 without loss in reply there, trailing by 38. At New Road, Worcester have made good runs against Notts, 4-3-1 for 9 they are. Warwickshire 1-2-1 for 4, replying to Essex 2-9-5, so work to do there to try and get on terms. Glamorgan 407 all out at Wantage Road, and now have the home side 76 for 5. Another top order failure for Northamptonshire, who failed twice at Lancashire last week in what in the end was a pretty handsome victory for the Red Rose, but were made to work hard on that final day. Here is Taylor going into Abbas, and Abbas clears the front leg, swings to the offside, and they somehow scramble through for a run. The ball bobbled away to the right of extra cover and allowed them to flash through for the single. So Abbas goes to 4. Hampshire to 464 for 9. So Glamorgan right on top there at Northampton. Durham plough on at Chesterley Street. They're 470 for 9 against Derbyshire. Lancashire 438 for 8, also making hay down at Canterbury. Can put them in there and have conceded 400 plus. Here is Taylor to Wheel, and Wheel is flicking leg side out towards deep square to our right. Just be a single more. Wheel goes to 11, 466 for 9. Middlesex 228 for 8 now. Surrey trying to reduce that deficit, but Middlesex do have a lead of 74. And the other game in this group, Group 2, Leicestershire 2-3-3 at Grace Road, Somerset 2-4-2 for 6. So a little lead, 4 wickets in the shed for Somerset. Taylor is in, and trying to poke it out on the offside is Abbas. Gets a bottom edge that just bobbles through down to Bracey, and there is no run. Welcome back, Dave Allen.
Thank you. I think Wheel is confounding my expectations. I was suggesting at the start of the season that there was a weakness at the tail with Hampshire, but Wheel batted nicely last weekend, got I think 21 not out, which was quite close to his highest ever score. He's doing a reasonable job today as well.
He's looked organised so far. Taylor goes into Abbas. There was a swing and a miss outside the off stump. Full delivery, and Abbas had dreams of depositing one up into the pavilion, but made no connection.
Abbas does have a highest first class score of 40 odd some years ago in I think in Pakistan, but his career average I'm pretty sure is below 10, and I had it here somewhere, and I've this precise moment can't find it.
6.89 his career average over 120 matches. Taylor is into him here, and he's poking one to the covers and gets a single. That's nicely played, that. Just waited for it, opened the blade and steered it out wide of lace-up point and gets himself another run, so he goes to 5. 466 for 9.
He might improve his average.
How can you only average 7 batting on undoubtedly some seriously flat pitches in Pakistan?
Yeah.
Because they are some of the flattest pitches that the cricketing world has ever produced. Taylor is into Wheel here, and Wheel is driving up over cover. Lace going back from point won't get there, and it'll bobble away for 4 runs. Bit of a toe end from Brad Wheel, with enough club to clear the infield, and picks up another boundary out towards the Health Club to our left-hand side. So Wheel will go to 15, and Hampshire 470 for 9 now, and these are useful tail-end runs, Dave.
They are, yeah. Yeah, I've just looked up Mohammed Abbas. His best score in first-class cricket at 40 was 5 years ago, so clearly if he's averaging 6, then he's not scored a lot since then. But Brad Wheel doing well again, really. They are useful runs, yeah. I won't mind, to be honest, if somebody's out fairly soon and we see if Hampshire can get Hampshire's bowlers can get something out of this pitch. But I think they'll keep going.
Well, we are halfway through this second days now, as Higgins is in and he's bowled him. Innings is all over. Abbas has lost his off stump. A good Yorker from Higgins at the base of the off stump, and Abbas has gone for 5, and Hampshire are all done for 470. Certainly been a marathon effort, 144 overs. They've kept Gloucestershire in the field, but they've ground out a really good total. And there'll be plenty to bowl out in 10 minutes time or so. But I think Gloucestershire will be quietly pleased with how they've finished the innings off here, because they could have been on the end of a really mammoth score coming back here today. But they've continued to plug away, and today, unlike yesterday, they have been able to chip away and haven't conceded anything in terms of significant partnerships, and have limited the damage to 470. But that's a tremendous effort from Hampshire on a wicket that hasn't been terribly easy to bat on. It has been slow, and it hasn't been easy to time the ball, but they were led by those 2 fine centuries yesterday from Holland, and then Alsop, Vince and Dawson contributing today. And 470 after a couple of wins under your belt, having won the toss. That's a pretty good number, Dave.
Yeah, I think so. The key for Gloucestershire, I suspect, was getting Vince fairly cheaply after lunch, because I did think that Hampshire were poised with Vince and Dawson in to really power on this afternoon and score at something of a rate. But that was the key. On the other hand, they haven't gone so far away that the game is beyond them. There's still all sorts of possibilities in this game with a reasonable amount of time left, and about 10 overs or so. I'm not sure whether they've taken off the change of innings overs there. It says 45 remaining.
I think they have now, yeah.
Have they?
Yeah.
So just a dozen overs to go. So Hampshire are going to have 2 bites of the cherry with the new ball, which they'll enjoy very much. I think we won't see a lot except for Abbott and Abbas. Probably 1 or 2, but mainly Abbott and Abbas will bowl before tea, and then again I suspect after tea. So that will suit Hampshire. Yeah, I think I did say that I wouldn't mind if a wicket fell, and I think that was fine really. But we shall see now how well Gloucestershire manage on this particular pitch as well.
Indeed, yeah. Their batsmen also in form, plenty of them with runs. Bracey has gone past 53 times already this season, as has Chris Dent. There were runs for Tom Lace in the opening game against Surrey. So a few guys in form, but a lot of work to do here to try and reply to this Hampshire 470. They won the toss yesterday morning and they lost Joe Weatherly, LBW, to Goodman for 8. And then that mammoth stand of 228 for the second wicket made tremendous progress before Holland fell LBW to Worrell for 114. North East was caught by Bracey off the bowling of Taylor for 24. And then this morning, Mason Crane was caught behind off Higgins for 4. Tom Alsop fell, also caught behind off Higgins for 149. Vince fell, also caught the wicket off Worrell for 52. McManus fell the very next delivery, caught at first slip by Dent. Abbott fell leg before to Worrell for 4. Liam Dawson played well for his 65, 5 fours, 2 sixes before being bowled by Higgins for 65, dragging one on. And then Abbas, the last man to go, bowled there by Higgins for 5. 30 extras is probably a few more than Gloucestershire would have liked, actually. Despite their discipline, that is a reasonably high number there. 6 byes, 14 leg byes and 10 no balls, almost exclusively, I think, bar 1 by Higgins. Indeed, yeah, the bumper from Worrell. But to the 4 front foot no balls, all sent down by Higgins. But 470 all out in 144.1 overs was a real slog for the Gloucestershire bowlers, but they did stick to their task quite well. Worrell ended up with 31 overs, 11 maidens, 4 for 75. Higgins 32.1 overs, 9 maidens, 4 for 78. Taylor a little expensive, 27 overs, 6 maidens, 1 for 102. Dom Goodman can be very pleased indeed with his work once again after his debut last week at Taunton. He sent down 25 overs, but 8 maidens, 1 for 54 was a pretty good effort. Shaw was expensive though. He rather let his colleagues down. 22 overs, 2 maidens, and 0 for 107 was a poor return for the returning Shaw, having missed last week with a groin strain. 4 overs of Brathwaite, conceded 16 runs with his very part-time off-spin. And Chris Dent even more so with his slow left armers. 3 overs before the second new ball yesterday for 18. So 470 on the board for Hampshire, and a total with which to try and dictate terms in this game. They've just got plenty of time now to try and chip away. And like you say, Dave, a couple of bites with the new ball with Abbas and Abbott, and with Abbas in particular, he just gives nothing away, doesn't he?
No, that's right. Very, very accurate indeed, and no more than fast medium, but and he just does a bit with it both ways as well. So I've enjoyed watching him, I must say. Yeah, the Gloucestershire bowling was interesting because there were 2 guys who were pretty expensive and didn't do the business, but there were 3 others, Goodman and Higgins and Worrell. I think all of those bowled pretty well on the whole, and Goodman, as you say, in particular. Second game out, every reason to be proud of his performance, I think.
Very much so, yeah. Suggests once again that he's got a decent future in the game. That was what the indications were last week at Taunton, contributing to that fine victory. He picked up 3 wickets in the match and also gave very little away. It's down to the batsmen now for Gloucestershire to try and get themselves back in this game, but we've got a fairly benign service from what we've seen so far.
Heavy roller on, so that will squeeze a lot out of whatever there is there that might be a bit uneven or whatever. That will flatten that out probably. So,
but it will be a fierce examination against Abbott and Abbas, probably the pick of the new ball bowlers around county cricket at the moment, perhaps.
And there is real variety in the Hampshire attack. So, I mean, Liam Dawson, for instance, is not, on the whole, a great wicket taker, but he's one of the tightest bowlers in first-class cricket. You know, so if Vince needs somebody just to hold an end up, just to tie an end up for a lot of overs, then he's the man to do it. Crane is likely to go for more runs, but is more of a wicket-taking bowler. Holland will take a bit of pace off as a medium pacer, and Wheel gives him a bit of speed. So there's a fair variety in that attack, and Vince can pick and choose between all of them. Doesn't even have to bowl himself, even though he once took 5 wickets in an innings. It was against Loughborough University, though. So
Oh, right, so scratch it from the records then.
I can't remember, actually, but yeah, now you would, wouldn't you? Did he once take a test wicket? Somebody will... I could check it, but I'll tell you what, I'll leave somebody to tweet Kevin around it. Or maybe an ODI wicket.
I can have a quick... I think, yeah, ODI wicket rings a bell, actually.
Yeah.
Did he bowl? I think he bowled in the series against Ireland here last summer.
Might have done. I think he might even have bowled in the World Cup, you know.
He did take a wicket.
Yeah. So there we are. And he's kept wicket as well. So he's a real all-rounder, James Vince. On a couple of occasions when we've had injuries, James Vince has... I've got a photograph of him somewhere keeping wicket for Hampshire. So... it always amuses me on Cricket Archive. They sometimes have pictures of players on Cricket Archive, and it always amuses me that if you look up Gordon Greenidge, that they've got a photograph of him keeping wicket for Scotland. And you think, is that really the best picture that you could ever find of Gordon Greenidge in his illustrious career?
Yeah. They do have some very curious photographs on Cricket Archive. I think it's something to do with copyright.
Yeah, probably.
And they're the only pictures they can get their hands on. Out come the umpires then. Umpires David Milnes and Ben Debenham leading us back out. And James Vince strides onto this not quite luscious Ageas Bowl outfield, because it's pretty patchy in places with the lack of rain we've had, but undoubtedly Hampshire keen to get at Gloucestershire here, with Dent and Brathwaite coming out to open the innings. Dent's still got his thick cable knit sweater on, so still feeling the breeze. The man from Barbados, meanwhile, has got his arms exposed, with a slip over and short sleeve shirt on. Played here a couple of times, Craig Brathwaite.
I was going to say, did he come last year? He
did indeed. Yep. Played in that famous victory for the West Indies, first of the Biosecure Test, made 65 and 4, and he also played here for Notts back in 2018, and made 5 and 48, but it wasn't a good experience overall, because Hampshire won by a mighty 270 runs.
Oh yeah, I remember that one. Yep. Well, I won't mind if they do that again, of course, but we shall see.
So Kyle Abbott is going to get us underway from the pavilion end, and Brathwaite is going to take the first ball. That famous win for the West Indies, it was extraordinary.
Yeah.
Under Ben Stokes' captaincy, it was Jermaine Blackwood that got them over the line on that Sunday afternoon.
I reckon the cricketing gods had a hand in all of that. They said, congratulations to the West Indies for being brave enough to come over here and do all this. And
very much so.
We'll give you a win to reward you.
Yes. Yeah, indeed. And deservedly so for their efforts, spending all that time in the biosecure bubble and hotel to hotel to get the cricket on, to rather save English cricket, really, you have to say, because had they not come, good chance that the rest of the touring summer might not have happened, and would have left a giant black hole in the ECB's finances.
Certainly would.
So thanks to them. And Brathwaite out there once again at the Ageas Bowl, about to take the first ball of the Gloucestershire reply to Hampshire's 470. It's Abbott in with 3 slips, and Brathwaite is defending down towards a very tight extra cover come mid-off, really. And there is no run. There's a point in place, a short leg has gone in straight away, and then there's a mid-on, quite a square mid-wicket, and long leg will be Abbas down by the hotel, limbering up to take the new ball at the hotel end. Has Abbott always preferred this pavilion end?
Frequently he does. This was the end from which he bowled in that famous game 2 years ago when he took the record 17 wickets against Somerset.
He's coming in here, broad shoulders, tall fellow, and Brathwaite pushes again towards that very tight, wide mid-off come straight extra cover, just on the very edge of the square, really, level with the stumps at the non-striker's end.
Yeah, we were discussing that in the last game, what happens when you sign Abbas and Abbott's here already, and who gets choice of ends. Maybe it's just a certainty because of Abbott's previous record.
Yes, you'd think he would take seniority. He's coming in here past the umpire, bowling fuller to Brathwaite, who's forward. A little slowly, but does get out to defend it. Again, up to that man in that tight extra cover come mid-off area. Going around to his right to field.
It's not like the choice of ends at Hove, for example. It's a pretty flat run in from both ends, so I'm not sure. I suppose actually in the Gloucestershire innings, when we saw the ball keeping very low, it was bowled from the far end, from
Correct,
the hotel end.
And from this end there was the odd one that bounced,
yeah.
from which Abbott is coming in from, and Brathwaite is leaning forward here, getting a thickish outside edge that runs away towards point. And there is no run. Plenty of oohs and ahs. We'll get that for a while with all this scoreboard pressure. 470 to try to reply to. I think they'll be getting oohs and ahs into midday tomorrow if Gloucestershire are still going quite well.
Well, I suppose the first key target for them is 320. So there's not. They didn't enforce a follow-on last week, and they had a bigger lead than that. So it might not be an issue, but.
Abbott in, Gloucestershire get to score, but they are away now with an inside edge from Brathwaite through square leg. Brief hesitation, but they are going to come back for a second run. Again, slightly late down to it. Thick inside edge. Vince has his hands on his head at first slip. They'll squirt it away through square leg to get the Gloucestershire innings underway, and Brathwaite is off the mark.
And this is his debut for Gloucestershire, is that right, this game?
Brathwaite? No, he played at Taunton.
Oh, he did? Okay, I've not got... Oh, yeah, I do beg your pardon, he did, yeah. I have got...
He made 18 and 36 last week at Taunton, in victory down there as Abbott is into him again, and he's leaving one at the very last second there. He was pushing forward to play and then just in time withdrew the bat, and you could hear the oohs and ahs again as the over comes to an end. A couple from the first over of the Gloucestershire reply. They've got 470 to battle back against, and they're 2 without loss.
But this is his first season with Gloucestershire, Brathwaite.
Yes, he's had a couple of stints in English cricket. Played in 3 seasons, although not a great deal of cricket. Yorkshire in 2017 played just a couple of matches.
Yeah, didn't that follow that big century that he made in the Test?
Correct, that's right.
Yes, that's right.
West Indies chased down 300 plus at Headingley,
right. Yeah.
And then following that, Brathwaite stayed on and played the last 2 games of the season for Yorkshire, but he only made 40 runs in those couple of matches. Had a stint with Notts in 2018, played 4 matches and made just shy of 300 runs at 42, passed 53 times. And then also played for Glamorgan in 2019, 3 matches, 166 runs at 55, made a century there. Here's Abbas then at the hotel end. He's got 4 slips in place and a short leg. He rolls into Chris Dent, the Gloucestershire captain, and he's away immediately with a nudged leg side, running down to long leg, and they're going to come back for 2. Good piece of running. Dent sharply back for the second, and he is away first ball. Yeah, metronomic stuff from Abbas. Just dab away and dab away all day. Gives very, very little away. Sharp enough without being express pace, which probably what keeps him out of the Pakistan Test side at the minute. He's in here and outside the off stump to Dent, and that did skid through a little bit low.
Yeah, that did, yeah.
We saw not a great deal of carry, plenty of times in the first innings, and that did just scoot through a little bit, and the keeper was down to his left ankle taking that.
Of course, Abbas played Test here last year as well. He played for Pakistan, which is, at least I'm pretty sure he did, just before he lost his place in the side.
Here he is, long sleeve shirt, coming into Dent in his sweater, and Dent is well forward, just pushing up out on the offside towards mid-off for no run.
It's just a little word from the umpire there about running down the line. Not a warning, but just a little suggestion that he might avoid doing that. Sometimes he bowls quite wide of the crease.
He's in again now, past umpire Milnes, and this is a leg side delivery that Dent has touched away. A half save by short leg. They'll get through for a single, so Dent goes to 3, and the Gloucester to 5 without loss in the second over here.
Tom Alsop's reward for being in the best championship form of his life is to be fielding at short leg, and he's just rubbing his hand there because he did half stop that, and it was going a bit, I think. And Brathwaite doing the old West Indian thing about whacking the bail into the ground
indeed,
to take a mark. I've never quite understood.
No, neither have I, because surely your hole is then ruined by the ground staff at the end of each session. Abbas is in to Brathwaite, and Brathwaite from the crease is playing a length ball down a bit on for no run.
I think Chanderpaul started doing that. I'm not quite
sure.
He did, yeah. Somebody else, but I mean, there is. Oh, he's having another word with Abbas, so that's not too good. 2 words after 5 balls, and in fact, he's calling Abbas across to look at the evidence there, and I think no, that's not James Vince, is it? Somebody else is coming to look as well, but not sure that's James Vince.
He's having a keen word with Abbas. Here is David Milnes. Don't think it's not an official warning there.
Of course, if he does run down that line, and then Mason Crane bowls from this end to the right-hander, it'll be on or around just outside leg stump.
Indeed,
but,
yeah.
You know.
So I think particularly with the leg spinner in the side, the umpires will be pretty hot on any encroachment on the middle of the pitch as Abbas is in, and one bounces on Brathwaite and perhaps takes him on the glove, but he manages to knock it down in front of short leg and survives the over. So 2 gone, 5 without loss. Abbas actually, he played in all 3 test matches last summer. He played the one at Old Trafford, and then the 2 here in August, and then went on tour to New Zealand and played a couple of test matches there, but didn't play in the series against South Africa back in Pakistan.
Right.
That was where he lost his place.
Now, the aforementioned Mike Vimpany, who I was suggesting the media centre should be named after, has now arrived, although he found it very difficult to get through the door. But it's very nice to see him anyway. So
here is Carl Abbott, right arm round from the pavilion end to Dent, and Dent is carefully forward, pushing out towards point. And there's no run. There are 3 slips here. Short leg is back in. Point mid-off, more orthodox now than the previous over. Mid-on, wide-ish mid-wicket, and then Abbas down at an orthodox long leg towards the edge of the hotel, where those curious stanchions remain, don't they, at the edge of the hotel on either side.
They are strange.
Abbas waits as Abbott comes in, and Dent plays it to mid-on, no run.
We used to look at them and think, are they going to put a scoreboard on there or something? But of course what they actually are extensions of decoration that runs round the front. So if you're around the other side of the hotel, that's not the end of them. They run round the front of the hotel. Why? What their purpose is, goodness only knows.
So from the other side it looks perfect.
Yeah.
But from this side it looks a little strange.
Yeah. But
Abbott is in, and this is in the air from Dent, pushing keenly forward. It was away from the bowler in his follow-through, but slightly chipped down to the right hand of mid-on. Fieldsman comes around and there's no run, but that was just lobbed back in the air for a moment from Dent.
Yeah.
Cries from behind the bat.
Might have just stopped on him a bit.
Yeah.
Yeah, you see, I'm thinking with those strange stanchions that what I could do is have a big banner made which says Hambledon Corner and hang it on it.
You certainly could. Abbott is in, and Dent playing forward again. This time beaten outside the off stump by one that maybe just held its line. Dent comes down the wicket again, prods away on a decent length. Probing line here from Carl Abbott.
I suspect people can probably hear the effects, Mike, that Hampshire have reinvented them this season as one of the noisy teams. They're making a right old racket out there at the minute.
Well, you sing when you're winning, and they've been doing the business so far.
Yeah.
So right to have a bit of noise in the field. 5 without loss. Abbott is in again, and Dent is carefully forward, pushing out up towards mid-off. And there is no run.
I'm not the biggest fan in the world of that, but it was noticeable last week when we were on the second day really hammering Middlesex. They had a terrible day on the second day. That they were very quiet in the field as we were scoring hundreds against them, North East going to 100 and so on. It just had a real sense of them being a bit down.
But to complete the third over, he's in past the umpire and Dent is forward, pushing out towards Holland at mid-off, and the over comes to an end. 5 without loss here, Gloucestershire, replying to a mighty 470. Hampshire bowled out just after the halfway point in this second day, with good runs on the board. Yet again, they built yesterday ever so well with Holland and Alsop, those twin centuries. And a pair of 50s today for Vince and Dawson, but around them a number of single-figure scores. Dominated by that big partnership yesterday, 228, suggesting, as ever really, that if you do manage to get in on this surface, go and make the most of it. Kevin James back with us. Good afternoon.
Hello.
Here is Ageas at the far end, bowling full, and Brathwaite is driving away through mid-off. That's a pleasant stroke. Running up towards the media centre on the far side of the ground, and runs for 4. Ageas just over pitching, and Brathwaite has lent into it to strike the first boundary of the Gloucestershire innings, smartly through straight mid-off. 9 without loss.
Nice shot. Didn't see Ageas bowl too many half volleys at all in the last game. That's the first one for a long time. Interesting, David Milnes had a look at his follow-through. That's also the first time that I've noticed an umpire has taken him to task on that in the games that he's played so far for Hampshire.
Here he is again with 4 slips and a short leg to Brathwaite, and he's touching one through mid-wicket here for just be a single. Fieldsman going across from mid-on, and the score goes to 10 without loss.
Update for Solent radio listeners right now coming up.
Second day of Hampshire's championship match against Gloucestershire.
And we've got Gloucestershire replying now. They've just started their first innings. They are 10 without loss. West Indies captain Craig Brathwaite is in there. He's 7 not out. Chris Dent, the captain, is 3. Earlier, Hampshire bowled out for 470. Their innings spread over 144 overs. They lost 3 wickets this afternoon very quickly, which took a bit of impetus out of the innings. But Liam Dawson at the end injected some much-needed pace in the innings. He made 65. Live commentary right now via the BBC Sport website.
Thank you very much indeed.
And app,
Which
which I missed.
A certain song came on Radio Solent there, and I thought for a moment the presenter was blowing you a kiss.
I think it was something to do with the radio rather than me.
It was, yes.
But I know what you mean. I did, for half a second.
No, is that the response you elicit from most radio presenters? Ageas to Brathwaite, to Dent, beg your pardon, the left-hander, and he touches through mid-wicket for a single. Playing very late under his nose and nudging it away in front of mid-on. They go through for the gentle run, which takes the Gloucestershire captain to 4, and the visitors here to 11 without loss. And a beautiful day, but the breeze, if anything, has picked up today, actually. Just felt a little bit more in the box. Like a Mediterranean afternoon with the wind picking up as the day goes on. That's why the most expensive tea times are always in the morning on Mediterranean golf courses. Ageas into Brathwaite, playing late and down in front of third slip. Diving away to his right, the fieldsman in there. Does the work and there's no run.
Interesting field for Brathwaite, isn't it? On the leg side there.
A few, not perhaps as much as I was expecting, but we did see a few catches in front of the bat in the Hampshire innings. But they've got a man here, probably 2 strips across from the pitch in which we're playing, at a very tight catching mid-wicket position. So they dispensed with the 4th slip and brought him in front of square as Ageas goes in, and Brathwaite lets it go just outside the off stump. With a stride forward and a shouldering of the arms, and it's through to McManus behind the stumps. So 4 in the books of this Gloucestershire reply. They're 11 without loss, replying to 470, and we've got 9 overs to go into tea.
Got a few emails to read out as people are taking the trouble to send them in. Roger Arthur at silentcricket@gmail.com. He says, great commentary as always, thank you very much. And he sent me some stats on James Vince. Thank you very much. This one from David Joyce, Gloucestershire. David lives in that county. He says, further to yesterday's conversation, the Wagon Works ground in Gloucester. The Wagon Works ground is located on Tuffley Avenue, so it's the same ground. Yeah, thank you. I think I got confused earlier on when somebody sent in about Tuffley Avenue. Abbott's round the wicket to the left-hander. Dent comes in, runs away from us. It's full, and Dent prods out to Ian Holland, who's at wide mid-off. Your recollection about the ground being surrounded by fields is probably because the site consists of a large grass area surrounded by high brick walls. There are 2 cricket squares, each with its own playing field. The 2 playing areas are divided by a slope, making one playing area about half a metre below the other. The cricket pavilions are on one side of the ground against one of the surrounding walls. See attached image, and he sent me an image as well. The ground is still there today behind its walls, and I think that the squares are still playable. Abbott comes in and bowls to Dent, and Dent just quietly lets the ball come onto the bat and plays that again up to Ian Holland. I still think the squares are still playable. See the attached image, and he sent me a satellite image. That actually might be what I'm thinking of, because 2 grounds on the same, yeah, which is quite nice.
Oh, very pleasant.
That is it. So, yeah, that's probably why I thought there was a bigger area to one side where we were playing. So thank you very much, David Joyce.
Yeah, I've been sort of in the area a bit.
Yeah.
And there's a bus that goes down Tuffley Avenue. But yeah, I don't think I've watched cricket there before.
Abbott to Dent. Dent again pushes that out to Ian Holland. John Aspinwall, silentcricket@gmail.com. Still watching the team, he says, 60 years on. Good afternoon from a sunny Newbury. Enjoying the coverage and the live stream. My first experience of seeing Hampshire cricket was at Highclere Castle, in brackets of Downton Abbey fame. It was in 1961, and I was 13 years old. I cycled from Newbury to the castle. Lord Porchester had invited a team of well-known players that included Godfrey Evans, Dennis Compton, as Abbott comes in and bowls to Dent once more, and again a carbon copy of the previous few deliveries, although rather than Holland facing, it looks like who's that out? That's Mason Crane out there at point, picks it up for him. Dennis Compton, Fred Titmus, while Derek Shackleton, Colin Ingleby Mackenzie, Peter Sainsbury and Leo Harrison represented Hampshire. My abiding memory has been allowed to bowl at Dennis Compton and him whacking it way back over my head. I also remember Fred Titmus practising his Old English on me and my friends whilst we were seeking autographs. Practising his Old English. Interesting. Thank you, John. Love that one. Keep those stories coming in. silentcricket@gmail.com as Dent, well, he's gone to Ian Holland again. Carbon copy. Abbott is bowling a tight line and a tight length, and Dent is just treating it with respect, playing with a straight bat, and the ball is always ending up in the same area in this over. At Solent Sport on the tweets as well.
So is that something like the Lord Porchester's 11 or something?
I don't know. Well, no, they're up at high. No, because I don't know, because there's Porchester Castle towards Portsmouth, so I'm getting confused. Obviously, there's Highclere Castle up towards Newbury, as you know, up the A34, isn't it?
Yes.
That's pushed to Ian Holland again. Funnily enough, 11 without loss. Dent has 4 and Brathwaite 7.
Well, the name or the title often doesn't relate to actually the venue itself, because Arundel Castle, for instance, is the seat of the Duke of Norfolk.
Right. Oh, right. Yes, of course. Yeah.
So it could be whatever.
Confusing. Right. It's quite confusing, actually.
It is, yeah. Yes, can't quite get your head around the aristocracy and where everybody lives and where everybody's seats are. But some tremendous venues, and Arundel is one of the best of them. Hampshire used themselves last year. Here is Mohamed Abbas from the hotel end coming into Brathwaite, the right-hander, and he's forward, pushing back towards the bowler's right hand for no run. So 3 slips again here. Then an orthodox forward short leg, and this catching short mid-wicket. It can be no more than 8 to 10 yards from the bat. Orthodox point. Extra cover is in quite tight. Mid-on is pretty regular. And then long leg towards the worn stand, away to our left. Almost directly underneath the scorers down there. Abbas moves in again, and Brathwaite is back this time, just dabbing one down in front of cover. And there is no run, 11 without loss.
Well, it's tight stuff, isn't it, from Ageas and Abbott? Dent and Brathwaite. I don't know, finding it not too bad really. It's even with the new ball here, there's not a lot of pace in the wicket, and doesn't seem to be a lot in the air or off the seam for either of these two bowlers at the moment. But maybe when the lacquer comes off, who knows? But so far in this game, there hasn't been a lot.
Ageas once more, past the stumps he goes, and Brathwaite is well forward here. At about a fourth stump line, playing with a slightly angled bat. That maybe drew the oohs and ahs from behind the bat, steers it away towards point. There was that many oohs and ahs, we're getting a replay of a ball of no significance whatsoever. No run out towards point. It could be Marcus Trescothick down there to our right hand side, wandering towards the nursery ground in conversation with somebody I know not. Certainly somebody with an England tracksuit down there. Here is Ageas again, goes in, and a better length this time, a more probing length, as Brathwaite just leaning slightly forward to defend here. Again pushes out towards point, and there's no run.
Hampshire's Director of Cricket, Giles White.
I'm pretty sure it was Trescothick. I could be hideously embarrassed here, but my instinct said Trescothick earlier on.
He's walking like a Trescothick. Just his mannerisms.
He's got a Trescothick-like gait. 11 without loss. Ageas in again from the far end, and Brathwaite shuffling around slightly in his crease, again defending out towards point. And there is no run once more.
There's not a lot of help out of this wicket for these two new ball bowlers at the moment. Not even Ageas is getting any extra bounce, but we did see generally in the Hampshire innings, especially today, just the odd one.
Oh, I would say once every half an hour on average across those 144 overs, that was a ball that sort of made you sit up and take notice. There were very few deliveries that did something and then took a wicket. As Ageas rolls in again, way outside the off stump this time, and Brathwaite is content to allow it to pass by. A maiden air for Ageas. And Gloucestershire replying to 470 after 6 overs of their reply, are 11 without loss.
Mark Fletcher has emailed silentcricket@gmail.com. He's keeping the Barry Richards theme going. I'll have to shout to Dave because he's at the other side of the room and he's talking away. Dave might know the answer to this at the end. Hi guys, loving the coverage. Richards always took games against the tourists more seriously than most because of his enforced lack of Test cricket for most of his career. I remember him taking the Aussies apart on the first morning at the old ground at Northlands Road, especially a leggy. Was it Higgs or O'Keefe? Dave's thinking. He was probably there.
Yes.
Yes, he says it was one of those two. Thank you very much. That's cleared that one up.
I think he got 96.
96 he got. Yeah, well, we're trying to work out which leggy it was, but it doesn't matter.
He thinks it's okay.
Oh, and right, okay. So we've got
2 votes for O'Keefe.
Yeah, Mike Vimpin is here. He's going for O'Keefe. So Kyle Abbott. Runs in both innings, Dave Allen thinks. So Abbott Waste. It's easy when you've got Ageas and Abbott. It's easy to get the two mixed up as you're just chatting. It's uncanny.
I mean, they look quite similar.
Yeah, do. Although Abbott's round the wicket. So that's worked to wide mid on by Dent. I'll take a quick single. Gloucestershire reply and moves on to 12 without loss. Earlier Hampshire bowled out for 470. 4 wickets for Dan Worrell and 4 for Ryan Higgins. Higgins taking all of his wickets today. Liam Dawson 65 and James Vince 52, the chief scorers after lunch. Tom Alsop making 149. He was out before lunch. He was 127 overnight. 321 is the follow-on if you're marking that one. And the bats, yeah, I'll do it again. Abbott's coming over the wicket to Brathwaite. This time the man on the catch is straighter at short mid-on, and it's gone straight to him. That's Sam Northeast, but not in the air. So keep things coming along. This one from Kenny Gibson. Earlier, well in fact yesterday if you were listening, we were talking about the ends, and yes, I did get a tweet or a text from a certain Woodsy who's a plumber And he very nearly caught me out about the Ian Bell end, but yeah, we won't go into that. He says, read Barry Richards and Bish and Beatty. When Barry went down the wicket and hit a 4, Betty stood and applauded. Nice bloke, Bish and Betty. I remember facing him actually at North when he was at Northants, Alex. That's turned away past a diving short leg. There'll be a couple of runs at least for Brathwaite. He may pick up 3. It won't quite go for 4. It's a comfortable 3 for the West Indies captain. He moves on to 10, and it's 15 without loss. Bish and Betty stood and applauded when he hit him. That and Tom Mottram's magnificent caught and bowled of Roy Virgin are great memories. Thank you, Kenny. I think one of the first games I played was against Northamptonshire up at Wantage Road. Bish and Betty was playing. That shows you how old I was. Or am. What do you mean was? I am. I was young then.
Yes, he had a huge career at Northants.
Didn't he? He bowled very slow. That was the thing that amazed me because... You know, generally the higher level you go up, the spinners actually bowl a bit quicker than you think,
yeah.
Especially Derek Underwood. I mean, he was like a left-arm seamer. It was ridiculous, and his quicker ball was lightning. But here's Abbott, bowls, and Dent's on the back foot, just pushes that and prods that into the gap in the covers. They'll come through for another single 16 without loss. But I remember facing Bish and Beatty and thought, my gosh, this guy is the slowest bowler. I'd faced an awful lot of club bowling. And this guy was even slower than that. But what he was clever at, of course, the ball just dipped on you. So you think, oh, I'll get that easy. And then the ball would just bounce about 2 or 3 inches shorter than you thought. And of course, that's where he got most of his wickets, because guys would drive him and they wouldn't quite be there. Chris Colburn, silentcricket@gmail.com, talking about the ends again. We're going back to that familiar theme. John White, the former announcer, used to call the northern end here the to-lose end. How does he work that out? As Brathwaite's on the back foot to a good length ball and pushes that up to mid-off. Because there were 2 toilets there in the early days, possibly when under construction. Here's Chris. So it was the only possible way you could connect 2 loos with that. I can't believe he actually said that. Did John... Dave might know this. Did John White... Dave, did John White ever call that far end the 2 loos end when he announced at the ground here? I don't think he did. I think that's another wind-up. But it sounds a good story. It's one of those stories that never let the facts get in the way of a good story.
Yes. You like a few of them, don't you, Kev?
Yes, I do. I'm getting wound up rotten here, aren't I? Brathwaite works that down towards fine leg. He'll get a single for his trouble. Abbas, the fielder, at the far end of the ground, 17 without loss. End of the over.
6 overs to tea. And most of the games around the country approaching tea time as well. Yorkshire battling back very nicely down at Hove. They're 88 without loss in their second innings, and they now lead Sussex by 17. Sussex bowled up for 2-2-1 earlier in the day. Yorkshire fired out for just 150 first time around, but going much better and are getting themselves right back into the game there. Worcestershire bowled out for 4-6-3 at New Road, and Notts, with a lot of work to do, are 12 without loss in reply. Champions Essex very much on top. They put up 295 at Edgbaston, and Warwickshire in reply 160 for 6. As Abbas is into Brathwaite, who's dropping a single into the covers, calmly taken, played under his nose and steered wide of Ian Holland for the run. Brathwaite will go to 12, 18 without loss here. Gloucestershire, Simon Harmer with some wickets there. Once again for Essex, Glamorgan 407 at Wantage Road, and Northants 127 for 5. So under some real pressure. Batting has failed to fire so far this season. They had a lower order bailout in their opening game at the draw with Kent, and then twin failures at the top of the order at Lancashire last week. Abbas going round the wicket here to Dent, and has got a short mid-on in place, almost standing on the cut strip as Dent struck on the pad. Appeal for leg before gone. The change of angle is done for Chris Dent, and Abbas has struck for Hampshire. Hint of maybe it keeping a little low, but Dent certainly caught on the crease and certainly looked in front, and umpire David Milnes has sent him on his way. So an early one here in the 8th over for Abbas and Hampshire, and Chris Dent, the Gloucestershire captain, having looked fairly secure, has gone for just 6, and the Gloucesters are 18 for 1.
It did keep low, but he was stuck on the crease. Didn't get forward, didn't go back, and that ball did keep a little low. But he looked plumb in front, I have to say.
Yeah, huge appeal.
Yeah.
And he looked out from the slightly wonky angle that we're at, and the finger went up pretty quickly indeed. So just what Hampshire would have wanted, a strike before the tea interval, and to get Dent as well. It was given Gloucestershire some good starts so far this season. He has gone for just 6.
Abbas's 13th wicket for Hampshire this season. And Dent's been in good form as well, hasn't he?
Yeah, very much so.
Centuries already, isn't he?
Yeah, he's played well, but a failure here. And it brings James Bracey out at number 3 very early in the piece. And Marcus Truskothick's eyes down beneath us will be fixed on Bracey and to see how he copes with this level of pressure. Coped with it pretty well at Taunton last week in a fine first innings century that helped Gloucestershire get on terms, and then a match-winning knock second time around. What can you do here under all this scoreboard pressure? This is perhaps as close to international cricket as you're going to get, really, in the county game. On a fairly benign pitch under hot sun, with a weight of scoreboard pressure and 2, in effect, international bowlers coming in at you. So this is perhaps Bracey's biggest test of the season so far. 3 slips in place and a short leg, and this man at catching short mid-on. Abbas stays round the wicket to Bracey, another left-hander, and he's forward to his first ball, playing out towards extra cover. Northeast is there, and there is no run. He's going back to those other boards. Durham 475 at Chesley Street. Derbyshire 33 for 3 in reply. So with an awful lot of work to do to get back into that one. Durham have had a pretty good start of the season, it must be said. They had the better of the game in a draw at Trent first time around, and they should have beaten Essex last week. But the champions turned it around in great style. Abbas is in here, and Bracey is pushing towards the onside. Good save from short leg, diving away to his left.
Also,
sharp bit of work out with the left hand to prevent Bracey from getting off the mark. Surrey 154 at Lords, and Middlesex have just been bowled out for 268. So a really good lead that of 114 runs. Middlesex right on top in the London Derby, having somehow lost the opening game to Somerset despite holding all the aces, but then well beaten here last week. 18 for 1 here, the Gloucesters. Bracey waiting for Mohammed Abbas and driving away through point. That's a pleasant stroke, and Bracey's away with the boundary out towards the Health Club to our left hand side. It was overpitched by Abbas, and Bracey leant into it and timed it away in front of point. Very pleasant way to get off the mark. 22 for 1.
Yeah, he's just gone for the one that angles into the left-hander and straightens, and he just overdid it really in the line. Just overpitched as well.
An early settler for Bracey. Abbas will be annoyed. He comes in here to complete the 8th over of the Gloucestershire reply, and he bowls just outside the off stump, and that really bobbles along. That doesn't carry at all through to McManus. That bounced a good yard or so in front of him.
This pitch is much slower than last week's.
Very much so. Yeah, it's been pretty sluggish throughout, and that was a concerning sign with that bobbling through outside the off stump and bundling through to McManus. 22 for 1 then, with Abbas and Abbott having got through 4 overs apiece here. And are we going to see a change straight away and see some spin? Looks like Dawson is going to get an early go here.
We are. Abbott's off, 4 overs, 2 maidens, none for 8. Now, Mark Fletcher, who asked earlier about the leg spinners, he actually emailed back saying, thanks for the mention, say hello to Mike Vimpany. He's on the phone at the moment, so he's not listening. I used to see him regularly when I okayed for Hursley Park. I don't know if that's a spelling mistake when it comes out predictive text. Might be umpired. For Hursley Park in the late 80s and early 90s. Hursley Park is just, if we look now, I would say Hursley is about 10 o'clock. To our slightly to our left and further up north way. For anybody that doesn't know, there, Southampton and surrounding villages and towns and what have you. Well, actually, Hursley Park is classed as a village because they play in the Village Cup. Here's Dawson then. I've got an answer for you, Mark, as Dawson bowls, and it's full to Brathwaite, who pushes it on the onside. He was asking, was it Higgs or O'Keefe that Richards played against the Aussies? In 1972, this is all from Dave, Barry Richards got 73 against the Aussies, and it was Jackie Gleeson was the leg spinner in that particular game. As Dawson bowls, and Brathwaite pushes forward. Oh, in 1975, where Richards made 96 and 69, it was Higgs. What was his first name, Dave? Higgs? We don't know, but anyway, it's Higgs. That'll do. This is not a Smith.
There was a Ken Higgs, but played for Lancashire, wasn't he?
Yeah, he was a seamer. Leicestershire, wasn't he? That's turned away. Was it Lancashire or Leicestershire? That's turned away on the 45. He played for both. Yeah, yeah. Mine, solentcricket@gmail.com. I've only mentioned it about as many times as Kevin Hand mentioned Middlesex winning the championship in 2016 last week. Outside the off stump, quite close to the off stump, but a good lead from Brathwaite. Talking about the Lord Porchester, Alex, Brian Budd, solentcricket@gmail.com, he says, if memory serves, Lord Porchester was the hereditary title of the son of the Earls of Carnarvon. Alex will know this. As Dawson's round the wicket again to Brathwaite. He's on the back foot, steers that to deepish cover where Sam North East is away to our left. 23 for 1. His father was the man who financed Howard Carter's excavations that led to the discovery of the Pharaoh Tutankhamun.
I say.
Oh, there you go. Thank you, Brian. Great story, that. Dawson's going to switch to over the wicket to the left-hander Bracey. Ring of fielders. Short leg stays. Vince is at first slip, directing things, directing that leg side field, making sure that it's exactly where Dawson wants, and Vince, of course. There's no man on the sweep. There is a backward square leg, and North East has gone fairly deep at mid-wicket, so there's a single there if they want it. Dawson over the wicket to Bracey. Bracey's on the back foot and steers it into the ground. More Barry Richards, this time from Tim Street. Tim's in Portsmouth. That's Prick David's ears up. I have a vague recollection of seeing Barry Richards play in a benefit match at Moneyfields football ground. That's just outside or in and around Portsmouth. Huh? That's where Dave played. There we go. Moneyfields football ground in Portsmouth in 1977, question mark. I would have been about 11 years old at the time. Does Dave Allen have any knowledge of this match, or am I talking rubbish? Yes, Dave's nodding his head saying yes he does. Well done, Tim. solentcricket@gmail.com, at Solent Sport. Keep everything coming in. We love it. What do we got? 4 to tee.
The one board I didn't mention was at
sorry.
Grace Road, where Leicestershire 2-3-3 and Somerset replied with 2-9-7 for 7, so a little lead there for them. Here is Ageas from the hotel end coming into Brathwaite, who lets one go outside the off stump. And this one does carry through nicely to McManus, taking it by his left hip. Looking at the replay of that Dent LBW, it is plumb as anything you'll see. Bang in front of all three, squared up. I think he just got his angles all wrong, Dent. Did scuttle through a little bit, but you get that from Ageas, don't you? He's that type of skiddy bowler. He's just going to skid it through to you.
Another example of one that keeps a little bit low as well, isn't it?
3 slips in place and this forward short leg and a catching mid-wicket as Ageas is in again. And Brathwaite a little squared up, a little drawn out of his ground, pushing up in the direction of mid-on. Fieldsman across from mid-wicket to collect, and there's no run. 23 for 1 here, Gloucestershire, with a lot of work to do to try and get themselves back into the contest. Certainly got the conditions for it, and sunshine set to continue throughout the rest of this game. Do they have the discipline to thwart this fine Hampshire attack? Ageas is in, bowling a touch wide and getting nicely cut away by Brathwaite. Won't run for 4, wasn't perfectly timed. They've got a couple out towards the nursery ground to our right. In fact, Bracey wants a 3rd run. Sharp 3rd taken. That'll take Brathwaite on to 16. And Gloucestershire to 26 for 1. Just a little bit of width offered by Mohamed Ageas, and without any real movement. Batsmen have seized on width in this game so far. They've been confident enough to play their strokes outside off. And that was nicely touched away by Brathwaite. No catching mid-wicket here, but this short mid-on is back in for Bracey as Ageas is round the wicket, bowling outside the left-handers off stump, and he lets it go through to McManus. So a spin on early in the piece. Ageas at one end and Abbott with a 4-over burst. Spin one end, seam at the other. could be the way to go maybe after tea. We shall see.
Abbas is not bowling quite as tight a line as he did last week. He was nearly flawless last week, I have to say.
Comes in again now from the far end and brings Bracey forward, pushing up out towards northeast in there at that tight mid-off come extra cover position. Grand staff seated away to our right hand side, whether to do their work at the tea interval, the brushes and the pots of paint, and the markers all come out. That's a good spot over there. Their backs to the wind as Abbas is in, and Bracey almost getting outside the line of one, but pats it back at the pitch to end the over with the dot ball. So 26 for 1 Gloucestershire. Brathwaite is 16, Bracey is 4. Dent, the captain, the man out. And Abbas with a wicket. 3 to tea.
1 for 17 for 5. That's quite expensive for Abbas from what we've seen from him so far in this early stages of the County Championship, playing for Hampshire. Kenny Gibson, cricket@gmail.com, saying yes, 1972 against Australia. It was John Gleeson, the leg spinner. So thank you very much. Tell Mike Vimpany he knows nothing. Vimps is chatting to Dave at the moment, so he's not listening. Here's Dawson then, as Brathwaite gets a good stride in that as he plays it out on the offside. Jerry Richards, Bisham Beatty stories. Here we go. Cricket@gmail.com. My second visit to watch Hampshire was the Indian tourists fixture at Dean Park in Bournemouth in 1971. Dawson again with a short leg in and a slip. Bowls to Brathwaite, and Brathwaite again is well forward. Although he wasn't playing, he asked me to give him some throwdowns. I was about 12 at the time. Later during the luncheon interval, he returned the favour and bowled to me. Fantastic. Lovely.
Tremendous.
Lovely. I can imagine he was a lovely guy, Bisham Beatty. Never spoke to him even when he was bowling at me, but I can imagine he was nice. Dawson bowls, and again Brathwaite gets a good stride in that one. No bounce and seemingly nothing in this pitch for Dawson at the moment. Mark Fletcher says, I was thinking of 1975, and if it was Higgs, I think his name was Jim Higgs. I think you're right, actually. Mark, thank you very much. Dawson again to Brathwaite. It's slightly shorter this time, and Brathwaite just rocks back and just steers that into the gap in the covers. Jogs through for a single, moves on to 17, 27 for 1 Gloucestershire. So nothing to worry about from Dawson at the moment. Pitch is drier, as we've been saying, so maybe there might be a bit of spin days 3, maybe day 4, but I don't think there's ever going to be much. Dawson again bowls, and foolish to Bracey, who drives back to Dawson. Dave Mace has emailed Dave, the Dave from Snowdonia. I think he polishing the Inglenook or painting the Inglenook earlier this morning. Don't know what he's moved on to yet, or now. He says, hello and thank you for the entertaining commentary and coverage, as a man is pushed out to deepish point. Dawson comes in again, pass to Bracey, and Bracey's on the back foot all the time in the world there. End of the over, 27 for 1. Having played schoolboy cricket and watched for over 50 years, I have only just realised that I don't have a clue as to where the name cricket is derived. I've read that the name derives from the Middle Dutch phrase for hockey, met de kerksen, which translates as with the stick chase. Another theory is that the name is derived from the old French criquet, meaning post or stick. Thank you very much, Dave. He's obviously finished the painting of the Inglenook to come up with that.
Yes, there are many, many theories about the origin of the word cricket.
Have you got a theory?
No, not at all. I've heard all sorts. Danish, Norwegian, French, Dutch, all sorts. 2 overs to tea here. Gloucestershire 27 for 1, replying to a mighty 470. And Mohammed Abbas to finish his work for the session from the hotel end, bowling outside Brathwaite's off stump, and he pays no attention. And McManus taking it again down quite low, down by his right knee. Need some yoga after this game, both wicket keepers. Certainly was not easy for Bracey in the Hampshire innings. McManus has already been scratching around down by his ankles so far here. Abbas right arm over, and Brathwaite forward, trying to drop and go into the offside, but the fieldsman is around in good time northeast from that tight mid-off position, coming to his left to collect. And there is no run.
I've got more on your Lord Porchester Highclere.
Oh, pray tell.
Stuff there, Alex. Matt Warmington has tweeted at Sonnet Sports. He says, Lord Porchester is the title of the heir to the Earl of Carnarvon, whose seat is at Highclere.
Very good. Abbas striding in towards us in his long sleeve shirt. And Brathwaite touches one, not too far away from short leg. Runs away in the direction of the health club for a single. Abbas with his hands to his head. A bit of a yelp there as that one slipped past Alsop. Not at catchable height, I don't think, and past his left hand. Takes Brathwaite to 18, 28 for 1. 12th over here of the Gloucestershire reply. Bracey settles over his bat. Abbas is round the wicket and bowling outside the left-handers off stump. Bracey wanders forward, a little lean and shoulders arms. And McManus again is having to take it around ankle-ish height. His long sleeve shirt and pristine white gauntlets. Looks like a new pair out of the bag for this season, perhaps. Maybe a hint of green on them actually as well. Touches the back of his navy Hampshire cap and settles down again. As Abbas moves in from the far end of the ground, leaving the hotel behind him and those balconies. And Bracey, in careful defence across the off stump, is nudging away out towards Holland at mid-off. And again, there is no run, 28 for 1. Little activity on the nursery ground. There was a chap in a red t-shirt going over there before, and he's on the nursery ground now. Maybe one of the ground staff, fiddling away with the pipes down there to look after the nursery ground square. Abbas to complete his last over before tea. Moves past umpire Milnes. And Bracey with a silly mid-off to contend with there. Dabs up towards mid-off. And the over ends with a dot ball. 28 for 1 then. Brathwaite 18, Bracey 4. The man out, Chris Dent to Abbas. And we have a 1 over to go to tea.
Certainly have. Matt Warmington finishes off his tweet saying, great to have your coverage on a sunny Friday afternoon. Love hearing Dave Allen. He's not listening because he's chatting. Oh, he's just turned it because I knew he can hear his name mentioned from 100 paces.
Picked up there, yeah.
This is Matt Warmington. Had a great chat with him whilst watching James Vince smash Glamorgan a couple of years ago. Joe, I missed this tweet a little earlier. Sorry, apologies. At Sonnet Sport, only just tuning in today. I spent the middle of the day enjoying the sunshine on the beach at West Wittering as Dawson bowls and Brathwaite very watchfully plays that down into the ground. If you don't know your beaches in West Sussex, West Wittering is one of the better ones. In fact, it's probably the best one I've been to as well. Now back home with feet up, hoping for some quick wickets, and she sent a picture of her dog at West Wittering. So much sand there, you never see, when the sea is right out, you can hardly see the sea. It goes that far out. Now Brathwaite pushes forward there as it goes on the 45 on the leg side.
I'm surprised to hear that, really. On the sort of west coast, on the Cornish coast, you get those long, deep beaches with the tide, but I didn't think they really existed on the south coast.
Well, there's a lot of stones. In fact, if you just go a little bit further along from there going towards Brighton way, then the stones are there. But West Wittering is sand, and it's a brilliant beach. That's turned away on the onside, slightly fuller this time from Liam Dawson, and Brathwaite will pick up 2 as Ian Holland runs away to pick it up. 30 for 1.
Now, you always see these pictures of Brighton Beach absolutely packed when the weather's hot. I'm thinking that's an awful place to sit on that shingle. Surely there must be some sand around, and obviously you don't have to go too far to find it.
I shouldn't shout about West Wittering too much because otherwise everybody will go there. Although it does feel as though everybody does go there most of the time anyway. Brathwaite just plays that into the ground. He gets a good stride in as the West Indies captain when he comes forward to Dawson. And Dawson with 2 balls left of this over. Just steadies himself once more and comes in, and Brathwaite's on the back foot this time and just steers that away on the onside. Absolutely no pace in this pitch, as we've been saying, and anything that's just slightly short of a length, and the batsmen have got all the time in the world to just play it off the back foot. And again, it's nothing going off the straight for Dawson at the moment. Maybe Mason Crane might get something as the wrist spinner. We may find out after tea. I'm sure we will. As Brathwaite pushes forward, that goes out square on the offside, and that, ladies and gentlemen, will be tea, with Gloucestershire on 30 for 1. 13 overs have been bowled in their reply. Brathwaite is 20 not out. Bracey is 4. Abbas 6 overs, 1 for 18. Dawson 3 overs, none for 4. The one batsman out. Chris Dent, LBW to Mohammed Abbas, stuck on the crease for one that kept low, and he was out for 6. The score then was 18 without loss. Earlier, Hampshire made 4. Thanks, Alex. Earlier, if you can go if you want to. Yep. Earlier, Hampshire were bowled out for 470. That came off a little over 144 overs. Liam Dawson made 65 towards the end of the innings. James Vince made 52. He was the first one out after lunch. Dan Worrell was on a hat-trick because immediately he had Lewis McManus caught at slip for no score. Kyle Abbott survived the hat-trick ball, although it was wide outside the off stump. He didn't actually have to play with it, or play at it. Worrell finishing with 4 for 75 off 31. And Ryan Higgins, who picked up 4 wickets, all 4 today, 4 for 78 off 32.1 overs. So Bracey's faced 13 balls, Brathwaite has faced 44. They're the not out batsmen at tea. Join us again in a little under 20 minutes. Welcome back to the Ageas Bowl, where we are just about to get underway. The evening session on day 2 of this county championship match between Hampshire and Gloucestershire. The state of play at tea, Gloucestershire will resume very shortly on 30 for 1, replying to the Hampshire first innings total of 470. Craig Braithwaite, the West Indies captain, is 20 not out. James Bracey, the wicket keeper, is 4 not out. Earlier in that 470, Tom Alsop added 22 to his overnight total, was out for 149, one short of a career best. That was before lunch, one of 2 wickets that fell before lunch. A few wickets fell in the afternoon session. Vince made 52, Dawson 65 were the chief scorers, but Dan Worrell was on a hat-trick at one stage, having dismissed Vince and McManus in quick succession. He finished with 4, as did Ryan Higgins. So that's where we are now. Later on, you'll hear from Dave Allen, Hampshire's historian. Right now, it's Kevin James, and next to me, it's Alex Winter, as Abbott switches ends, bowling round the wicket to Bracey, who turns that away to mid-wicket, and there is no run. I think we've got a substitute fielder on again for Hampshire. And who I'm not quite sure who that is at the moment. Somebody's off. I'll try and work that out for you. So Abbott with 2 slips. He's got a man on the drive on the offside, sort of a short cover, and a man on the drive on the onside at a silly mid-on. Sam Northeast, that is. It's a length ball to Bracey, who pushes that out on the offside. And there is no run. See if we can try and work out the substitute fielder, Dave Allen, who's just pouring himself a cup of hot water by the looks of it, actually. I'm sure there's some coffee in the bottom of that cup. I don't know too many people that just pour themselves out hot water unless they've got indigestion. Alex does as well. You got indigestion, Alex?
It is extremely... Afternoon again, everybody. It is extremely good for you, hot water.
Is it?
Liz Hurley swears by it.
Right. I didn't know you were such a follower of Liz Hurley, but we do now. Of course, she lives in Gloucestershire, doesn't she? Or she
Indeed,
did, or whatever.
yeah.
That's pushed to a short mid-on and there's no run.
Yes, it was. Someone pointed it out to me when they knew that I was a fan of straight hot water. But apparently it is tremendously good for your digestion. Is Mohammed Abbas out there?
I think he is, actually. I think I've just spotted him. Oh, it's Brad Taylor. Oh, is it Brad Taylor again? Of course it is. Yes, thank you, Dave. Not originally in the 13, that's what stumped me. Brad Taylor, an off-spinner who has made sporadic appearances in the first team, but not for a while. Abbott's round the wicket from the hotel end, and Bracey pushes a good length ball up to mid-off. So there we go. That might have converted me now, Alex. I might try some of this hot water stuff.
You have particularly in the evenings, because when it gets a bit late, you don't want a cup of tea because it'll keep you up all night. And
Okay.
I'm not really a fan of these herbal teas and sort of lightly flavoured water. Tastes horrible. Straight water. So you still get a hot drink, still get that nice pleasure of a hot beverage, but straight hot water does the job.
There we go. Abbott again then. I'll be doing an update for silent listeners very shortly. That's Fuller, and that's driven back past the bowler by Bracey. It's going up towards the hotel end. Chase is on. Ian Holland's after it, and he's got it and pulled it back just before the rope. And that will be 3 runs for Bracey and takes Gloucestershire on to 33 for 1. Turmeric gold. Turmeric. That's what the herbal tea that Dave... If I put that in your palm, you'll hate that, won't you?
Turmeric also is supposed to be extremely good for you.
Is it?
Yeah. I cook with fresh turmeric now and again, but you have to wear gloves because it gets all over your hands and stains you horribly. Oh.
That's not a good advert for having that sort of thing. Here's the quick update, 30-second update. Coming up right now. Well, Gloucestershire are replying to the Hampshire total of 470 all out. We're in the first over after tea here. Gloucestershire in reply 33 for 1. West Indies captain Craig Braithwaite, he's 20 not out. James Bracey, who's in good form this season, he's 7 not out. The one wicket that did fall was before tea. Chris Dent, the captain, LBW to Mohammed Abbas for 6. Runs this afternoon for James Vince. He made 52. Liam Dawson made 65. But a long way to go for Gloucestershire in their reply. Live commentary right now via the BBC Sport website and app. 30 seconds dead. Doesn't happen often.
Almost like you're a professional.
Almost. almost sounded like I knew what I was talking about there for a while. Almost.
Umpire David Milnes here has gone wandering over to the ground staff to our right-hand side for something or other. Maybe a foothold needs a bit of a repair job, because one of the ground staff has come out with an intimidating-looking tool. But has been sent away, so I think we're going to be carrying on for the moment. Meanwhile, Ian Holland is going to take the bowling from the pavilion end here straight after the tee.
No need to introduce him to you, because of course you know him, having been on loan at Northants.
Yes, had a brief spell a couple of years ago, but has sort of really transformed himself since coming back here to Hampshire. Pushed up the order, made a success of that, and chipped in with the ball nicely as well. It's going to have 2 slips, a short mid-wicket, and a quite tight extra cover as well. He comes into Bracey, and Bracey is well forward, pushing out towards Wheel at mid-off, and there is no run. Point, mid-on, an orthodox mid-wicket, and a deep backward square complete the field here for Holland.
It was interesting when he went out on loan to Northants, actually, because he needed game time, because he's come into the game fairly late, hasn't he? And, you know, at the time, Hampshire was sort of struggling to sort of get him in on a regular basis. He just needed to be playing.
33 for 1. And Holland is in here outside Bracey's off stump, but he has a lean forward and allows it to pass through to McManus behind the stumps. We've seen it more and more and more, haven't we, that players are going out on loan because they want to play, because you simply have to play, don't you? Because second 11 cricket, the sort of standard has wavered a bit, as Dave and I were talking about it yesterday. Staffs have got much smaller since your day.
Yeah.
And that standard isn't quite as good as it used to be. Here is Holland again, and Bracey well forward, pushing to the left hand of North East out there at short extra cover. And again, there is no run.
I think it's a great idea, these combined second 11 that play games.
Yeah, that raises the standard and ensures that the guys who need games are getting it, rather than players being borrowed from club cricket and then some minor counties players and the like. Ensures much more competitive matches. Holland moves in once more, and Bracey with a late decision, but a correct decision, to let one go here just outside his off stump. Carries nicely through that to McManus, grateful to take one around hip height. It was back in your day, the second 11 championship would have been pretty keenly contested.
Used to have overseas players as well at times, not all the time, but yeah, you'd be facing one of the overseas players that wasn't playing in the first team at the time, and it could be quite frightening at times.
Holland is in, and Bracey is driving, squirting one away out towards point, and there's no run.
But I think one of the best developments there's been over the last few years is that loan system. I think that's absolutely superb. I mean, obviously Ian Holland's benefited from it. Joe Weatherly would have been another one, although he wasn't a big scorer when he went to Kent. But at the end of the day, it's just being in the first team, being around the whole setup and just playing more games, and get a little bit more sort of battle hardened, because that's what you have to be in this at this level.
Very much so, yep. Here is Holland to complete the over, straighter, and Bracey is tucking it away out towards Alsop at that wideish mid-wicket position. So end of the over, 33 for 1, and Holland has opened himself up with a maiden. Here comes the ground staff with that tool of his. He's got a shorter tool now, actually. He had a tremendous long thing initially that looked like it could do some damage, but now it's coming out with a much more shorter implement to, I think, do a bit of scraping away. It looks like a good old-fashioned hammer here, actually. Nothing too elaborate about this, and it looks like there's an area just off the cut strip at that hotel end that has just well, been very simply repaired, actually. I think it was just a divot that needed repairing there. Looked like it. Plain old hammer did the job, and off he goes out towards the health club.
It's all rather simple, that, wasn't it? It was no more than a couple of second job. Good job he's not paid by the hour. Here comes Abbott in from the hotel end. 33 for 1, bowling to Brathwaite. Gets a length ball. Brathwaite, I like the way he plays. Brathwaite plays it very late and just allows the ball to come on and just pushes that out into the covers. Looks as though he's got quite a bit of time. Keep those emails and tweets coming in. We've really enjoyed it over the last couple of days, and chatting about them and the subjects being brought up. There's sometimes, or many times, there's a common theme through them, but we love hearing your stories at solentcricket@gmail.com or at solentsport on the tweets. We've got another Barry Richards one here from Tony Press, who's in Bristol. Come to that after this delivery from Abbott. Comes in and bowls to Brathwaite. Again, it's a length ball, and Brathwaite does exactly the same and just prods that out to northeast as it on the drive on the offside. Dear commentary team, says Tony, so difficult, certainly if you are not of a certain vintage, to not associate Barry Richards with Hampshire. As a Gloucestershire supporter, I saw many fine innings by him against us. However, I first encountered him playing for Gloucestershire against a South Africa touring side at Bristol in 1965. Dave's nodding approvingly. Why was he playing for Gloucestershire, Dave? As Abbott comes in and bowls, and Brathwaite again just pushes that out to northeast at short cover. I'll finish the email and then you can tell me. Playing for Gloucestershire against a South Africa touring side at Bristol in 1965. He, in partnership with the later Gloucestershire hero Mike Proctor, gave the home side a score, an air, or same side score, an air of respectability that earlier play did not suggest. Unfortunately, the first day's play is all that we got to see. Raining in Bristol? Surely not. Or maybe that was the only day you turned up to the game. I shouldn't just naturally assume that it always rains in Bristol. There we go. That'll teach me. As Brathwaite gets one straight and just turns, I think, into the ground initially, but just goes through Allsop's hands at short leg. He's slightly deep there at short leg as well, which is giving him a little bit more time, but Brathwaite will pick up a single anyway, and the total moves on to 34 for 1. Why was Richards playing for Gloucestershire, Dave? Oh, of course, not a county championship match, right? So you were allowed to play. Right. Oh, right. They could only sign one, so that was Proctor and not Richards. Okay, there we go. Thank you very much. It's not great when somebody's off mic, so I just had to try and relay that as well. So thank you, Dave. Abbott's round the wicket to Bracey. Another accurate delivery there from Abbott, but he's not getting a lot of help out of this pitch. Bracey pushes it up to mid-off. Wanted to sign Clive Lloyd, Hampshire, did they? Wow. He'd gone to Lancashire, yeah. So you had to settle for Richards. Damn. That was a bummer of a deal, wasn't it? You can't have Clive Lloyd, so I suppose we'll have to have Barry Richards.
It just emphasises the point about the quality overseas players that
amazing,
played
isn't it?
in the 40-year period until the late 90s, really.
As Bracey pushes forward out to backward a point, end of the over. Abbott's bowled 6 overs now, none for 12, 34 for 1 at Gloucestershire. The one thing I remember about Clive Lloyd, I actually played against him, Clive Lloyd, once when I was at Middlesex. And the thing I remember him, I think he came in the dressing room or something to chat to, might be Wayne Daniel or somebody, I can't remember, one of our West Indians. And he came in with his bat for some reason, I can't remember why it was. And I just remember he had about 10 rubbers on the handle of his bat, and it literally was like a tree trunk. And you think, how on earth has anybody got any sort of hands that can get around that that handle? It was unbelievable.
Let alone bring it down at the time that he managed to do, yeah. Mohamed Abbas is back on the field. First couple of overs after tea, he was still in the dressing rooms, but back on the field now. He's down at long leg towards the hotel with the sun on his face. And Ian Holland is running away from the sun and into Brathwaite, the right-hander, who squeezes one down towards Abbas at long leg. It's gone quite fine out towards the hotel, and they're going to come back for a second run.
That kept low, didn't it, really?
Just squeezed one around the corner there. Brathwaite playing from the crease, really.
Gosh.
Angled in towards him.
We're going to get a replay? We may not.
He just turned it around the corner in time for a couple of runs, and he goes to 23. 36 for 1, the Gloucesters here, with a long, long way to go to get back into this game. Just a question of trying to get through a few sessions. Holland in once more, and again Brathwaite turning around the corner with more confidence here. Should get 2 more, does so. Abbas this time having to run to his left-hand side. It's not what you want after a busy tea in the dressing room, having to go 30 yards to your right and then 30 yards to your left. In the space of 2 balls, but 2 more to Brathwaite. Goes to 25, 38 for 1. Now changing the field here, extra cover Allsop is going to come across to square leg, which is going to allow Holland to bowl nice and straight with that extra protection on the leg side. He's actually going to go into a catching position here. So it's a first slip and a third slip really. There's a gap between them. Point mid-off, mid-on, a catching mid-wicket, a catching square leg and an orthodox mid-wicket. Holland is in. Brathwaite is dabbing and going in front of square. Sharp single attempted, but a good one. Good call. Bracey alert to the call. And they get through comfortably for the run. Busy cricket takes Brathwaite to 26. 39 for 1, Gloucestershire.
I think that's a good move, actually, reinforcing that leg side, because you have to bowl straight on this, because the odd one he's keeping low. We saw that in that over to Brathwaite. The odd one bounces from time to time, but you have to bowl straight to make maximum use of the odd time when that ball just does something slightly different. So by reinforcing the leg side, it allows you to continue with that straight line of attack.
To the left-handed Bracey now, who drives away through the covers. It's a glorious shot. And that'll run away for 4 out towards the Ingleby-Mackenzie stand at deep extra cover. It's probably the shot of the innings so far. Bracey leaning into an extra cover drive, slightly over-pitched from Holland, and he timed it splendidly out past extra cover and away to possibly the longest boundary on the ground there, down to our right-hand side, down towards the hover cover.
That would have pleased them watching Marcus Truscothic.
Very much so, yeah. Yeah, Bracey looking in good order there. Goes to 11, 43 for 1. And it prompts a change in angle from Holland, because he's going to come round the wicket here. And that's been quite an expensive over, actually. So round the wicket to Bracey, and Bracey is driving again, this time without much timing, actually. Down towards Wheel at mid-off, just bending down to his right-hand side to collect.
He's in good form, Bracey, that's for sure, wasn't it? A good 100 in the first innings in that win against Somerset at Taunton last week, 118, followed up by 83 not out in the second innings.
Yeah, killed any sense of tension in that second innings knock. Chase of around 150 mark, could have been tricky, but it was a waltz in the end. Getting a straight ball here that he dabs down towards mid-on. And the over comes to an end, 43 for 1, Gloucestershire. Brathwaite 26, Bracey 11. The man out Dent for 6, LBW to Abbas before tea.
Talking of just before tea, an email that I didn't get a chance to read out, I just missed it actually, so apologies. It's from Neil Abbott, who's Carl Abbott's dad, another one who listens quite regularly. Afternoon to you. He says, greetings from South Africa. Not sure if you've seen this before, but makes for some interesting reading, and he sent me some stats. And it concerns the highest percentage of balls on a good line and a good length. I mentioned about Kyle Abbott, was very consistent, is always consistent, but certainly before tea, and has started much in the same vein since tea. Highest percentage of balls on a good line and a good length since 2005. Where do people get these stats from? In Test cricket, in brackets, a minimum of 1,000 balls bowled, and Kyle Abbott is top of that list with 47% of his deliveries on a good line and good length, and that's another one as he bowls to Brathwaite, who pushes that out on the offside, and marginally behind him with 46% of balls on a good line and a good length since 2005 is Mohammed Abbas. You cannot get a tighter opening attack than that. Glenn McGrath's behind that on 45, also in that list Hazelwood 43. Jackson Bird, a former Hampshire seamer, who I believe was going to Lancashire, but is not now because he's injured. Yeah. He was injured here as well, actually, for quite a while. 42%. So there you go. Interesting stats. Thank you, Neil. As Abbott bowls, and again, that's pushed out to northeast in the covers. Keep those emails coming in. silentcricket@gmail.com or @silentsport on the tweets. Anything you want to talk about.
Must be a CricViz job, that, or something. Those type of stats.
Actually, I think it might have been actually.
Stuff.
Yeah. I think it might have been actually. That was walking back to his mark.
Could he get his chance again? Who knows? At the highest level.
Well, he qualifies again, doesn't he? Now he's overseas, and that was a question that was asked to him during the winter, not by me. I spoke to him a couple of times during the winter, actually, but he was asked by a journalist that, well, of course, you know, you qualify for South Africa again. He's but again, and that's turned past Allsop at short leg. It's gone down to Brad Wheel, who's at squarish fine leg, 2 runs to the total, takes it on to 45 for 1. So yeah, technically he does re-qualify for South Africa. Whether of course or not that will ever happen again, who knows.
He was back playing for the Titans, wasn't he?
In
domestic cricket.
I think most of their programme was washed out, wasn't it? So I think he hardly got to play.
This winter, that's right, yeah. It was
the,
the previous winter he came and played, I think, for the Titans.
Running to Brathwaite again, who's on 28. Abbottson and bowls, and Brathwaite forward. Pushes that up to mid-off. Just not a lot on the pitch for these seamers at the moment. They're giving it every chance. But, it's slow of nature, little of bounce, unless the odd one comes along which does bounce a bit, and the odd one that keeps low. But other than that, I have to say, if you're going to be a batsman, this is one of the wickets that you wouldn't mind batting on. It holds few demons. I'm not sure Hampshire would have wanted this sort of pitch, if I'm totally honest, but that's the one they've got. As Abbott comes in, and Brathwaite just nudges that into the gap through point. There'll be 2. As Dawson, is that Dawson? No, yes it is. Liam Dawson runs around from second slip. Brathwaite moves on to 30, 47 for 1.
Someone was trying to play that, wasn't it? Just to wait and steer it away through point.
It's quite interesting, isn't it? Because Bracey gets a good stride in, and one or two of the batsmen we've seen in this game do. And Brathwaite certainly gets a good stride into Dawson, but of course that's different with a spinner. But Brathwaite does, as he just waits for the bounce, waits for the ball, and then just picks his spot.
Very much a case of the mountain coming to Muhammad, isn't it, with Brathwaite? You bowl to me. Not a bad move, this. Vince has gone round to a leg gully position. So there are almost 3 catches there, square on their leg side.
Abbottson to Brathwaite, and just keeps a little low, but Brathwaite's in behind that. Just closed the face of the bat on that a little bit, but still managed to somehow get the ball back up the pitch as if he was playing with a full straight bat. He was at the time the ball hit it, but after that, the back of the bat was shown to the bowler. 47 for 1.
Yeah, almost got his angles wrong there. But just straight away, you've seen a few quirky moves here by Vince and Hampshire. Wasn't much innovation really in that Hampshire innings. Gloucestershire content to set regulation fields and operate around that 4 stump line for the majority of the game. It was 144 overs. It was a marathon effort. Hampshire got themselves a big score to try and bowl at here, with the Gloucesters 47 for 1. And Bracey has 11 of them, and he's facing Holland here from round the wicket, and he's turning a ball of middle and leg out towards square leg for no run. So here we have a slip and a gully, point extra covering quite tight, mid-off and mid-on are very orthodox, and then a catching short mid-wicket, forward square leg, almost level with the square leg umpire, and then long leg down in the distance towards the edge of the western half of the hotel, as Bracey again touches leg side out towards square leg, and the reaction behind the bat suggested it was a little across his front pad perhaps, or whether it was a ploy to try and create some sense of tension, which can often be the case. Either way, Bracey negotiated it fairly well, and again we're going to get a change in the field because the leg side is being reinforced here. Vince is coming out from a gully region and is going into a very square leg. He's almost standing on the popping crease in the way of the umpire there. Abbott is in, and Bracey struck on the pad by one that just bounces a little from Holland there, just from this pavilion end.
Yeah, it's just a bit there every now and then, isn't it?
The odd one. You just think,
I tell you what's interesting about this field now. This field, as I mentioned earlier, is allowing Holland to bowl straight, and by having that extra reinforcement square on the leg side. Now it was quite interesting because Gloucestershire on the whole, and correct me if I'm wrong, had that man deep at deep square leg, so if the batsman turned it away off the hips it was always a single.
Holland once more, and Bracey is driving away to extra cover, and it's a jolly good save by North East because that was well timed. It was another well struck drive from Bracey, and North East got down really smartly to his left to make the save in there, because that was scuttling away towards the boundary if not.
So, you know, and I think, you know, when the bowlers were bowling straight, and they did for quite long periods, Gloucestershire, I think that put them off a little bit because the batsmen were able to turn that away on the leg side and was always a single.
Holland in once more, and Bracey covering up on a straight line out towards northeast. A more leisurely piece of fielding on this occasion. Yeah, a couple of things here. Hampshire have got 470 to play with, so if one goes whistling past that Manning quite short, for the moment it doesn't matter as much. And Gloucestershire were in real containment mode, weren't they? When they just sort of changed things yesterday afternoon and wanted those boundary riders in place to stop the ball flicking over at pace as Bracey drives straight back to the bowler, who gets down to field with the right hand, and the over comes to an end. 47 for 1, Gloucestershire, with Brathwaite 30 and Bracey on 11.
Right, now you'll love this email. Before the break at tea time, we had an email, because one of the themes throughout these 2 days has been what to name the far end, and it was actually the previous game as well, and we know the history if you've been listening to us quite a bit, but Hambledon has been mentioned, West End End, which doesn't sound right, Hedge End also doesn't sound right anyway. But there was an email that said that he's sure he heard one of the previous ground announcers here, John White, call it the Toulouse End, because there was a couple of Portaloos up there at the time when the hotel was being built, or pre-hotel. Amazingly, John White is listening, and he has just emailed solentcricket@gmail.com. John, it's great to hear from you. I hope you're well. I know. And he has emailed, and you can imagine the subject that he's emailed back on as Abbott comes in and bowls to Brathwaite, and Brathwaite again turns that into the vacant cover area. There's no point. So Brathwaite plays it quite late, so he's finding the gap. That was well in front of point, but he still picks up a couple of runs, moves on to 32. John White writes, I did indeed refer to the Toulouse End on the PA. David couldn't remember it. I certainly couldn't remember it, but thanks for reminding us, John, and well done for getting away with it. We were discussing names for the North End when I jokingly suggested it should refer to the two elaborate portals positioned there. It's great, I love this. There's a bit more. We'll come to that after Kyle Abbott bowling to Brathwaite once more, and Brathwaite again is looking for that gap, and again it's just to Sam Northeast left hand. It'll only be a single this time. I think they might need to plug that gap. I'm sure James Vince is thinking about that as I speak. To continue with John White's email, just then I had to make an announcement, and our scorer Kevin Baker, who loves trying to put me off, mentioned this, and it just came out. You're all doing a great job. I can't wait to get back and see it for real, John. John, great to hear from you, and a great email. Thank you. Alex, you loved that one, didn't you?
So this was when obviously there was no hotel.
Yeah.
And it was literally just two Portaloos down there?
Well, there was a collection of things as Abbott comes in, and Bracey leaves that one alone outside the off stump. My earliest recollection was, I think initially there wasn't much, and then there was a prefabricated media building on 2 levels, which actually for a prefab was pretty decent. Radio boxes at the top and the written press below, and it was actually a decent construction, I have to say, and it was there for a few years, and then that came down, and eventually the hotel went up with a few things here and there going on, but a project of that size is always going to have a few things, but it's magnificent now, isn't it?
It took some time for that hotel to get going, didn't it?
Yeah, well, it's like a lot of these things, isn't it? Finance, and it takes time and to put everything in place, and the builds always take longer than they should. Bracey gets another length ball, which he seems to come off the bottom of the bat as that goes out on the offside. But of course, you only remember how it looks now, and it's resplendent. Totally dominates the ground, as it should. And I've been in there many times. I don't think I've stayed there, actually. I was given a room once.
Why would you need to stay there?
Well, I don't, because I live 10 minutes up the road. That's the thing. And actually, I did a function, and they said, oh, you can have a room as well. And I said, well, that's very kind of you. And then actually, as it got nearer and nearer the function, I thought, well, why? I might as well just go home. But I should have stayed, I guess, because of they are nice, as you know. As that's driven out into the covers, he's quite deep, so they'll come through for a single, 51 for 1.
Try explaining that one at home. Oh, I'm staying at the Ageas Bowl. Oh.
That's right. I'm virtually in walking distance, but I'll stay. So the total is 51 for 1, as I mentioned. Brathwaite has 33, Bracey has 12. I was reading something, just changing the subject very quickly. Brathwaite, wasn't it in the last test that he played against Sri Lanka, he batted for the longest ever in a test match that any West Indian ever batted for. Did I read that?
That sounds about right. It was an absolute epic.
It was an amazing test series, wasn't it? A 2-test series.
Yeah.
I mean, you probably know the story better than I do, as Brathwaite pushes that up to mid-off. 2-test series, and it finished 0-0. First test series that finished like that for about 6 years or something.
The first test, I believe, was affected by rain quite significantly, when West Indies had a decent lead and they were denied the chance to really kick on and build up that lead, and in the end ran out of time. But yeah, Brathwaite was booked in.
Yeah. 813 minutes in that second test
for that series, yeah, and he batted much of it actually in sunglasses, which was extraordinary. I've seen at least one batsman attempt to bat in light enhancing glasses before, but never shades. Here is Holland, pavilion end, round the wicket to Bracey, who's backing across and punching out to short mid wicket, and there is no run. 51 for 1 here, Gloucestershire, in reply to 470. Yeah, this hotel is on 3 levels. The accommodation, isn't it? And the lower level is conferencing and hospitality area. Oh, I've just been posted a picture in front of me by Dave. It's showing the prefab building. Very good. Bracey forward here, pressing through the covers, running across the edge of the square. They're going to come back for 2. Northeast retreating in the direction of the nursery ground. And they trot back for a second, so 3 levels of accommodation over there. So a couple levels lower than the one at Old Trafford, but of course this straddles both sides of the ground, as it were. Whereas at Old Trafford you have one side the point and one side the hotel. Bracey forward, pressing down to mid-off on this occasion for no run as far as wheel. 53 for 1. But it's lovely and symmetrical. That's what I like about this ground. Symmetry on either side. It's perfect. Holland, short sleeve shirt, kicks up his heels, goes away from us. And Bracey waiting and pressing forward out to northeast right-handed extra cover, dives away. A graze for his troubles, no doubt, but saves the run. Yes, there's going to be almost every ground that England soon will have a hotel on it. Edgbaston have got plans to build one there, I think, although I did read that it might just be private flats, actually, like the ones at Bristol and Taunton. Short extra cover has gone in. Vince is across from square leg as Holland goes in again. And Bracey is forward, pressing down to mid-on. And there is no run. Chester Street, also a plan to put up a hotel there.
Is there?
Yeah, that's the long-term plan. If you're looking out from the media centre, there's the really nice health club actually to the left-hand side, and to the right-hand side, towards Lumley Castle area, is a bit of a nothing area of the ground really. Just the one temporary stand and a bit of a gravel car park. It could do with just being smartened up, that area. As Bracey is forward again, pressing 2 Vince at short extra cover, and the over comes to an end. 53 for 1. So hopefully in a few years they do get that development going, because that could make Chester Street, which already is a pleasant venue. It's a mighty big venue, though, huge playing area there. Hopefully going to turn that into something a bit more pleasant in that area of the ground. I think they relayed the square over the winter, and as a consequence you might have 1 or 2 flat ones this year.
Okay. Thanks, Alex. It'd be nice to think that they'll block out the view of the castle eventually. That'll be fun. I used to enjoy looking over there, amongst the rain clouds, of course, if you could see it. 53 for 1. Alex has taken a break for half an hour. Thank you, Alex. He'll be back shortly. Dave Allen, Hampshire's historian, next to me. I've got a couple of more emails for you here, Dave. And Barry Richards featuring quite heavily over the last couple of days. Keep them coming in. silentcricket@gmail.com. Abbott are ready to bowl again from that hotel end. Yet to get a breakthrough for him. 8 overs, none for 20. Probing away, but not a lot of life in this wicket for him. Bowling to Brathwaite. Foolish on leg stump, and Brathwaite clips that away on the leg side. Fielded by Brad Wheel down towards fine leg. Total moves on to 54 for 1. I've got an email here from David Rees. Afternoon to you, soncricket@gmail.com. He says, I'm a lifelong Gloucestershire fan, now living in Suffolk. Thanks for a great commentary and a couple of comments. Well, this is his couple of comments, sorry. I recall, I was going to say, only a couple, gosh, we made loads. I recall 1969, where Gloucestershire had built a big lead at the top of the table. Gloucestershire set Hampshire a big target batting last. Hampshire were 8 down in early afternoon, but Jesty and Rice batted the game out, and Gloucestershire never won another game, as Abbott's round the wicket, digs one in to Bracey, but he's on his toes, and lack of pace out of this deck, and Bracey able to play that away easily on the onside. Gloucestershire never won another game, allowing Glamorgan to pip them by 31 points. Secondly, Gloucestershire wanted to hire both Richards and Proctor, who were mates. Yorkshire, I believe, led the objections. Ray Illingworth, if I recall, and the league finally decided to restrict overseas players to 1 per county. Thank you, Dave.
Can you just repeat briefly the first bit? I think he said 1969.
Yes, Gloucestershire had built a big lead at the top of the table. Abbott comes in, he's round the wicket, got one slip in a gully. Bracey gets one that keeps low, but fortunately he's playing with a straight bat and just closes the face at the last minute, turns it out on the onside. But again, we're just seeing that example of keeping the ball straight, aiming for the stumps, and the odd one does keep a little bit low, but fortunately the batsmen at the moment, they're quite in defensive mode, aren't they, really? They're picking up the runs where they are, but very happy to play defensively. And of course, if you keep the bat straight, then anything that keeps a little bit low and you're not playing across it should, most of the time, get you out of jail, as it did there.
It wasn't Jesty and Rice. It might have been Jesty, although I don't remember it, but Rice wasn't with Hampshire in 1969, so...
Right, so one of the players is wrong. Brathwaite pushing forward up to mid-off.
Was that I wonder if that was at... I haven't got a note of it here, because I was going to talk about some games between Hampshire and Gloucestershire, and I haven't got one for 1969, but I was only going to talk about games at Northland Road, Southampton, so that was probably at Bristol. Yeah. John Rice was born in Hampshire, but briefly on the Oval staff, and I think he came to Hampshire in 71, if I remember rightly. So, but he certainly wasn't in 69 when Glamorgan certainly did win the championship.
There's Abbott to Brathwaite, who leaves that one alone outside the off stump. Just save those for a moment, Dave. I just want to get through a couple of these emails. Jeff Leonard, soncricket@gmail.com. He says, hi all. In 1965, Barry Richards topped the Gloucestershire second 11 bowling averages with 29 wickets at 13. Wow. Mike Proctor was second with 52 wickets at 13.7. Proctor just shaded Richards in the batting averages. Cheers, Jeff. Great stats.
Barry Richards was a very good off-break bowler, but he just didn't want to bowl. In a game against the rest of the world for Hampshire, he took 7 for something. Can't remember what, but 7 for.
Abbott to Brathwaite. Brathwaite again happy just to defend with a straight bat, and that goes up to mid-off, and there is no run. Absolutely nothing in this pitch for Kyle Abbott at the moment. Nothing in it for these bowlers, but they're probing away. Bowling a nice tight line, but the Gloucestershire batsmen are equal to it. 55 for 1. Brathwaite has 34. Bracey has 15. Just that one wicket to fall before tea. Chris Dent. LBW to Mohammed Abbas for 6. A ball that kept low.
I got a feeling that Crane is going to have a bowl quite soon. In fact, could be now. I was just going to say that I saw him warming up, but in fact, he is going to bowl now. And I think this might be a key moment in the game, really, because if there's not much evidence of him getting much out of it, then it's going to be tough for Hampshire.
Certainly is. Roger Gibbons has emailed, and under the heading of Proctor and Richards, he's also sent me a photo as well, talking about them both. They came over as schoolboys to play the 1965 season and played Somerset second 11 cricket together. See the attached. So this is the Somerset second 11 of 1965, and Barry Richards is at the top left, Dave.
Yes, he is.
Very young-looking Barry Richards there.
I've got a different story from that, which is a South African school side in 1961. So I wonder if that 65 South Africa toured, the main South Africa side toured. There's a nice story about Richards playing in 61.
Let's come back to that, as Mason Crane is on now for Ian Holland. So first look at some leg spin. It's immediately driven down the ground. There's a lovely shot from James Bracey, and that's going to be 4. Brilliantly timed, tossed up by Mason Crane, but it was a half volley. and 59 for 1, Dave.
That's a nice photo. That looks like 1965 to me. I'm sure that Proctor and Richards came in 61 on a school tour, and there's a nice game that they played against Charterhouse when Richard Gilliott played for Charterhouse against them.
Here's Crane to Bracey. That's short this time, and that's pulled away, and there is nobody on the pull shot behind square on the leg side, and that's 4 more. Slightly over pitch from Mason Crane, slightly short as well, and he's under pressure straight away. He's gone for 8 off his first 2 deliveries. Just going back to this is interesting, Dave. So this is the Somerset second 11 side of 1965. Next to Barry Richards, there is a D.R. Shepherd. Is that the one, David Shepherd?
Yeah, I would say it is.
He looks young there as well, doesn't he?
Yeah.
Wow.
I think it's against Somerset, isn't it? It's a Gloucestershire second 11.
Oh, is it a Gloucestershire second 11? Oh, sorry.
So David Shepherd, yeah. Yeah, that would be right.
Oh, and played the Somerset second 11 together. Yes,
Yeah.
sorry, I apologise.
I'm wondering whether he was a schoolboy. I'm not sure he was a schoolboy then, although that's certainly 65.
And Mike Proctor below right
Proctor,
in the cap.
Yeah, yeah.
Fantastic photo.
Yeah,
Thank
great.
you very
That
much,
is great.
Roger. We love that one. It's Bracey's well forward to Mason Crane. That's a better delivery. Jimmy Daniel has emailed soniccricket@gmail.com. Keep them coming. Great coverage, but can't wait for you to say Joe from the ground has tweeted. Really enjoying all 3 of you. That's right. Well, Joe has tweeted, having come back from West Wittering Beach as Bracey's well forward, but she can't be on the ground. In fact, we do get the odd tweet from Joe and Leon on the ground, and actually last week they changed their Twitter feed to Joe and Leon because, of course, they are not on the ground either. Nobody is on the ground apart from those that are, of course, closely affiliated to both these teams. Crane bowls. That's turned a little bit, but slow turn. It was outside the off stump, but Bracey's played that quite easily. But that's a bit of encouragement.
Yep.
Like to see that. It's probably the first one we've seen go off the straight from anybody. Any spinner, I mean. Brathwaite bowled a few overs yesterday. My word, he tosses it up a bit, doesn't he? But he sort of rolls it out. And that's swept away, but it's wrapped on the pad. Bracey sees the ball go down towards a fine leg. He was sweeping that one from well outside the off stump, so no real danger of an LBW shout. He's well outside off stump with that one.
Wasn't signalled leg by anyway.
So he's got an inside edge or
a very good shout
onto the pad. So he moves on to 24, and it's 64 for 1 Gloucestershire, replying to Hampshire's 470 all out. 321 is the follow-on figure if you want to make a note of that. So what was you saying earlier, Dave? Sorry, I just wanted to get through those emails because I get behind on some of them.
Well, yeah, I was just not sure about that 1969 game. I no reason to suppose that the basic story was incorrect. I just wonder about who the players were, because for sure John Rice didn't play for Hampshire in 1969, and Jesty was playing in 1969, but again, not necessarily as a very high order batsman, so I don't know. I could look it up, but shall I go and look it up?
Yeah, of course,
well,
Dave. Go and do whatever you need. I'm fine. I'll look all this up. So we've got Abbas back into the attack. 6 overs, 1 for 18. He's bowling to the left-hander Bracey. He's round the wicket. Bracey's forward, well forward, and just pushes that ball up towards mid-off. He's got through some overs, Abbas, already in these handful of games, less than a handful of games that Hampshire have played so far. He's into his 7th here.
I didn't spot exactly. He was the one that was off, wasn't he, when Brad Taylor was on?
I didn't spot who was off, Dave, I'll be honest with you.
But I guess it wasn't too serious because he wasn't off for long. I probably won't give you a ball-by-ball on me logging into Wi-Fi again.
No, that can take a while. Here's Abbas. Bracey again gets a good length ball, which he pushes out again up towards mid-off. Roger Gimmons just emailed back to say it's definitely a Gloucestershire team, not the Somerset. Apologies, that was my fault actually for not reading it out properly. Andrew Williams has also emailed soniccricket@gmail.com, and he said Barry and Mike came here in 1963.
In the school side, was it? Okay, I thought it was 61. But
South Africa Schools as the heading of the email. So yeah, they come over in 63. Yeah, thank you very much, Andrew. So I've learned a lot more about history, both Gloucestershire and Hampshire in this game. That's could carry off a length this time, but well left by Bracey. Ball angled into him. Abbas just getting the ball to kiss the surface, just bounce a little bit and just straighten as well. Good leave from the Gloucestershire wicket-keeper, is in full fine form, and as we've mentioned a couple of times, Marcus Trescothick here. Bracey, I'm sure, is one of those that he's keeping an eye on. Runs in that big win against Somerset last week. Dave, I can hear you.
I'm sorry.
64 for 1. You can hear his mind ticking over. Here's Abbas to Bracey, gets one that's straighter and he drives that through mid-wicket, chases on here. They pick up 2, but won't quite go all the way. I think that's Brad Taylor who's on the field, so he's on for somebody else now. The Hampshire off-spinner.
Okay, I'm kind of more confused now because...
Dave, get it in your own mind right, and then well, I'll come back to you. 67 for 1 at the end. Oh no, sorry, Bass is still in the over. Of course, we've got the left and right-handed combination again, as we did, of course, with Allsop and Holland yesterday for quite a while, and it looks like it's at the end of the over, but quite a few people are changing their fielding positions, including the umpires, of course. Dave, have you worked it out?
Well, in 1969, Gloucester stuffed us at Bristol, so there was no rally. In the home game, there was no play on the first day.
Abbas to Brathwaite. Brathwaite gets one that's quite straight and just works that to mid-wicket. That's why there was a few oohs. Keep that bat straight, sir.
And then they tried to set a game up, so Hampshire declared in their first innings on 77 for 8, would you believe. Had just chased almost 200, and they were 76 for 7 and ended up 116 for 7, but Jessie only scored 20. So I'm not sure about that particular thing. Okay. I think it must be something else.
Talking about guards as we were earlier, looks like Brathwaite's taken about middle, maybe middle and leg. Oh, he's beaten outside the off stump there by Abbas. And that is the... this is the end of the over. I have to hesitate now because, as I say, with the left and right-handed combination. 67 for 1. Brathwaite has 34. Bracey has 27. So these two have put on 59. Yep, 59.
Yeah. I've found some of those South African schools games of 1963, but sadly not the one against Charterhouse, which isn't on Cricket Archive. I've got the scorecard at home because I got it from their archivist. But Richard Gilliatt did definitely play against him, and of course afterwards Gilliatt captained Richards when Hampshire won the championship. That was the thing I liked about it.
Yeah.
So there we are.
There we go. There's something more for you to get your teeth into, Dave, here as we wait for Mason Crane to bowl the next over. 25th over of the Gloucestershire reply, and he's bowling to Bracey. Bracey pushes well forward. It'll be interesting to see if he employs the sweep again, because Crane is bowling round the wicket. Of course, the line of the ball very much pitching, well, at best on off stump, probably just outside. So the sweep shot is on if the ball pitches outside off, because of course you can't be LBW with the pads outside off stump. That's a bit straighter, and that's turned away on the leg side by Bracey. Pick up a single, 68 for 1. Barnaby Simmons emailed here, soniccricket@gmail.com, under the heading of Andrew Murter. He says, loving the coverage and hoping to see another Bracey 100. Have you any stories or memories of Andrew Murter? I think we were talking about Andrew Murter earlier, weren't we?
Yeah, because his sort of remote relative from up Newcastle way emailed the story about him.
That's right.
Yeah.
We'll come to that in a moment. He was my teacher at school, so I'd love to hear anything about his career at Hampshire. Well, Dave will have 1 or 2 stories. We'll have a couple, Dave, I think. Outside the off stump and left alone by Brathwaite.
Well, we said earlier that when Hampshire won the championship in 1973, they only used 13 players, and there were 12 from whom they regularly picked, or there were 10 that they picked virtually every game, actually.
Crane again to Brathwaite. Brathwaite again leaving that one alone outside off stump.
And then for the first half of the season, they played the extra batsman Richard Lewis. The second half of the season, they brought in the New Zealand slow left armour David O'Sullivan, who took loads of wickets in August and bowled us to the championship. So that was the basic 12.
There's Crane again, and that's straighter, and Brathwaite watchfully plays that out on the offside square.
But there was a 13th man who I think he played 5 games that season, and there were only 20 championship matches that year. And he would come in if somebody was injured, and he was the all-rounder, and that was Andy Murter.
Here comes Crane again. It's just straight in a fraction, isn't it?
Yeah.
Brathwaite is happy to leave those balls alone outside the off stump. Now, for those of you that don't know Mason Crane too well, he does have a googly. I'm sure Brathwaite will have been fed that info, but at the moment we haven't seen the googly, or not in that over anyway. 68 for 1.
Kyle Abbott has just come back on, so he was the one who just briefly went off then.
Right.
So Andy Murtagh was the 13th man in the 13 who won the county championship in 1973, which is terrific because nobody's won the championship for Hampshire since. He was, in a sense, a more effective and pretty effective limited overs cricketer. Played about 50 Sunday League and limited overs knockout matches for Hampshire. Took some decent wickets. Somebody remembered some earlier on. The one I remembered was Jeff Boycott. He got Jeff Boycott out for sure. I think he probably taught English at Malvern. I'm assuming that it was Malvern that he was that he was teaching at, and he wrote, since retiring, he's written a number of biographies of John Holder and Tom Graveney and Barry Richards. So if you want to know any more about Barry Richards,
we haven't mentioned Barry Richards for a few minutes.
So and he was a very fine fielder, Andy Murtagh. Cover mid-wicket area, that sort of thing.
Abbas to Bracey. Slip in a gully, wait. And Bracey just nudges that just to backward point, fielded by Mason Crane. And
a very nice man. And at one of the last Test match we were allowed into when we played India, I was sat over in the Shea Morn stand, and a family came in to get a couple of, I don't know, teenage boys, probably late teenage boys, and father, and they sat down in front of me, and I tapped him on the shoulder and said, "Excuse me, sir. Were you not once Andy Murtagh who won a championship here?" And he turned around and just burst out laughing because I know him quite well.
Lovely.
We joke with each other about being authors, really. So good morning, author.
Abbas round the wicket to Bracey again. That's straighter. Bracey works that up to mid-on.
He's a lovely man, Superman. Yeah. He came from Southampton University. Basically, we found him at Southampton University, who always had a very decent cricket team. They weren't one of the kind of top level, that played first class, but below that they always had some good cricket. I think John Southern came from there around the same time.
Okay. Former Hampshire left arm spinner.
I hope that'll do.
So thank you very much, Dave. That will do. I've got a tweet here from Martin Howlett, which we'll come to after this next delivery from Abbas from the hotel inn, running towards us. Bowls to Bracey. It's Fuller. Bracey dries, doesn't time that one, and that's fielded by Joe Weatherly, who's on the drive on the leg side. Martin says, "Hello, great commentary." Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Whilst driving earlier, you mentioned you had received an aerial photo of the Wagon Works ground, Tuffley Avenue in Gloucester. How can I view the image, as I can't visualise the ground, although did visit there on a few occasions? Right, what I'll do, Martin, it will go up on our Twitter site at Solent Sport at some point. I'll obviously try and work out how to sort that out. I'm sure I can, but just bear with me, obviously, because I'm trying to concentrate on the cricket and do a few things. But it will go on there, I promise, as that goes again to short mid-wicket, Weatherly again, the fielder. So, Martin, just bear with me. At some point, I won't say exactly when, but as soon as I can do it, it will go on our Twitter site at Solent Sport.
I think my old college pal Dave Joyce, who's a Gloucestershire man now, we were at college together in Portsmouth, but he's a keen Gloucestershire fan, and I think he sent me a text a moment or two ago which also has that link or something. So I might also, just to help, put that on my blog if that helps.
Well, say it, Dave, after this ball from Abbas round the wicket to Bracey. Bracey turns it away. Again, it's fielded by Weatherly on the leg side.
There's a few photos on it. My blog is called Hampshire Cricket History, so it is biased towards Hampshire, but there are, because I've put some photos on today, there are Gloucestershire players in there, and there might be some more if they get the hundreds and things. So if you want to have a look at it, it's a WordPress site, but all you have to do is look at Hampshire Cricket History, all one word. And if I'm right that Dave Joyce has sent me that, then, and thank you, Dave, if you have, then I'll put it up there in a minute as well when I finish my commentary.
There you go, Martin. You've got 2 bites at the cherry. It'll be the same photo, though.
Yeah.
As that's pushed out on the offside. A little bit of extra bounce there from Abbas. Just surprised Bracey a little bit, but again, the slow nature of the pitch just allows Bracey time enough to adjust. Maiden over from Abbas. He's bowled 8 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 21. We have, I think, about 19 overs. It's just appeared off the screen for the moment. It will come back, but it's somewhere around 19 overs left in the day's play.
Got it. It's quite tough, isn't it, this for bowlers?
It's hard going, isn't it? And in a way, it's hard going. I wouldn't say it's hard going to watch, but it's more on that side than entertaining, because the bowling is accurate, certainly from the seam bowlers.
I think it
makes stroke play difficult.
Sorry, it might become so tomorrow, particularly. You know, if Gloucester are past 400 by tea tomorrow, you'll be looking at it and thinking, well, I'll be looking at it and think, well, I'm going on Sunday, but then we might be doing a lot of historical tweets on Sunday.
We will, yeah. Any ideas you've got, save them for Sunday.
Yeah.
Because that might be the day where they need to come out. That's short and wide outside the off stump, and Brathwaite just cuts that away deep into the covers. There is a fielder sweeping up away to our left. 68 for 1 now. Gloucestershire, and Brathwaite moves on to 69 for 1.
It won't do great harm to either of these sides if they have a high batting points draw, but obviously both sides would prefer to win it.
Yeah. Round the wicket is Crane. That's driven by Bracey up to mid-on. They'll take a quick single. Vince has to move smartish to his right, picks up cleanly. 70 for 1. The bonus point situation in the game is that Hampshire have 3, Gloucestershire have 1, but of course chance for both these sides in this innings as well. And of course the bonus points run out at the end of the first innings for both sides. Crane bowls. It's on the line of leg stump, and Brathwaite works that on the onside. Quite full from Crane. Hasn't quite dropped into that groove. He's been very, very consistent in the first 2 games. Not easy for a leg spinner, of course, but he's not far off at the moment. Not far off, but I think the nature of this pitch at the moment means that anything not really in the right areas is just standing up there and giving the batsman time to pick the gaps. That's very short and very wide. I'm not even sure that pitched on the cut strip, though, actually, Dave. Not sure I want to see that one again.
No.
And my word, that sort of slipped out of the hand a little bit. A couple of runs for Bracey, who did well to reach it. Goes out to backward of square on the offside. Bracey moves on to 31 now, 73 for 1. Mia Mason hasn't quite settled yet.
I wonder if it didn't help him that he's bowled him round the wicket with that particular ball. But,
well, he's got something to bowl into with the footmarks now. I think that might have been the googly there, but it kept low. But again, see, the batsman has so much time to just adjust. I mean, you really can. You've got time to just see it pitch, see what it's going to do, and then just accordingly. That's exactly what Bracey did. So, and of course, if Mason Crane pitches up too far, then it's not really doing anything, because it negates the spin. No, now there's a big shout for an LBW there, but he's outside the line of off stump.
that was better, though.
That was better. That's pitched around the right area that Crane needs to bowl, and yeah, he's well outside the off stump there, and he got a good stride in as well. Did Bracey? He would have been disappointed if that had been given. 73 for 1, but a good end to the over there from Mason Crane.
I suppose part of the key to this is that Hampshire can afford to bowl Crane, and if he goes for a few runs at this point, it's not a disaster. They can keep attacking, is what I mean.
Yeah.
Don't need to be tight yet.
No, and it's in a 4-day game at the end of the day is about taking 20 wickets.
Yep.
You know, there are times in a game where yes, you need to keep it tight, and don't want to be giving. Well, in fact, you don't want to be giving too many runs away anyway at any stage. But the name of the game in 4-day cricket is to take 20 wickets.
Yeah.
And full stop, basically.
That's right.
Here's Abbas. I keep getting them mixed up, don't I? They're too easy to say, both of them. That's a good length ball, which is turned to square leg. Half fielded by Crane, and they'll come through for a single. Good call by Bracey there. Just ball didn't travel too far away from Mason Crane, but Bracey was alert. Jerry Richards has come back on the email, cricket@gmail.com. Andy Murta stories. I think this might have been mentioned once or twice, but I'll mention it once more, Jerry. One of John Arlett's quotes when John Rice was bowling and Andy Murta stopped the ball in the covers was the old chestnut.
Rice bowls and Paddy Fields.
Thank you very much. And Dave wasn't even looking at the email at the time. Thank you very much, though, Jerry. It still brought a smile to our faces.
I reckon he'd prepared that weeks before.
Here's Abbas round the wicket to Bracey. Oh, and Bracey gets an inside edge onto the pad. So turns that away on the onside. Again, that one, it just keeps a little bit low. Just have to be watchful and mindful of that. It might be a docile pitch. There might not be a lot in it for the bowlers, and perhaps at times for the batsman with the pace of the ball off the pitch, not easy to time shots, but you still have to play very straight, because that one that keeps a little bit low will get you.
That joke reminds me that John Rice and Andy Murtagh were both in the 1975 Hampshire side that won their first one-day trophy, the Sunday League, John Player Sunday League.
Zabas is over the wicket to Brathwaite this time, and Brathwaite on the back foot punches that out into the covers, fielded by Weatherly.
John Rice was a very effective Sunday League and one-day bowler. And he was an all-rounder, but his bowling in one-day cricket was very effective. And they actually won that game despite the fact that Andy Roberts was injured. Roberts was there but not playing, and I think Tom Mottram probably played, and it's the only game ever played by first-class county sides. It wasn't a first-class match, it was a Sunday League match, but the only game ever played at Darley Dale in Derbyshire.
One and only.
Yeah, nobody knew where it was.
I still don't. Abbas to Brathwaite, another length ball which is pushed out into the covers.
I watched it on the telly, but years later, when I went to watch Hampshire play at Heanor, and I know that Kevin was
played
there
at
that
Heanor,
day. Yeah, that was a very odd little ground.
That is a very odd ground.
Not at all picturesque, which
No.
I thought it was going to be. It was like a little mining town. When I went to Heanor, I drove deliberately round by Darley Dale just as an act of pilgrimage, really, to wave at it and say thank you.
What I remember about Heanor, I don't know why I remember this. It's nothing to do with the actual ground itself or even the game. I couldn't even tell you who won or lost. As Abbas bowls and Brathwaite just pushes it out square, in front of square on the offside, fielded by North East Time, was that they had this pokey old kitchen in the clubhouse, and it was a pokey clubhouse as well. And in this kitchen was this 1960s sort of oven cooker. It was just straight out of an archetypal, 1960s house, which obviously was taken out of this house and put in this kitchen.
Yeah.
And it was a horrible thing.
Yeah.
And they somehow tried to sort of heat up some food, cook some food for lunches in this little hoxy sort of oven. And I thought, how on earth are you managing? You need an industrial oven, really, but not one of these household cookers. It was bizarre. And it looked about, when it looked back in the 80s or whatever it was when we played it, looked about 40 years old then.
Yeah.
Brathwaite. That's pushed up to mid-on, and that's the only thing I can remember.
Well, my
about that
memory
ground.
is that you guys sent out to the local fish and chip shop for lunch because you weren't having whatever it was. Is that?
Oh, I don't know if it was that ground, but I remember that we played a quarter-final, I think, at Derbyshire, actually on the main ground,
right?
And they sent out for fish and chips for lunch.
Oh, maybe it was that.
And that's one of the only times that I think that was ever done at a county game. But certainly I played in. It's probably been done somewhere before. But and a quarter-final, it might, I don't think it was a semi-final, but it was a quarter-final. I just thought, for such a prestigious game, you're sending out for fish and chips at lunch?
The thing I remember about Heanor is that they won it, but it was just mad, really. It was tiniest of ground, and Greenwich just kept hitting the ball out of the ground. Yes. And we declared a couple of times, lost hardly any wickets, and lost the game because Derbyshire went berserk as well.
Here's Crane again from our commentary end, the pavilion end. That turns a little bit, but Bracey turns it into the ground past short leg, and there's no run. Gloucestershire 75 for 1 here.
And the other thing I remember quite distinctly is that Roger Finney, left-arm medium-pace seamer, got the yips. And he bowled something like a 13, and it wasn't Fred Swarbrick who was famous for it at Derbyshire, it was Roger Finney. And
that's right. Yeah. That's a good memory, and I do remember it now you brought it up. Quick single out on the offside. Big gap there, Mason Crane running around from extra cover, 76 for 1.
And I always thought it was very good of Gordon Greenwich because he was facing him at that time, and Roger Finney just lost it. He bowled a 12 or 13 ball over, I don't know. And in the end, Greenwich just patted the ball back to him and just took pity on him and just said, get him off as quickly as possible. And
that ruined Roger Finney. In fact, he came back as a spinner, if I remember rightly. That's turned it to the ground by Brathwaite on the left side.
You're quite right. He didn't lose it completely. He could bat a bit as well, so he kept in. But it was horrible to watch. It was really very sad.
He was actually a good bowler for a while because he actually had the ball that swung in as a left armour and actually was for a little while quite a good wicket taker. There's a nice drive there from Brathwaite, wide of mid-off, wide of James Vince. That's 4 runs. Slightly over pitch, tossed up there by Mason Crane, and Brathwaite dispatched that away beautifully away on the offside. He moves on to 41, 80 for 1. Regarding Darley Dale, Jerry Richards back on the email, solentcricket@gmail.com. He says, that was the same game when Gordon Greenwich stood in the middle of the pitch with his bat and pretended to use his bat as a shovel. He's played on a few grounds.
Well, it was on telly. I remember that because it was the decider, it was the end of season John Player League decider. It was on the telly, so I'd forgotten that. But yeah.
So here's Crane then. He's into his 4th over here. He's gone for 20 bowls, and that's a good delivery, but Brathwaite plays that equally as well and just rocks back on the back foot, steers that into the vacant point area, and will pick up a single. Brathwaite moves on to 42, 81 for 1. I've got an email here from Andy Hayes. Afternoon to you, Andy. sonofcricket@gmail.com, talking about Northlands Road, the old Hampshire ground here in Southampton. As Crane bowls, it's on the line of leg stump. That kept low, and Bracey just turns that away on the leg side for another single. 82 for 1. I've got an update to do for some listeners on the south coast. I'll come back to that email in a moment. Here we go, and it's coming up right now. Well, Gloucestershire are replying to the Hampshire total of 470. They are 82 for 1 here. West Indies captain Craig Brathwaite is still there on 42. James Bracey, who's in good form, and the Watching England selector here as well. He's on the 34 not out. Just that 1 wicket that fell before tea. Chris Dent, LBW to Abbas for 6. The pitch is playing very easy. There's not a lot of turn here for Mason Crane either. We could be in for a long haul. 82 for 1 then, Gloucestershire. Live commentary right now via the BBC Sport website and app.
There's a selector here.
It is. I couldn't remember his name as I was saying it. It's Marcus Trescothick.
Oh, right. I thought they got rid of all the selectors.
Well, he's maybe not a selector, but he's
no,
something,
right.
isn't he?
Whatever, yeah.
He's an England something looking on. They've rearranged everything, haven't they? There's no Smith anymore now, is there? He's gone.
That's right.
Here's Abbas round the wicket to Bracey. Bracey nudges that out in front of square. Crane will throw at the bowler's end. Bracey's home. Ball misses the stumps. 83 for 1. Right, this is Andy Hayes. Loving the online coverage, and your chats have reminded me of some early cricket memories, and the mention of John Rice prompted this. When I was in Shirley Middle School in the early 70s, that's a suburb of Southampton, Shirley, one of my teachers, a Miss Manchester, returned to school after the summer holidays as Mrs. Rice after marrying the Hampshire cricketer John, who would then be dragged along to the school fates as a celeb. In brackets to us anyway.
I know her. I know Mrs. Rice. Yeah.
Also, even as a young boy, the only player that I remember never being willing to give an autograph was Gordon Greenwich. Dear, that's a slight on Gordon. He's a nice bloke. I'm sure there was something else. That's outside the off stump and left alone. I also remember chatting to Ian Turner, former left-arm spinner, for ages as he fielded the cover boundary. He really impressed my father by engaging with me, unlike Gordon. Cheers, looking forward to this weekend's cricket with you, Andy. Thank you very much, Andy. I can honestly say that Gordon's a great bloke. There must be a problem.
He is all right. I once had an experience with Gordon Greenwich where he wouldn't sign, his autobiography for me. And it was a Tuesday morning, and he'd been out on the Monday night. He had nothing to do. We were still batting on, and he was just outside the pavilion.
Abbas to Brathwaite is wide. He's trying to cut that one. It keeps low, goes past the bottom edge through to Lewis McManus.
He was outside the pavilion at Portsmouth. I was about 30 at the time, and I just liked to collect signed books by Hampshire cricketers, and he wouldn't sign it.
Would he not?
It was. To this day, I don't know why. He kind of smiled, but he just said no, he wouldn't. And he came out later and I said, "We do it now?" No, which was just odd, really, a bit contrary, I thought. But all I did was buy one off a dealer later and flog the original. but
here's Abbas then from the hotel end. Bowls to Brathwaite once more. It's a good length, good line. That's pushed out into the covers, fielded by his substitute, Brad Taylor. Don't forget, of course, there are several ways you can watch and listen to us. We're going out via the BBC Sport online website. It's also on the BBC Sport app, and you can watch the live pictures as well, along with our live commentary, by going to the Hampshire Cricket website. They also have an app which is free to download, and those pictures are also being relayed back to the Gloucestershire County Cricket Club website as well. Here's Abbas. Comes in and bowls to Brathwaite. Brathwaite gets another good line and good length ball, which he pushes out to Taylor.
Good to hear about Ian Turner, who his dad, Robert Turner, Topsy, was a stalwart, dare I mention it, at Hambledon Cricket Club for decades.
I knew you'd shoehorn Hambledon into it.
Ian actually succeeded him after he'd left Hampshire. He went there as well and played until really quite recently. I don't think he still plays. I'm not sure. tall, slow left arm. Still playing. Vimp says he's still playing, which is terrific.
Okay, good stuff. I played a game for Ian actually about 3 or 4 years ago with Portsmouth footballers as well, ex-Portsmouth footballers. Brathwaite turns that straight delivery just wide of mid-wicket, and actually it was no more than a push, and it's going up towards the boundary at wide mid-on, and it's beaten Abbott, and that's gone for 4. Superb piece of timing from the West Indies captain. Just a length ball, straight ball there from Bass, and Brathwaite timed that beautifully. He moves on to 46. That's come off 86. 87 for one Gloucestershire. 15 overs to do in the day. Jeff Leonard, silentcricket@gmail.com, has emailed, with reference to the email referring to a 1969 game between the counties, I wonder if your correspondent was getting confused with the last game of the season in 1977 when Gloucestershire needed to beat Hampshire to be in with a chance of winning the county championship. Richard scored 94 in the first innings and Greenwich 94 in the second. Proctor scored a century and a 50. Plus, he took 6 wickets in the first innings, but crucially took no wickets in Hampshire's second innings of 271 for 4.
Well, I wondered that, but...
As Crane comes in and bowls, and Bracey turns that away from fairly straight, actually, to mid-wicket. No run, fielded by Alsop.
What misled me in a way, or tricked me in a way, was the comment about Glamorgan winning the championship, which they did in 1969, but not 1977. So that's where I got a bit confused with it all, to be honest.
Crane round the wickets, flighted, and Bracey turns that away. It hits the short leg fielder, and Alsop comes round for mid-wicket. They go through for a single. It was Joe Weatherly's in at short leg. It's nothing. Nothing worth worrying about. Yeah, sorry.
It was a poignant game, that game down at Bristol. Not only sad for Gloucestershire's point of view because they might have won the title, but it was a game when, at the end of the season, when we thought at that point that all the Packer players were playing for the last time, and we were going to wave them goodbye. Proctor, Richards, Roberts, Greenwich, and so on. Thought they wouldn't come back, and for legal reasons, in the end, they were allowed to.
Here's Crane bowls, and that's a good length. Braithwaite just pushes well forward, gets a good stride in to the spinners. Did for Dawson early before tea, and he's doing so to Mason Crane. Crane comes in again over the wicket and bowls, and that's another good delivery, which Braithwaite pushes off the front foot into the covers once more.
Brad Wheel limbering up.
Yeah, we haven't seen him yet, have we?
No.
In this innings.
31st over now, so he'd have probably enjoyed a go or two with a bit of a newer ball. But,
Bass has got through 10 overs now, isn't it? So that's slightly shorter, so Brathwaite's on the back foot and tucks that away into the gap in front of square on the offside. 89 for 1. I don't know where Alex has gone.
Okay, I'm quite happy.
Well, when Alex comes back, we'll give you a little break, Dave, and then you can take over from me. But Alex has just wandered off somewhere.
Okay.
Not for the first time. 89 for 1 here. 14 overs and 1 ball left in the day's play. Bracey's just taking his time there. As Crane comes in, he's persisting with this round the wicket. Again, that's tossed up, low full toss. And that's a good diving stop at mid-wicket by Alsop to his left. End of the over. Bracey has 36, 47 to Craig Braithwaite. And these two now have put on 81. No, sorry, 71.
Late finish.
No, sorry, that's not right, is it? They put on 18 was the first wicket, so they put on. Dave, my maths has gone.
What was the first wicket? 18. 71.
71.
Yeah, so they're not far short actually of the record second wicket partnership for Gloucester on this ground.
Okay.
We set a new record yesterday, and they might set a new one today. They look very comfortable.
Yeah, they do.
Yeah.
Got an email here from Roger Gibbons, who's emailed again, silentcricket@gmail.com. Barnaby Simmons. Good to hear Barnaby's name mentioned. Did we mention that earlier? Yeah, we did.
Yeah, he emailed, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yes. All the Allen/Murtagh chat about authors, Barnaby's father, Grenville, is also a member of that club. Grenville, for a long time, traded as Wisteria Books. Okay. And had a caravan, probably in the late 80s and early 90s, at the Cheltenham Festival where he sold cricket books. He wrote a biography of William Yardley, who played for Kent in the time of WG and was a relation of his. Lots of great memories of cups of tea in the caravan with Grenville and all the family, including Barnaby. Cheers, Roger. Thank
You can imagine, I'm sure, that I'm a huge fan of men who turn up at they are almost always men who turn up at cricket grounds with stacks and stacks of old cricket books that you can hunt through. Used to love it at Arundel and Hove. There was a man who used to come down there, and I would always spend more money than I could afford on these occasions. And it doesn't happen as often as it used to now, but very fond of all of that.
Brad Wheel in for his first ball then of the Gloucestershire innings, and Brathwaite works that to mid-wicket, and there is no run. Wheel's a little bit quicker than Ian Holland, for those of you that haven't seen him bowl before.
We have a plethora of books on the ground here. Actually, somebody did email me about that and said, could they talk to me about buying them, but it's very difficult until everything opens up again. And
yeah. Don't do an online service then, Dave?
No.
Here's Wheel, right arm over. Miles to Brathwaite. Brathwaite drives through the gap in the covers. Little bit of width, and that's going to be 4 runs just in front of square. Again, beautiful piece of timing, and that's Brathwaite's half century. Moves on to 51. The Gloucestershire total moves on to 93 for 1, and Brathwaite's 50 has come up in 91 balls with 4 boundaries.
No, I would hate to get into any of that kind of thing. I'm hopeless on stuff like eBay. I had an experience in the winter where a record that I made in a band in 1969, which was never properly released in the end.
Is Wheel. Alex will take over from you at the end of this over,
Yeah,
Dave, as that's pushed up to mid-off.
I made we were signed to a songwriting company called Warner Chappell, which is quite a big company, and we made this record that was going to be released on a label, and then things fell apart contractually, and I never had a copy of it, and I knew there were some acetates in the world and they all seemed to disappear, and none of my mates in the band knew where they were, and extraordinarily about 3 months ago,
Wheel again from the hotel end, and Brathwaite works that inside edge onto the pad. It was fullish on leg stump. Ball just works its way out towards square leg. 94 for 1.
This record appeared through an Italian dealer on eBay, and somebody contacted me and said they don't even know who this is, but they think it's you. And it was me, because they put it on YouTube and I listened, and it was this band that I was in 1969, and so I put this bid in on eBay. The price was, somebody was bidding 30 quid, so I bid 35, and I followed it in 50, and I bid 55. And sure enough, with 1 minute to go, somebody suddenly bid 200 quid, and it was too late, and you couldn't get it.
Wheels round the wicket to Bracey. Bracey drives pleasantly into the covers.
And the whole thing is bizarre, really, because I'm thinking, we're completely unknown as a band, I mean, it's not like, nobody got famous at that band that you could coin it, as a consequence. Who bought it, for what reason, why? You can't find out, because they're private dealer and so on. But the point about that story was I'm just hopeless on online buying and online selling and stuff, really.
Yeah.
I don't know how to do it all.
Thank you very much, Dave. Here's Wheel. Bracey pushes that good length ball out square on the offside. 94 for 1 with 13 overs left in the day. Dave, come back at 6 o'clock, yeah? If that's all right. Brathwaite 52 now. Bracey has 36, just that 1 wicket that fell before T. Chris Dent, LBW to a ball that kept low to Abbas for 6. I think we might have a bowling change at this end as well. Are you okay?
I'm very well.
Yeah?
Yeah.
You get lost somewhere?
I had a lovely wander around the ground. It was beautiful. Enjoying the sunshine down there, having a chat to 1 or 2 people who were around, having a little look at the cricket from a different angle. And, well, it's very strange to walk around an entire cricket ground and not see a single steward. You normally see somebody asking for a badge or a pass at some stage. The Gloucester's here, working themselves back into the game a little bit, but a long way to go. So Crane, Pavilion End, Dawson, Pavilion End here. 3 overs so far for just 4 runs. Bowling to Brathwaite, who works one to short fine leg, and there's no run as far as a Bass. So slip and a short leg, short mid-wicket, Mid-off and mid-on fairly orthodox, then extra cover, a deep cover is out towards the Health Club to our left, and then backward point. Dawson is stepping in left arm round, stepping away from us now, and Brathwaite gets one that just scuttles through a little bit around about the off stump, and it's pushed away to short extra. A couple from Crane did also scoot through from this pavilion end. Brathwaite on 52 here. Very still at the crease, waiting for Dawson and going back and looking to pull one away and find short leg. He's worn one there. They've caught him on the shin pad. No obvious signs of ill effect. Dawson just pauses, his shirt being buffeted around by this easterly breeze, and bowls a touch short and gets nudged away to deep cover by Brathwaite. Ball running away out towards the car park to our left-hand side. 95 for 1, the board flicks over 2. Brathwaite to 53. Bracey here on 36. Trying to make further impression on what's been an excellent season for him so far. Haven't seen Marcus Droskovic for a while, but he was certainly here earlier. Keeping a keen watch on Bracey ahead of those first internationals of the summer against New Zealand in June. Dawson over the wicket. Bracey letting one go outside the off stump. A little skip in the air from the bowler, suggesting it wasn't too far away. Skidding through into the gloves of McManus. Dawson just wants his man in the deep on the leg side much squarer. Was out at a more deep mid-wicket position, but pretty much a regulation deep square now. From shade to sunshine over there as Dawson completes the over. Bracey props forward, a little inside edge in front of short leg. Completes the over. We've got 12 to come tonight, and Gloucestershire replying to Hampshire's mighty 470. Going okay so far. 95 for 1. Brathwaite there on 53. Bracey 36. The man out. Dent for 6. LBW to Abbas. That gave Hampshire some early hope, but since then, trying to make breakthroughs for them has been equally as challenging as it's been, or as it was, for Gloucestershire in the 144 overs they were forced to send down.
Talking about Gordon Greenidge earlier, Aid Smith at Solent Sport on the Twitter feed says Greenidge signed his autograph for me at the Maze Bounty Ground in Basingstoke, and I was about 13 at the time. Matt D Sport has also emailed some pictures, sorry not emailed, tweeted some pictures of Darley Dale back in 1975, Dave, as Wheel comes in and bowls to Brathwaite. Brathwaite works that up to mid-on, and there is no run. Dave's talking at the moment to Mike Vimpany at the back. He's not listening to me at all, but thank you for those pictures. It says great commentary, thank you very much. Hampshire at Darley Dale in 1975, and he sent this picture of the crowd with a red bus at the back, which looks amazing. A picture of Gordon Greenidge as well. I think that's one of the youngest pictures of Gordon Greenidge I've seen. And he also asks, there's another picture of a Hampshire captain picking up a trophy for Hampshire at Darley Dale in 1975. I think that is Richard Gilliatt. I might get David to confirm that. There's a lovely shot there from Brathwaite as it goes through the covers. Just eases himself into the shot, minimum of fuss, 2 runs, and Brathwaite moves on to 55. Dave, is that Richard Gilliatt? Have a quick look, and we'll just confirm that. Picking up that trophy. Darley at, yeah, it is Richard Gilliatt. Yes, I thought, yeah, Darley Dale, yeah. Thank you very much, Matt D Sport, for those pictures. And I haven't forgotten that other picture which I've got to put up on our Twitter feed at Solent Sport. That was Martin. I'll do that before the close of play, if I can do that. I'm sure I can. Here's Wheel again. He's got a slip and a gully now as he comes in, and Brathwaite just pushing that up to mid-on. Looks totally comfortable out there, Brathwaite. A couple of more emails here. Richard Shelley. Stupid stat. When Mason Crane reaches 6.5 overs, he will bowl his 7,000th delivery in first-class cricket. That is an amazingly stupid stat. Even for a statistician. I can't remember exactly how many overs he's bowled so far. I'll have a look. He's bowled 5 so far, so he's about 11 balls short of his 7,000th delivery. But Richard, well, I think I'll make a note of that. I don't know. I'll have a think about it. Here's Wheel. Brathwaite works that into the gap. Square on the onside, jogs through for a single, moves on to 56.98 for one. And David Rees has emailed, in 2013 I was doing the scorebook for my youth team and found that the other team scorer was Gordon Greenwich. He was charming company and signed my boy's bat at the end. Love it, thank you, David. I'll show David that picture of a young Gordon Greenwich. You'll love that. This is from Matt D Sport, David. Keep my eye, half an eye on the I'll show Alex it as well. Gordon Greenwich at Darley Dale, 1975. Here's Wheel, he's round the wicket to Bracey, punches it up to mid-on. He looks really young there, doesn't he?
Tremendous.
Great photo, thank you very much. 98 for one here, 11 overs to do after this one. So hard work for the bowlers here. Wheel's coming to the end of his second over, none for 8. As Gloucestershire found, and now Hampshire are finding that you've got to work very hard on this pitch if you are a seam bowler. As Wheel comes on, and, that's a good length ball, which Bracey plays back to the bowler. End of the over, 98 for one.
You got a slightly squared up there, Bracey, but kept it out. Just that one half moment of alarm, wasn't there? The big appeal for LBW by Crane. A big stride in forward. I was directly square of the wicket when the appeal came in, so I had no idea whether it was adjacent or not, but certainly got a big stride in, which would have helped his cause and seemed to strike him quite high. But he's made his way nicely to 36, looking to build, as I say, on this strong start to the season for him. Bracey scores of 54, 14, 118, 83 not out. It's been a fine start to the year for he. Brathwaite has gone through to a first half century for Gloucestershire here. 18 and 36 for him last week at Taunton, and is working Dawson through mid-wicket for his latest single. Just wide of northeast, who runs across the square to collect, and Brathwaite goes to 57, 99 for one here, the Gloucesters. As the shadow of the worn stand begins to encroach, probably halfway to the wicket now, maybe to our left hand side. The sun beginning to down in the west to our left, shining on those hotel balconies. One or two more of them filled this evening. As Dawson goes in and Bracey's back cutting away to a deep point, who's positioned away to our right, and brings the 100 up for Gloucestershire. 100 for one in the 35th over. Excellent progress for this second wicket, as was the case in the first innings of the match. Dawson to Brathwaite. Brathwaite leaning forward in defence, just dabbing it down out on the offside. McManus pops up from behind the stumps to collect. Underarms back to the bowler with this lot of spin being bowled. Should whip through the overs pretty quickly, but we've still got a good period of cricket to get through before close of play tonight. Dawson quickly in again, a little shorter, and Brathwaite is back to cut away out to deep cover away to our left hand side. Now just in the shadows, that sweeper to our left. Brathwaite to 58, 101 for one. Yeah, there's a good 4 or 5 balconiers over there. Not too many in the hotel, as you would imagine for the moment. Dawson over the wicket, Bracey back, pushing up towards the bowler's right hand for no run. The spar is open over there. You do have to book yourself in. You can't just wander up and expect to get in with your swimming trunks, but if you book yourself in, you can have a little spa weekend over there, which perhaps one or two have. Dawson straighter, and Bracey turning it around the corner very gently into the boot of short leg, and the over comes to an end. 101 for one, Gloucestershire, replying to 470. Their first task will be 321 to avoid the possibility of being asked to bat again. But it's just a case of batting and batting and batting, and trying to get themselves back into this game.
This game is so going to Sunday night. Don't you think?
I'd be very surprised if it didn't on the current evidence, but you never know.
I can't believe it. You never know. There's still a lot of time left in this game, of course, but at the moment, I cannot see how anybody's going to take 20 wickets on this. Here's Wheel to Brathwaite. 2 men on the drive on the onside now. Length ball, and Brathwaite just pushes it to one of them. That's Joe Weatherly. I've just posted that aerial view of the Wagon Works ground in Gloucester on our Twitter feed at Solent Sport, and that's particularly for Martin, who asked for that earlier on. So that has just gone to our Twitter feed at Solent Sport. 101 for 1 here, Gloucester, with just under 10 overs left in the day. Here's Wheel with only Dawson at slip. Comes in and bowls. Brathwaite drives on the up. Doesn't really time that one. Takes the bottom hand off the bat as it makes its way up to mid-off. Maybe one of those that just stopped in the deck a little bit and maybe just bounced a fraction, but one of the rare times that Brathwaite has looked in anything other than in his comfort zone. And even then he didn't look too much out of it. 58 off 106 deliveries. Brathwaite looks like he's in here for the long haul, a bit like the last test match he played in Antigua. Looks like he's just carrying on. He wants to be the longest batter in county cricket now, as well as in West Indies history in test cricket. That's played back to the bowler. Just to repeat, 813 minutes he batted in that second test against Sri Lanka, over 2 innings, the longest by any West Indian batsman in a test. Amazing feat. I think Bravo was the next one. I think I had a very quick look at the list.
Chanderpaul must be up there on the list.
I think he was, yes, I think he was, Alex. I think he might have been third, actually. Or it might have been Chanderpaul Bravo, but I think it was Bravo. Here's Wheel again, and Brathwaite just pushes that up towards mid-off. He doesn't really come forward. He comes forward well to the spinners, but with the seamers, and he trusts his pitch, and why wouldn't you? Just happy just to play it from the crease, just lets it bounce, or just push that out there, or just push this one out there and push that one there. It looks all so easy.
Yeah, these will be very, very familiar conditions for him, because you do get a lot of sluggish pitches out in the Caribbean nowadays.
England are in the Caribbean this winter. It'll be fun. Here comes Wheel again, and that's a little bit too straight, and Brathwaite just tucks that away down to deep square leg for a single. 59, he's on 102 for 1.
When's that sliver's been slotted in then?
End of, it's early in the new year. They've added an extra test match as well. Goes through to March. So I think there's some one-day games and the test matches come at the end. They haven't actually named the venues yet. That's coming. But in anticipation, I've booked Barbados in March. But without actually knowing the venues. So I'm not actually, I wouldn't be, it doesn't bother me either way. Here comes Wheel. I know. You can't miss an England tour to the Caribbean. The last time they were out there, I was there as well. It was great fun, out in St Lucia. That's pushed out towards extra cover. You can tell I missed the Caribbean, can't you? You'd have been out there, Alex. That'd have been right up your street there, wouldn't it?
One day, indeed.
Went to see one of the one-dayers at in St Lucia, actually.
Very, very nice indeed. Yeah.
Good fun.
Yes, it's on the list. So that'll be straight after the Ashes then, won't it?
Yeah, I don't know exact dates. I think it's January to March. I mean, I can look it up. But as I say, the venues are due out this month. They haven't actually been named as yet. They haven't got long left.
This winter coming, or the winter after?
It's following. Yeah, well, this winter coming. Yeah, I'll find the dates for you. Always a young Gordon Greenwich there as well, in front of the old stand at Northlands Road. Thank you, Dave. Wow, he's even younger than the one at Darley Dale.
Here is Dawson, left arm round, pavilion end, bowling to Brathwaite, who's back and nudging past cover. And gets himself a single in the direction of the Health Club to our left. Brathwaite goes up to 60 now, and Gloucestershire to 103 for 1.
5 T20s and 3 tests in the Caribbean in 2022.
Dawson over the wicket to the left-handed Bracey in his slip over, coming forward in studious defence and dabbing out on the offside. McManus comes up from behind the stumps to collect.
T20 start on January the 28th, and the third test finishes on Monday, March the 28th.
Busy schedule coming up then for for England, as ever, really, as Bracey sweeps it. A little paddle sweep around the corner. I haven't seen too many sweeps so far, but he paddles that one away to backward square leg, and there's no run. Slipping a short leg in place. A deep backward point is very curious here. 103 for 1 as Dawson steps in once more and brings Bracey forward, nudging in front of northeast at extra cover. No run again. The boundary rider is back at deep square away to our left-hand side, but mid-wicket, mid-off, mid-on. Fairly orthodox stuff, but that deep backward point is unusual as Bracey's forward again, playing up to northeast at extra cover. For Crane, you can understand it, with a tendency to perhaps drop the odd one short. But you would back Dawson, particularly turning the ball into the left-hander, not to be cut. And there's been no inclination of a reverse sweep so far. Dawson straighter, and Bracey fiddles it out on the offside. A very sharp single is attempted, and a very sharp single is completed before Vince can come across from slip. So a single to end the over. Bracey has 38, Gloucestershire 104 for 1.
Alex will take you through to the close of play alongside David Allen.
Cheers, Kev. See you tomorrow. Around the country, some games developing at a much brisker pace than this one. Yorkshire 157 for 5 against Sussex. They made a really good start to their second innings, having seeded a lead of 71. But they now they lead now by 86. And looking at the card to see how Joe Root went on again, he only made 5. So Joe Root's struggles continue. He's had a very lean time of it back in county cricket. Worcestershire made 4, 3-6 at New Road, and Notts are replying strongly so far. 83 without loss they are there. Essex trying to get themselves on top of Edgbaston. 295 they posted, and the Bears 2-3-2 for 8 in reply. As Wheel from the top end bowls to Bracey, who's pushing out to extra cover for no run. Glamorgan right on top at Wantage Road. They posted 407, and Northants are 2-3-6 for 7. So struggling there, a long way behind. A lot of work to do to get back into that one. As do Derbyshire at Chesley Street, where Durham made 4-7-5. Derbyshire were around about 30 for 3, but they're now 1-3-1 for 3. Canterbury, Kent also 3 down, 76 for 3, trying to reply to Lancashire's mighty 5-2-5. As Wheel comes in round the wicket again and bowls a short delivery, which loops over the head of Bracey into the arms of McManus. Surrey 96 for 3 at Lords, having conceded a 100+ lead against Middlesex. So they still trail there by 18 runs to Surrey. But Burns is still there, and he's 53 not out. Much needed runs for Rory Burns. Wheel is coming in again from the far end, and Bracey is pushing him up to extra cover again. And again there is no run. 104 for 1 here, the Gloucesters. And the other game is at Grace Road, where Leicestershire are struggling because Somerset, goodness, they whacked themselves up to 318 in the end. Some lower order wafting went on there. And Leicestershire now 3 down in their second innings, so 35 for 3, still trail by 50. So right on top there are Somerset in the East Midlands. Here, Wheel is leaving the hotel behind him and coming into Bracey, the left-hander, just outside the off stump. Bracey takes a little stride forward and shoulders arms, and the ball is through to McManus once again. Slip in a gully still posted here, but I don't think the cordon at all has been brought into action in this innings so far. In the Hampshire innings there was the odd thickish outside edge that went towards the gully region, and that genuine nick that Brathwaite spilled at slip. But so far there's been nothing here. Can Will change that as he comes in once more? And Bracey, getting a bottom edge past the off stump, he almost dragged it on. And McManus goes to his right to make the save behind the stumps. It was quite a lazy lean out there, Bracey, and he's just wandering away to square leg to regather his concentration here. It was just lazily pushing away from his body, and he almost dragged an innocuous ball outside the off stump into his off stump, but he survives, and he's still there on 38. As Wheel turns to complete the over from the far end, and Bracey is flicking at one, thickish inside edge. There'll be 2 runs here, the deep backward square. Have to hurry here for the second run, but Bracey is quick, and he is back for 2. He was just pushing forward, and he got a thickish inside edge that ran between long leg and deep backward square, and he recognised that, and he got himself back for the second. So Bracey is 40, Brathwaite is 60, and Gloucestershire are in good shape as we move towards the close of day 2. 7 overs remain as the visitors try to reply to 470. Dave Allen is back with us. Good afternoon.
Oh yeah, fairly straightforward for the batsmen at the moment. They're doing quite nicely. I just need to say something. I promised earlier a link to the picture of the Wagon Works ground, and it's my fault entirely that I misread in rather a rush. I misread a text from my pal Dave Joyce down in Gloucestershire, who actually sent me a link to a scorecard at the Wagon Works ground. I have put it on my blog, which I promised, and if you didn't hear that, the link to the blog is it's just called Hampshire Cricket History, all one word. If you check that out, it's a WordPress blog. What you will find on there, however, is a picture of Gordon Greenidge considerably younger than Darley Dale, something like 8 years earlier. And he's in the back row of a Hampshire Colts side, Holt's Colts side. And we can't really do a quiz now because Kevin James gets all the technology and he's not with us. But you might like to try and work out if you know the other first-class Hampshire cricketer in the picture, and that is apart from Arthur Holt, who's there in his suit.
Dawson is coming into Brathwaite, the right-hander who's back, and on just skids on a little bit to him, and he nudges a little awkwardly out on the onside. Northeasters across from short mid-wicket to collect. Slippers in place here, but no short leg now. There is a backward point, a deep cover. 2 short extra covers are in place. Mid-off, mid-on, short mid-wicket and deep backward square. Dawson round the wicket to Brathwaite, forward, dabbing down on the onside, and McManus from behind the stumps takes 1, 2, 3 strides across to collect and flip the ball with the left hand up to Sam Northeast, who fell late in the day yesterday, having got himself a little start. He'd have been annoyed with that. He's watching here as Dawson bowls again, and Brathwaite pushing out to the wider of the 2 short extra covers. There's one on the very edge of the square, level with the stumps at the non-striker's end, and then the other man is a little closer in, 3 strips across from the pitch in which we're playing. Hands on his knees, watching Dawson come in again, giving it a bit more air this time. Fuller and Brathwaite well forward, defending also to Weatherly in there at that wider extra cover position. 106 for 1, Gloucestershire. Dawson pausing at the back of his mark, takes 3 strides forward, then a couple of skips into the pitch, bowls a touch short and gets nudged away to this time the straighter of the 2 short extra covers. But again, there is no run. So a little area there on the offside that Hampshire have plugged, where Brathwaite has taken a lot of runs, particularly off the back foot so far against Dawson. Dawson to complete the over. Oh, and he's nicked it behind. It's a yes, he's gone. Dawson has found a wicket and has got one to bounce and take the outside edge. McManus with the catch, and Brathwaite has gone for 60. Out of absolutely nothing, in delivery has turned just enough, and Brathwaite has nicked it behind, and Hampshire have a priceless wicket late in the day here, with Craig Brathwaite gone for 60 and Gloucestershire 106 for 2.
Just bounced on him a bit. I just managed to catch the end of the replay. They showed the replay really quickly, and they're not showing it again, I don't think, which was a shame, but it just bounced on him a bit, which occasionally it's done. It's funny because I was just thinking that Dawson and Crane had been expensive, but was kind of bowling the odd ball that might take a wicket, and Dawson was doing his usual job of keeping things very tight. 7 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 10. It was, of course, 0 for 10 before the final ball, but maybe it's that old trick of you keep it tight, keep it tight, keep it tight, and you get through. I was also just about to announce that, well, in 2 or 3 runs' time, I was going to announce that Gloucestershire had passed their previous best second wicket score against Hampshire on this ground, but they haven't.
Sorry about that, Dave.
Well, I'm sorry for you guys, really.
You'd have to apologise to me, but I'm sure Brathwaite will take your sympathy as he walks off down beneath us. But he played very nicely, but it does appear there to have been undone by a decent piece of bowling, and we recognised this yesterday morning, the difference between the 2 attacks, that Hampshire had these 2 very much recognised spinners in their 11 to provide a bit of a point of difference, because like for Gloucestershire's seamers, there's been very little for the Hampshire seamers, but Dawson there has certainly found something to break that partnership.
Yeah.
And that is a real fillip late in the day. We've got 6 overs to go, and Tom Lace is now wandering out at number 4 for Gloucestershire.
It's a good day for Liam Dawson, who I mentioned earlier is playing his 150th first-class game for Hampshire. Batted well.
Some decent runs earlier on and making 65 he did. A wheel to continue from the far end. Bowls to Bracey outside his off stump, and he allows it to pass through. So it just changes the complexion of the day slightly. It was, until that dismissal, a really good day for Gloucestershire, because they actually took 7 for 178 today to limit the damage. Hampshire still making 470, but having come back at 292 for 3, the damage could have been quite significant, but Gloucestershire did pretty well to chip away. Just pegged back with that second wicket lost here as Bracey lets another one go just outside the off stump.
Yeah, if Hampshire there was a late wicket last night. If Hampshire would have picked one up tonight, I think they'd feel, even though this has been pretty hard work for them this afternoon, I think they'd feel okay. You know, Gloucester went in at 120 for 3, say, and if they can. If not, then don't know. I would think in terms of the whole match situation, it's all poised at the moment.
Wheel in again from the far end, right arm round, and Bracey able to let another one go outside the off stump, but a no ball. Wheel has overstepped, so the ball will flick over to 108.42. Just looking at a replay of the wicket, it's a real beauty from Dawson. It's dipped and a little bit of drift as well, and I think the drift has just forced Brathwaite to play ever so slightly across it, because it does look like, to all intents and purposes, a pretty solid forward defensive stroke. He gets a good stride in, bat and head all in line, but just playing it with a slightly angled bat, and I think that's why he nicked it. Bracey lets another one go outside the off stump, and this one dies on McManus, and I think catches him low down on the glove. 108 for 2, Gloucestershire. Just those little subtle variations, those little moments can create something out of nothing, and that's exactly what's happened there for the dismissal of Brathwaite. 65 from him here in the Test match last summer, 60 here today. First half century of his stint with Gloucestershire. He'll be very disappointed that that excellent start didn't yield a larger number than that, as Bracey drives away to extra cover. And there is no run as far as James Vince in there. And you can just hear the atmosphere around the field has just picked up slightly. It'll be a real fillip for Hampshire late in the day here. They just pluck out Gloucestershire's overseas player. They've got a mighty lead to have the home side. 3-2-1 the follow-on mark. Wheel again, Bracey forward, defending back up towards the bowler's left hand, and there's no run. It'll just provide a bit more pressure in the closing stages. And do we now see Abbott limbering up at mid-on as well, perhaps for a little blast of 2 or 3 overs maybe before the close, just to try and prey on the new man in particular?
I think that would be it. I'm not sure he would have come on had the wicket not fallen, but I think now maybe.
Wheel to complete the over, running in towards us. And Bracey is playing it very late and getting it past Gully. That'll run away for 4 down towards the Warn stand. Deliberately played, dabbing it down. And it squirts past a diving Gully and away out towards the scorers to our left-hand side for a boundary. So Bracey goes to 44 and Gloucestershire move to 112-2 with 5 overs left in the day. But with Tom Lace out here, the new man at number 4, after a couple of lean scores. 6-ball duck in the second innings against Surrey and 7 first innings against Somerset, although he did make a little 20 not out in the run chase. There's a job to do here to try and see his side through to the close. No night watchman used here, Dave?
No, I don't blame them really, but I noticed that Mason Crane is also limbering up, so I don't know whether Carl Abbott was fooling us or trying to attract the attention of his captain.
Slipping a short leg, Dawson in, and Lace defending around the off stump, and it's just an innocuous delivery batted to extra cover, but oohs and ahs around the bat, as always is the case when that just hint of pressure is just turned on at the fall of a wicket. And Hampshire sense a chance to give it all they've got here in the remaining 5 overs. Dawson in again, flatter, Lace is back, defending down towards mid-off for no run. The man from deep cover has come up here. So there's a backward point orthodox cover, extra cover, mid-off in quite tight, mid-on is a little deeper than orthodox, mid-wicket is quite straight and quite tight in there, sound northeast, and then a man around the corner at backward square leg. So everybody here saving a single and a couple of catches. It looks like they're going to want another man round the bat here actually. The call is going out to the boundary to our left-hand side, and I think another close catcher is going to come in, which should only be allowed at the end of the over if I had my way, Dave, to speed the game up.
Yeah, and more than that, and sometimes they do this in fairness, but more than that I think they should anticipate it, and whoever has to put all that armour on should go off for an over.
Yes.
And a sub can come on and replace him. Sometimes they do that in fairness, but this is, yeah, because the over rate or the finish time is poor really, 20 past 6 already, still 4.5 overs to go, and there's people faffing about all over the place, and as David Lloyd would suggest, get on with the game.
Indeed, yeah. Yeah, this could all have been, I mean, surely 2 balls before this, they realised that they might need another catch around the bat to a new man.
Yeah.
And yeah, I think that definitely would be a good initiative to bring in to just speed the game up.
Yeah.
Because we're just standing around waiting for a chap to put some pads on here to go in at probably silly point, you would thought.
I think if teams were to be penalised for poor over rates, I wouldn't allow for this. You can sometimes make allowances for, you know, lots of dismissals. If lots of wickets fall, then you think, okay, for that I wouldn't. I'd just say, nope, that's part of it.
So 112 for 2, and now we have a silly point in place. So 3 serving 1 on the offside, and 3 men around the bat. An intense period of cricket all of a sudden as Dawson bowls, and Lace is playing just wide of that man at silly point. And all of a sudden, some drama, some pressure. Just when Gloucestershire were in a really comfortable spot. Trying to squeeze through to the close. Another change here because northeast is going to come across from mid-wicket to point. And the man at point is going into second slip. So there are now 4 catches around the bat here. Lace is surrounded. Dawson round the wicket, forward is Lace, pushing up to the bowler's right hand for no run.
It's extraordinary how quickly the atmosphere can change just with 1 wicket.
Very much so, yeah.
And
yeah,
of course,
it was all calm, serene progress for that second wicket. A slight error from Brathwaite, decent piece of bowling. Suddenly changed the game as Dawson bowls once more, quicker this time. Lace well forward, pushing back up towards, again, the bowler's right hand for no run.
it helps Hampshire that it's the last 5 overs of the day, because if it was 3 o'clock in the afternoon there wouldn't be quite the same intensity.
So it's a real opportunity, Hampshire, to squeeze another one out before the close as Lace goes back and defends the last ball of the over back up to the bowler. So 4 overs to go in the day, a maiden there for Dawson. And Gloucestershire 112 for 2. See, is it Marcus Trescothick again to our left-hand side, wandering around the ground? He was here earlier on, probably to watch James Bracey.
Oh yeah, there he is. Yeah.
He's got 44 to his name and has played pretty well so far.
Yeah, I think he'd be fairly impressed with him. I mean, we've said that there are, well, actually, strictly speaking, the 6-man Hampshire attack are all international cricketers, although one is for Scotland and one is for the USA. But yeah, I think he'd be, and so he's seen Bracey bat now against a variety of different bowlers, so I think he would be fairly impressed. If anybody's looked at my photograph of the Hampshire Colts side, the Holt's Colts side of 1967, and wonders who the other county cricketer is, I'll tell you in a minute.
Wheel is in from the far end, and Bracey is across the stumps to defend on a length, back up towards the bowler for no run.
If you look at the photograph and see Arthur Holt seated in the front row, in the middle, to the right as you look at it, is a man called Richard McIlwain, who, old school friend of mine who I'm still in touch with, and he played 4 games for Hampshire in 1969 and 1917. He's the only other man, apart from Gordon Greenidge, who went on to play first-class cricket.
Wheel in, and Bracey turning around the corner, out to deep square, across the square to our right. Single takes into 45, 113 for 2. In the 42nd over here, the Gloucestershire reply. 470 the number they've got to try and reply to here. Lace taking guard the right hand. The left-right combination remains here for the visitors. Slip in a gully, backward point, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, square leg and long leg. Wheel is back over the wicket to the right-hander. And Lace is turning a ball of a decent length out to short mid-wicket for no run. Just sending the long leg a bit wider down to our left, all in shadow down there now. A large shadow from the worn stand as the sun sets into the Solent. Still plenty more sunshine, a good hour and a half or so with those balconiers across from us. Here is Wheel again, bustling in, strikes Lace on the pad, a cry for LBW. Not out, says umpire Milnes. He did just threaten to fall over there. Tom Lace, huge cry, probably just sliding down.
Yeah, I think
just about.
I think that's why it was given not out. He wasn't outside off stump, didn't look too high. So I suspect that was the decision.
Almost got his angles wrong there, Lace. Highly promising young cricketer, spent a good loan period at Derbyshire before signing on permanent deal for Gloucestershire as he defends here in his crease out to mid-wicket. Vince coming across to collect.
Is he a local lad?
Came through the Middlesex system.
Okay.
Yeah, he's a Middlesex lad initially, but as is often the case, counties like Middlesex and the like, they churn through quite a lot of cricketers, and a lot of them have to come out on loan.
We've signed more from Middlesex than any other county in our history, and more than an 11 since the war.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Cool.
Including Kevin James, of course.
113 for 2, and Wheel is on his way again, just outside the off-stump. Lace lets it go through to McManus. Survives the over, 3 more to come tonight. 113 for 2. Yeah, the likes of Max Holden, who was on loan at Northants for a while. Lace sent up to Derbyshire with some success, actually. Was promising there in 2018 and a bit in 2019 as well. And we were talking with Kev about this earlier on. If you can't get yourself into a side, you've got to go somewhere to get a game, haven't you?
Oh yeah, I think that's wise. I like the loan system. I think it can, as long as it's used well. There have been 1 or 2 occasions here where we've signed old retired players to come and do, come play one game because it was particularly important, and I don't like that very much. But I think promising younger players, I think that's okay.
So 3 overs to go in the day. Dawson has time for 2 more from this pavilion end. 1 for 10 so far in his 8 overs. He bowls to Bracey, who is back and dead batting it. The ball lands almost on his popping crease.
I wonder whether Abbott and Crane were both fooling us and with their limbering up.
Yes.
They might give somebody one last over at the far end, but I'm not sure they will.
3 men around the bat here, and a deep square has been posted. Dawson stepping in over the wicket, and Bracey just fiddling one out on the offside. Lindstrom slips, takes a step across to his left to collect. Sunshine just a bit more watery now with some late afternoon cloud. Dawson floats one up, and Bracey is pressing out to backward point. Ball rolling gently to a bash just off the square. 113 for 2. On my wander around the ground, I was told that this easterly breeze is set to die away tomorrow. Should be jolly good news.
Yeah, if it's true.
Dawson once more flatter, and Bracey back quickly, pressing up to the bowler's left hand for no run.
I saw a forecast a couple of days ago that suggested that Sunday was going to be the cold day, so it could be quite long and hard. But
I'll keep my coat on for the time being.
Yeah, maybe they've changed it. Yeah.
Here's Dawson again. Floats one up and brings Bracey forward, and a thickish inside edge is scudding its way past forward short leg away to backward square leg, and there is no run.
You do begin to feel suddenly that there is a chance of a wicket here or there. Whether they'll be able to keep this going in the morning,
yeah,
is a different question. But
just that end of day sense of pressure, isn't there,
yeah,
in the situation with Gloucestershire trying to get through the close here with a loss of Brathwaite, bringing a new man in late in the day. Last ball of the over, and Bracey keeps it out, dabbing down in front of Sully Point. So 12 deliveries to come in the day. A maiden air for Dawson has been excellent. 9 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 10. Crane's leggers were a little expensive. He sent down a few loose deliveries earlier on, but Dawson has had that excellent control. Because until Dawson, Gloucestershire had actually moved it around fairly healthily.
oh yeah,
Brathwaite and Bracey had made steady progress.
yeah, I think so. Yeah, they look really comfortable, didn't they? But it's Wheel is going to bowl again, so I don't think there's going to be a change. Be very surprised if they whip Dawson out for the last one now.
Yes, it would seem silly not to give Dawson the last over of the day, with the spell he's got through and the rhythm he's got into as well. So here's Wheel's last of the day from the hotel end, comes past the umpire, and Lace in his crease is pressing away out to extra cover. Northeast is there, and there is no run. So around the country, some of these games now at the close of day 2. Yorkshire 1, 6-3 for 5, leads Sussex by 92. Some work to do there to get a defendable score. Notts made an excellent reply to Worcester's 4-3-6 at New Road, then 97 for none. Warwickshire 2-4-3 for 8, getting a little closer to Essex's 2-9-5, but county champions and Bob Willis trophy holders on top there as Lace goes back and across to push back up towards the bowler. And Northants have scrapped their way to a second batting bonus point at Wantage Road, but they still trail Glamorgan by a long chalk. They're 2-5-1 for 7, replying to 4-0-7. Derbyshire in a real heap at Chesterley Street, 1-4-5 for 5, replying to 4-7-5. Kent also in bother at Canterbury, 85 for 4, trying to reply to 525. Lancashire were 4 down quite early there, but have made a sizable score as Lace comes forward, pushing to Northeast again at extra cover for no run. Surrey 105 for 3, about to get on terms against Middlesex at Lords, but they still trail by 9. And Leicestershire 46 for 3 in their second innings, still trail Somerset by 39 runs.
You'd fancy Somerset to win that with 2 games, 2 days to go.
Very
really,
much so.
Which, if there isn't a positive result here for one of these sides, is going to level things up a bit at the top.
Wheel in again, and Lace flicking here, but still can't get off the mark, only finds square leg. He's been thinking that was the ball to turn away out towards the worn stand to get himself away, but he's 14 deliveries now and still stuck on naught, with 8 deliveries to come in the day. And that hazy cloud that's built throughout the afternoon really is making the sunshine quite watery now. Brilliant sun all day. Wheel charging it again. Gets one just to bounce on Lace a little bit, but he's up on his toes and riding the bounce and dabbing it back up towards the bowler. Felt like a real effort ball that from Wheel, his penultimate one of the day. Hampshire will come back here in the morning, really buoyed by that wicket of Brathwaite. Had he still been there, I would have been thinking there was an awful lot of work to do. There still is, of course, to get through this Gloucestershire lineup. A huge wicket of Brathwaite that Dawson managed to take. Wheel's last ball of the day, coming in from the far end. And Lace's forward in stout defence, playing back up towards the bowler's right hand. And Wheel is done for the day. He's got through 7 overs. That's his first maiden there. 0 for 18. And Gloucestershire 113 for 2 here, Dave.
And if there was a night watchman padded up, he can now take his pads off. And indeed, if there wasn't, whoever was going to come in next can take his pads off as well. Unless they're superstitious and think they shouldn't do it until the over's finished. But we won't see a new batsman tonight now.
It will be Dawson to bowl the last of the day.
Yeah.
And 3 men are going to go around Bracey here on 45, but becalmed since the wicket of Brathwaite. Played relatively fluently until then. 6 more deliveries to see out here on day 2. He comes a long way forward to the first ball and plays in front of Silly Point. Orthodox slip in place, backward point, mid-off, mid-on, short mid-wicket, orthodox mid-wicket, backward square leg, and then these 3 men around the bat, slip, Silly Point and forward short leg. Dawson stepping and skipping away from us, and Bracey going back and dabbing in front of Vince at slip, and Vince picks up the ball and comes dashing down the wicket to have a little word with Liam Dawson here. A little plot being conjured for the final 4 deliveries of the day. Try the slider, the zooter, the squeezer, whatever you like. A little word of advice from Vince to Dawson. Dawson just making Bracey wait here. He's going to send Silly Point around the corner to leg slip here. So it's now orthodox slip, leg slip, and forward short leg. And Dawson is actually going to come round the wicket. He sent his backward square leg to a more 45 position, and mid-off northeast takes a stride or 2 to his right hand side to go a bit wider. Tension in the final moments of the day here. 4 balls to go. 113 for 2, Gloucestershire. Bracing forward. Oh, goodness. One squeezes past the outside edge. And for a moment, Hampshire thought that Bracey might have nicked a slider behind. So whatever the plan was, it almost worked, Dave.
I think it went on with the arm.
Oof, slid through, didn't it?
Yeah.
It was almost the one for Dawson. Coming across the left-hander here from round the wicket. 3 balls left in the day. Bracey back and able to nudge this into the covers for a single. And he'll hope his work for the day is done. Going back and dabbing in front of northeast. So Bracey goes to 46. Played smartly so far, but we'll know there's an awful lot of work to do on day 3 to get Gloucestershire back into this game.
As in the Hampshire innings, the run rate is slipped quite a way down again. I mean, Hampshire picked up it later on, but it's 2.6, quite similar to where Hampshire were at last night.
So 2 slips, forward short leg, and Silly Point here for the right-handed Lace. 2 balls to go in the day. It's Dawson left arm round, floating one up, and Lace coming a long way forward, pressing back up towards the bowler's left hand. And Gloucestershire are one ball away from getting into the changing rooms in reasonable shape. Dawson with a final ball of day 2. Steps in round the umpire. And back goes Lace to play up to mid-on. And that will do us for day 2. Gloucestershire 114 for 2, replying to 470. Hampshire resumed this morning 293 for 3. And we're hoping to build them a mammoth total. It didn't quite happen because they lost 7 for 178. It was a comeback of sorts for Gloucestershire. 4 wickets for Higgins, 4 for Worrell. Hampshire 470 all out. And in reply, Gloucestershire have gone along quite nicely. They lost Dent early in the piece for 6, falling LBW to Abbas. But then a good stand between Brathwaite and Bracey was about to take Gloucestershire to the close in very good shape indeed. But Brathwaite fell late in the day for 60, feathering a catch behind off Dawson. Lace saw out 18 balls to the close, yet to score. He'll come back in the morning with Bracey on 46 not out. Gloucestershire 114 for 2, replying to 470. And that's been a pretty competitive day's cricket, Dave.
Yeah, it's been okay, yeah. I think when we come back tomorrow, it's going to be very difficult for Gloucestershire to create a winning situation out of this. It's not impossible, but it's going to be very difficult. But in a sense that will make it easier for them to bat carefully and in a circumspect way to start with, at least. And it's Hampshire that have got to make inroads if they're going to create a winning situation for themselves. You always have gut feelings about these things, and everything can change, as we know, but my gut feeling at the moment is it's going to be quite hard work for Hampshire to create a winning position out of this. And I think if I was a betting man, and I'm not, I'd be putting my money on the draw at the moment.
Yeah, lots to do in the morning for Hampshire, but they are on top because Gloucestershire close day 2 114 for 2, still trailing by 356. Thanks to Dave Allen and Kevin James, and for myself, Alex Winter, good night.